Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Pepsi Max Baskerville Raceway for day 2 of the Motorworks Michelin 2-hour race event. First event up this morning is the junior sprint race, and bikes are on track at the moment, just out on the siding lap. First bike to roll around, ready to grid up, is bike 16, Isaac Simmons. The only two-stroke bike in the field, an RS85. David Coward having a great day yesterday. Next bike to line up, followed by Ava Connell, Gus O'Halloran, Brodie Curtis took the win in race 3 yesterday. Unfortunately, missing Tom Turner. Not sure where Tom is. Set a new lap record yesterday, we believe, but in the starter's hands. Red light is on. Racing, Brodie Curtis away the best. David Coward not far behind him. David getting a great start. So too Isaac Simmons on the little 85cc two-stroke. But that order will stay, so it's Brodie Curtis who leads the pack for the first time into turn 2. David Coward right on his back wheel. Isaac Simmons not far behind at all. It's probably the best start we've seen from Isaac so far, so this is going to be interesting.
Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Rod.
Yeah, Isaac's going to go very well, I think, today. He's been finding a bit more confidence, and as you can see, bike's got a bit of pace, and I think he's going to go well today.
Yeah, absolutely. The second pack, the chasing pack, is headed by Gus O'Halloran from Ava Connell and Jet Pryor, so nothing much between the three of those at this stage as well. So 2 battles already forming on track. As the leaders onto the straight for the first time, tucked down hard, getting everything they can out of these little bikes. And look at the speed of that little 85cc two-stroke. Blows the doors off the R15 in front of it. Isaac Simmons certainly having an easy time of it down the straight, but Brodie Curtis straight back onto his back wheel under brakes, looking to go around the outside.
Yeah, it's going to be a long way around. Brodie's going to have to work that R15 very, very well through the corners. He's probably got a bit more corner speed, or he's riding the way he's been showing us anyway through the weekend. But Isaac's definitely finding some confidence. So, talking to his father Brett, he did lose a bit of confidence from a earlier crash or previous crash, not at this round. So he's finding some confidence again, and hopefully we'll see him go a bit quicker.
Brodie looking to go around the outside of Isaac there at the bottom of the hill, but look at the power of that little 85. Pull away massively up the hill. Pull probably 5 bike lengths on a rod.
Easily, yeah, definitely. And down here clearly too, down into Calvin's, you can see there it's stretching it out again to about 15, 20 bike lengths now.
It's going to be interesting to see what Isaac... I'm surprised if this one's a little quicker.
He has gone quicker than that though in the past, so there's every chance we'll see him, I reckon, in the 109s today, or maybe better.
He's certainly looking in good form, but look, Brodie hasn't... spinning up a little bit there, Brodie. I think you mentioned that yesterday, Rod, just coming into the start of the sweeper.
Yeah, just as the where the camber roll changes there, and he was up out of the seat yesterday.
So first flying lap there, no, 1:11.89, so only just getting to yesterday's pace, so it's not as if Isaac's going any faster at this stage. Look at Brodie trying to go around the outside through turn 2. Around the outside again. That's brave.
That's a good move. Not easy to do there, Chris.
No, you want to hope the other guy's able to keep it in tight, because you're a bit of a passenger if they run wide.
Yeah, you don't want to go off there. There's really no recovering from running off the track there.
The last lap board out, still nothing between the 2 front runners. Back further, Ava Connell's got the better of Gus O'Halloran. Jet Pryor not far behind.
It's going to be a big braking manoeuvre here for Brodie Curtis if he wants to have a go at winning this race.
I think he's still a chance. He's obviously losing out down the straight, and that's what he's going to have to be careful of on the last lap. But you're right, Rod. He's going to need big brakes at the end of that back straight.
See how much more corner speed he's carrying there. He's trying to carry that all the way through.
And he does.
It was a bit better that time.
So last lap board up. It's anyone's race. Isaac Simmons leads the way.
It's going to be a tough ask, I think, Chris. Isaac's bike's just got that little bit more straight line speed, and he's riding it I'd say better than yesterday. So once again, Brody going around the outside there. That's a great move.
It certainly is, and that's
he's
where he
kept it,
needed to do
and
it.
he's kept it tight. He's just got to maximise all these corners now before the back straight to try to make that gap work for him.
Doing it beautifully at the moment, but we saw Isaac's bike's a lot faster up the hill, and look at that.
Wow, there's a massive difference in straight line speed there.
So I think you're right. Unless Brody can get a great run down here onto the back straight, it's all going to come down to how good he is under brakes at the end of the back straight. So onto the back straight now they come. Isaac Simmons leads the way. Brodie Curtis not far behind, but Brodie's been getting a good run into the sweeper. So
he's a little bit closer than he was on the previous lap, but it's going to be a tall ask from there, Chris.
It certainly is.
He needs to not lose the rear end there, and no, I'd say it's
pretty well over. So great win coming up there for Isaac Simmons. Well done, Isaac. So too Brodie Curtis. Very
good ride from both riders.
Very good ride from both riders. So too David Coward, not far behind as well. Really improving. And then further back to Ava Connell, who still is holding off Gus O'Halloran. And Jeff Pryor not too far behind either. So Gus hanging on to the back of Ava. So good ride there from Gus. All these juniors just increasing every time they go out, improving. We keep saying it, Rod. It's a great proving ground, and this class is producing some great races.
Yeah, it's been getting better all the time. It'd be great to see some more juniors coming through, and if this category can keep improving or finding some more riders, it's going to get just better and better. And so far, Chris, we've seen some riders that have come through this program already that are riding really, really well in the lights category, and even maybe some other categories as well. Tom Turner is a name that comes to mind, who's been going extremely well on the lights.
Oh, absolutely. We saw Tom, I think, lower his PB again yesterday and lap record. It's a shame not to see him out there this morning. I know he's got a big, busy schedule on the Lights GP.
So there'll be some changes to the program today, Chris?
Nothing I'm aware of, Rod.
Nothing we're aware of? No. After the unfortunate incident yesterday afternoon with Mitch?
No, we the clerk, of course, considered running the Super Pole here this morning, but due to a tight schedule, it was decided that would not be run, and instead the pole position would go off the 2-hour bikes at qualifying time.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
So today's program unchanged. Fantastic. So I've got Tas Superbike and Supersport for their race 4 up next. It's going to be their probably their last hit out to just get themselves dialed in for the 2-hour later today.
For the 2-hour bikes, yeah. There's of course some other bikes in there that aren't going in the sprint race, and the 2-hour. So they're just there for the sprint races. Likes of Jason Spencer, Jason Wiley. Certainly both riders turning it on for us yesterday.
Yeah, it was great. I had a chat with Jason Spencer yesterday afternoon and gave him a handshake and said, well done. And
I thought you were going to say gave him some pointers.
No, definitely not. And said, great lap time, of course. And he was very, very happy with the result. And as he said, he just, the bike feels really good. It's only its first real hit out, I think. So he's got a bit more dialing in with the bike, but he's very confident that if he can get some more consistency, that he might be able to sort of start challenging at the front a bit more. So,
well, he's certainly capable of it. We know he's a 600cc lap record holder around here. I think anyone who's raced against Jason knows he's a very, very capable rider.
Yeah, and he's joined that elusive 53 club of local riders. There's not many of them.
Pleasingly, looks like Brett Simmons is rolling around on his Superbike, so let's hope. We're also going to see Jason Spencer, because that's what we were looking forward to. Bit of a head-to-head with these guys.
No, that's great. Good to see Brett bring the Superbike out this morning. So the Tasmanian state champion and current lap record holder of Baskerville for a motorcycle. Certainly very, very exciting to watch race around the circuit, and this is going to be a great head-to-head with Jason Spencer and Jason Wiley.
Well, if Jason actually comes out, he's not on track at the moment.
Oh, that's a shame. He's not down there yet?
No.
Okay. Maybe he's not doing the 2 hour?
Not doing the 2 hour,
okay,
no.
Rightio. Well, I'm sure he's going to fight his way out, unless there's some sort of machine issue that's cropped up overnight.
Well, you need to hurry, because bikes are being sent out now, so I'd be saying he's actually not going to run. That's very disappointing.
It is disappointing, because that would have been a great spectacle to see Brett and Jason having a good dice at the front. I'm sure that's where they'll be. Your tips on this one, Chris? Do you think we know Brett's very capable and very hard to beat around here? Can you see anybody challenging him in this field?
No, not even close. I think Jason Wiley will probably get away, maybe tag on to Brett for a couple of laps, but honestly, barring any mistakes from Brett, I can't see anyone really challenging him at the moment. He's probably carrying a bit of adrenaline already from watching Isaac go around and win race 1.
Yeah, he'd be chuffed.
He'd be absolutely chuffed. So I think the standout in this field for me yesterday, honestly, was Matthew Long. What he did on that 600. You can see he's qualified there on P2. He was clearly the fastest 600cc rider on track, and actually challenging Jason Wiley a little bit there on that Ducati Panigale.
Yeah, he was right with him on that race 3, so there was nothing in it at the line. Really, there's only a second or so between them. So, riders are finding their grip positions, ready for the start. Missing Peter Bellchambers from the front row, and obviously Jason Spencer from row 2. So there's a clear run there for some of the guys there in the rows further back. But red flag is on the way in. We're in the starters' hands. Red light is on. And we've got a great start from Matty Long. And Jason Wiley there trying to keep the front wheel down on the Ducati as he pours the power on up into turn 1.
Yeah, it looked like a pogo stick, didn't it, at the front end of that?
Looked like my old bike used to.
It did. In fact, I saw a lot of clutch shudder on the Ducati as he's trying to launch it, so it wasn't a pleasant thing at all for him, but he still got away well. But it's Matthew Long at the front. Watch that Panigale eat up the 600 up the hill. Sure enough, but it's not going to be enough for him to get through before Suckers.
Interesting. Just looking for Brett Simmons there. He must have got the best start. For Brett, normally Brett would be starting from the back of the grid.
Most likely, yes. Of course, we didn't see him up there at the front, so you're right. But he's already making his way through, already up into 3rd place.
Wow, massive power wheelie there from Brett Simmons. That must have been for about 150 metres or more.
Actually grabbed another gear on the back wheel, I think.
He certainly did. That was very impressive. And you'll see the commitment that Brett Simmons has there. He's very, very motivated to get through to the front, and already piling the power on and on the back of Matthew Long into turn 1.
It'd be interesting to see where he gets through on Matthew. I'm guessing up the hill, because Matthew's carrying good corner speed, so I don't think he's going to do anything through the S's here.
He certainly had a look.
He did have a look. He actually got held up a little bit. Surprises me. But up the hill here, the 600 is going to have no answers for that 1,000.
Wow, look at the power. The torque kicks in there up the hill there, and the wheel about a metre in the air. So it's a very impressive sight seeing these 1000s put the power down.
Yeah, it certainly is, particularly on a nice sunny day like it is.
And we've looked down the back straight now, guys and girls. Brett Simmons here, probably another big 150 metre wheelie as he comes down.
Certainly is. Makes it look easy, doesn't it?
Certainly does. We know it isn't. Well, it was a late braking manoeuvre there from one of the 600 runners. I can't work out who that is. Got Marcus Delaney there in 4th. Jonathan Hughes right behind him. So they're a bit closer to Matthew Long today than they were yesterday. But Matthew Long riding very well, leading the 600 group. We can see Brett Simmons there is posting the fastest lap of the race so far. And he's hunting down Jason Wiley, so it's not going to be long, Chris. And we'll see Brett Simmons on the back of Jason Wiley, I'm sure. He has posted the fastest lap so far. Just get a look at what that is, a 55.10 or 55.3 for Jason Wiley. So the 600 boys so far, Matthew Long 57.1, Marcus and Jonathan 57.5s between them. So
Still Jason Wiley heading the way though, Rod.
yeah, I think based on what we know Brett can do, I think it will only be another lap or so, and he'll be through. I think.
Interested to see where he does it. I'm guessing under brakes at the end of the straight. I'm just keen to see the straight line comparison between these two. Both very powerful bikes.
Yeah, there'll be definitely nothing in it up the hill.
Knowing Brett, I wouldn't be surprised if he chooses the most difficult place to do it, just to make the point.
Up at Suckers?
I don't know, but it's going to be interesting. I'm still guessing at the end of the back straight under brakes. We don't often get to see Brett having to recover positions because he usually starts so well. He's usually heading the pack.
There's some bit of busy action going on at the bottom of the hill here.
Plenty of bikes in that group.
There's a gaggle of 4 or 5 bikes there. So.
Back to the leaders, coming down the back straight over the hump as we speak. So is Brett going to put a move on this time around? No, not close enough. But certainly inching forward or closing down that gap.
He's definitely getting closer.
Certainly is. Lap time wise, about to give you an update. Jason Wiley goes through at a 55.1. Brett Simmons 54.8. So still very, very comfortable lap times there for Brett. He went faster on the Damien Falls machine, his 2-hour ride yesterday in a low 54. So given this is his own bike, that he set a lap record on at what, flat 53 or something?
Yeah, flat 53. So I know he doesn't have new tyres on, so he's running older tyres. So maybe that's the difference.
Plenty going on further back in the field.
It's very busy to turn 2.
Yeah, bikes going left, right, and centre.
It's like a bowling alley there. Bikes going every direction.
Peter Bellchambers in that mix. Brian Smith.
Just looking at the leaders about to come around the sweeper again. So Brett Simmons is pretty much on the curtail there of Jason Wiley. He's just got to find a way through if it's going to be possible.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, and I think he's probably just having a bit of a look here at the moment. Look at the extra speed Brett carries there into turn 1.
He's definitely having a look up into turn 2. He's just rehearsing where he might be able to get past. He's going to have a look here as well, Chris. So he's looking at every opportunity.
Yeah, he's actually looking impatient all the way through those corners. So you can see how much Brett's got in reserve.
Wow, look at once again, the front wheels coming up on the bikes. Very, very similar there, Chris, in acceleration. Nothing in it up the hill between the Panigale and the CBR 1000.
Not at all. It's going to be interesting to see down the straight this time because they're almost going to be side by side to see the acceleration difference.
Oh, Brett Simmons got a really good run onto the straight here, and I think he's going to go past.
Wiley's going to try and outbrake him and close the door on him.
Oh, wow, that was very close. They got very tight at the braking area.
That's going to fire Brett up. I can see a move coming up here into turn 1, I think. No, Jason Wiley keeps the.
I think here we go into turn 2, Chris. Brett's going to have trying to go up here, but he's had a look. Once again, he's had to just set it up a little bit. Just sit there and have a look. Look up the hill. The acceleration between the two bikes is absolutely identical.
Yeah, nothing in it at all. Look at this group of riders coming over the start-finish line now. We've got Peter Bellchambers, Juhu Lee, Waits Frater, Daniel Briggs, Brian Smith. Having a great time.
Once again, right, back to the leaders coming down the back straight again. We've got some lap traffic in the braking market. It's going to be interesting.
That's Ryan Chen. It's going to cause a bit of trouble here because there's a last lap board coming up. Let's hope both riders get through cleanly. And they do. But it's not what Brett needed at this stage. 1 lap left to do it. Where's he going to do it, Rod?
Oh, I think end of the straight. I think will be the spot.
It's going to have to be the end of the straight. Or into Suckers.
The lap traffic could be the interesting part. They're definitely going to catch some more riders before the end of this lap.
Can he get a drive up the hill to put a move on to Suckers? Probably not at this stage. I think Brett's probably thinking end of the back straight.
There's certainly nothing in it.
Not at all. Slightly slower lap times last time around, probably because of the lap traffic.
All right, here we go. This is the last hurrah for Brett. He's got to have a good run down the straight here.
And more lap traffic.
Wow, Brett Simmons, what a move. What a move there, Chris. He's come from well back, gone around the outside into the straight, and he's going to take the race win. Fantastic move there from Brett Simmons.
Completely outsmarted Jason Wiley there.
Absolutely fantastic move. I don't think I've seen him do that one for a while.
No, I think Jason was looking for a move up the inside. Didn't see Brett coming down the outside.
Fantastic win there, Brett. I think he snuck that one on him. That was a very, very impressive manoeuvre there. He was about, he was a good 5 or 6 bike lengths back as they enter the braking area.
He was. I didn't actually think like Jason Wiley looked like he's braking as hard as he could. It didn't look as untidy or as like the bike was on the limit. And Brett certainly made up a lot of ground under brake. So I don't know if Jason was looking at the lap traffic or what. But
yeah, interesting.
Brett got the job done.
He certainly did. No, very impressive. That was a great race. Good way to kick the day off.
Absolutely. Just as we say, real shame Jason Spencer wasn't in the mix. That would have been absolutely outstanding.
I'll just do a bit of a recap on the results. So, of course, Brett Simmons taking the win, Jason Wiley from second. Then we got the first of the 600 riders, Matthew Long, another outstanding ride for Matthew. He takes third position. Marcus Delaney coming through in fourth. It's great to see Marcus there at 56.56 for Marcus as well. So finding a bit of pace, getting ready for the 2 hour. Jonathan Hughes, very, very close to Marcus, the line in fifth. Great ride from Jonathan. David Bartels, once again, Chris, he's just going from strength to strength, coming through in sixth position from Joel Benson. Good to see Joel back. That's a great result for Joel. Wade Schrader coming through in ninth, and Ian DeBoer in ninth, and Juhu Lee in 10th. So, yeah.
Good race.
Good race. Fantastic.
Let's take a very, very quick break before our next group are called up. We'll be back very shortly. Okay, bikes are now gridding up for the start of race 3. This is our Formula 3 and Formula Baskerville class, or classes combined. Had some good battles, particularly at the front in this class yesterday, between Larry Eaton on the KTM Motard and Dale Madden on the SV650. So the KTM 350 versus an SV650 Suzuki, but straight line speed not that different between the two, Rod, surprisingly.
No, very similar. I was expecting the SV650 to be at least 6, 7, 10 bike lengths quicker down the back straight. but it's not. It's probably only maybe 1 or 2. It's definitely got a little bit more straight line pace, but it's not much.
Chatting to Dale this morning, he was saying he was loving his racing, but his goal is to go under the minute. He said he wants to do it before he's 70. So I'm not sure what Dale's age is. I think that gives him plenty of time to do it.
I think it gives him. I think it starts with a 6, but not exactly sure. Somewhere in that area where it is, but he's definitely riding very well.
Well, I'm thinking he's got plenty of time left.
I think so.
Perfect conditions here this morning, and as you say, he's riding well. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. Now we know. I think the fastest SV650 round here is from Harry Sellers. We confirmed that yesterday. What was that, 58.1?
58.1, I think, yeah.
So a little way to go, but still getting under the minute is still a very, very handy time.
We've seen some really good starts from Larry Eaton. He's second on the grid on the front row. Usually 3 or 4 wheel stands as he changes gears up the straight here. So if you're anywhere in pit lane and watch Larry off the line, it's quite interesting trying to get the motard up into turn 1.
Great to see John O'Bennett having a ride too.
We're in the rider's hands. A little bit of a creep there from Dale Madden. Once again, Larry's a bit more contained today than yesterday in the start. Not as many wheelies.
No, but Dale Madden's the man. He will lead the field. Only just holding out Larry Eaton. And that's Nathan Toll behind him. From Daniel Briggs, has got a good sale on the Yamaha R3.
Yeah, it looked like a couple of riders might have moved a little bit before the start. Did you?
Briggsy right down the outside of Nathan Toll.
Okay.
And the more nimble Yamaha R3.
Won't last long. Unfortunately, he'll get smoked up the hill, you'd imagine.
I was just saying at the start, Jonathan Bennett having maybe his first race meeting on the Yamaha R1. I was talking to him this morning. He said he felt a bit off yesterday, so he wasn't having a ride. But first hit out this morning, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Bike number 8.
Okay.
Yamaha R1.
We'll certainly have a bit more of a speed advantage than some of the bikes
as you can see,
down the back straight here.
But Nathan Toll right on his back wheel. Actually going to put a move on him, is he?
Well, is that Daniel Briggs there on the
Yamaha R3? Dale Madden's man. He will lead the field over the line for the first time. Closely followed by Larry Eaton, Nathan Toll, Jonathan Bennett, Daniel Briggs, and Darren Grice doesn't round out the field. Gary Edwards does on the Z650. Once again, it's almost a replay of yesterday, Rod.
Absolutely. Larry's not as close as he was as some of the races yesterday.
Oh, Briggsy, look at that. He's up the inside of these bigger bikes through the S's and then gets smoked down the straights.
He certainly will. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have the straight line speed on that little bike to...
Back up the inside through suckers.
He's going to make him keep working for it, though, using the superior corner speed of the more nimble bike.
Yeah, and it's going to all be undone again as soon as they get onto the back straight.
And probably a bit more experience than some of those other riders as well, because Daniels has been doing it for a while now. But Dale Madden, back to the leaders. Dale on the way around the sweeper here. He's got probably about a 3 or 4 second lead now to Larry Eaton. He's definitely got his head down.
So lap time, 61.6. So a little way to go before he breaks the minute.
Yeah, a clear. He's got just over 3 seconds to Larry. Larry a 1:03. 1-2 there on the previous lap.
Look at this following group. You got, I think, Nathan Toll at the front there. That's John O'Bennett on the R1. Briggsy going around the outside on the R3, and then you've got Darren Grice at the back of that. And once again,
Briggsy up the inside again, so he's going to keep making them work for their positions.
And the R1 just blows it away again. It's a good thing we have electronic lap timing these days, Rod.
Yeah, certainly you'd be busy down in the timekeeper's box in the old days.
Yeah, there'd be lots of pieces of paper going in the bin. I think Dale Madden's starting to stretch out that lead a bit.
Yeah, it's looking like he's putting a second or two on Larry at the moment every lap by the look of it. He's probably got that out to about 6 seconds now.
1:01.76. He said he would like somebody to make him ride faster. He's preferring to ride in a group or having a bit of a carrot in front of him, so he's finding leading a bit more challenging. But back to this following group, Nathan Toll, John O'Bennett, Daniel Briggs, Darren Grice. Still nothing between the three of them. And getting into the twisty section again, Rod, I expect Daniel Briggs to be amongst it.
He certainly is, as you can see there on the little R3. He's got a lot more corner speed, and he's going to go inside or outside here. I think of no, he's staying on the outside, so he hasn't quite got the track position that he had on the previous couple of laps. So that's probably going to be it for Daniel for challenging those riders ahead now. He's just lost that track position.
Yeah, it's very important to, as we keep saying, stay close enough that they don't completely lose you down the back straight.
No change at the front. Still Dale Madden comfortably out in the lead and stretching at every lap. That lead now, I think Chris must be out to about 6 seconds to Larry Eaton. So
it certainly looks like that on track, Rod.
Yeah, it's about nearly 7 seconds. So Dale was really smoking Larry on this one. It hasn't been like that previously yesterday. We saw them much closer, within a second or so of the line. But today, Dale Madden's shown Larry a clean pair of heels here.
Yeah, we did see Larry lead Dale for a few laps yesterday. We thought it might have been Larry's turn for a win, but Dale did manage to get the better of Larry in the end. Once again, the Z650 of Gary Edwards making its way around. Great to see the older Kawasaki still circulating.
Running our good friend Brad Wotton's number 48. Yes,
be nice to see Brad down here again one day.
Yeah, I thought he might have potentially made an appearance for the 2 hour, but
I know he's not a good spectator.
No, he doesn't like it, that's for sure. Definitely loves his motorcycle racing and will be chafing at the bit to, no doubt, get his bum on a seat, but it's probably just not something that's possible at the moment.
He might be due for a career in commentary, Rod.
Maybe so. Maybe we could convince him to come down and do that. Guest commentator. He's certainly carved a lot of laps around a lot of racetracks around Australia.
That's for sure. So position settled down a little bit. That following pack, Nathan Toll from
John Bennett.
Jono Bennett from
Daniel Briggs
and Darren Grice.
They've sort of found their spots now. Unfortunately for Daniel Briggs there, as you can see, going up the hill, he just doesn't have an answer for the horsepower of those bigger bikes ahead of him. He's making up a lot of time in the corners, but unfortunately it's just a little bit too big a fight for him.
Race leader Dale Madden must be getting towards the end of the race. 2 laps to go.
Still 2 to go.
Larry Eaton having a bit of a lonely ride.
Certainly is. Dale and Larry both having a fairly lonely ride on this one.
So what's interesting here, Nathan Toll heading Jono Bennett. 600 versus 1,000. I can see Jono Bennett's going to be a chance to pick up this position in the closing laps, Rod.
Yeah, Jono just, he's obviously didn't ride yesterday, but he just did a 103.8, so that's his quickest lap so far of the race. So he's definitely, there was a full second, or nearly a full second quicker than the bike ahead of him. So he's definitely got a chance to challenge for the next position.
Particularly with that extra horsepower down the back straight. So we'll keep an eye on that. Last lap board now being prepared for our race leader, who's just entering the sweeper at the moment. Dale Madden about to cross the start-finish line. So last lap starter for Dale. Larry Eaton having a great meeting. Not only...
well, there was a challenge there, Chris.
There was a challenge.
And I think he's actually gone past Jono Bennett. He has.
No, he hasn't.
Sorry, no, he hasn't. He was definitely challenging.
Only 1 lap to go, so he's going to have to think about it. And so too Darren Grice on Daniel Briggs. I'd be thinking that Darren Grice has a chance there of getting past Briggsy down the back straight. But
yeah, Gricey did a 61 on that yesterday. I remember seeing on the timing. So far today, he's still warming up. What has he done today? So far 64.2. So he was a good 3 seconds quicker yesterday afternoon. I did see a low 61.
Checkered flag being readied for Dale Madden, who's just coming through the sweeper as I speak. So another very, very convincing win there from Dale Madden.
Just going back to this battle for third place, and Jono Bennett, unfortunately, he had a little bit more speed down the straight, but he's not as strong in the braking area, and that probably should be it between those two. Still, riders still learning their craft and finding their feet with the way to get around a racetrack. So
But well done. Both riders, very tidy race. I'm sure they both thoroughly enjoyed that. Gricey did get the better of Briggs in the end. Used the superior power of that bike down the back straight. As we keep saying, it can be a bit demoralising.
And yeah, Darren did his fastest lap of the race, a 63.2 there on that last lap to make that move possible.
Yeah, as you said, I think he was running better times there yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but I did see a 61. I thought it was a pretty good time still learning that new bike that he's bought.
Yeah, that's right. Your bikes take a bit of time to get sorted and get your head around.
Especially that particular bike, the Kramer. It's probably one of the only ones in Australia. Custom purpose-built race bikes. It's a very neat little package if you're in pit lane. Or in the pits, I should say, go and have a look at it. It's very impressive. KTM motor, quite a bit of power, very light, full work suspension and everything in it.
Yeah, look, I'm sure it's a very capable motorcycle. It'd be good to see what Gricey can do with that as he becomes more familiar with it.
I remember, Darren said the weight was 120 kilos dry. So I remember many years ago, Chris having a KR1 250, or two-stroke Kawasaki, and that was, according to the owner's manual, 123 kilos dry. And that bike was so fast on corners, it wasn't funny.
Yeah,
It was just Grastra Hill, not that we sped around there, very, very capable through the corners.
Never.
It was a 100k zone back then.
Just one moment.
So Nathan Toll did take the win there for the Formula Baskerville. Chris and Dale Madden for Formula 3. Best lap for Dale Madden there, a 101.61. So he's sort of getting closer to that minute mark. I'm not sure what Dale's best time is, but I'm sure he'd be pretty happy with a low 61.
Yeah, as we have said a few times, the Formula Basketball class is an introductory class, so you shouldn't be feeling intimidated by it, and I think that just proves it, that someone like John O'Bennett's gone out and had a great time. As you said, Rod, it's an opportunity to learn your craft and not feel like you've got to race the quickest people in the paddock.
Yeah, it's a class that we typically see that the rider makes the most difference. It's not the bike you're on, it's the rider.
That's right.
The riders in the Formula Basketball category are still learning how to race a motorbike and how to get around a circuit quickly. So it tends to be more riding ability than the bike's ability at that point. As you learn and you improve and you go faster, then things like bike setup and the right gearing and bits and pieces start making the difference you need to go faster. But generally, you'll find, as we know, Chris, it's just practice, and your lap times will improve as you learn how to go faster.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's I think the number one benefit for up-and-coming riders is just to keep practicing rather than trying to throw more money at exhausts and tyres and suspension.
Oh, look, that all comes later. It's really most of the time to find on a motorcycle is with the rider. Most of the bikes that you can jump on, as we know, are straight out of the box. They're pretty good to ride. They don't have bad brakes. They don't have bad suspension. Not like the old days where bikes could be a bit iffy. They're pretty competitive straight away. So it really comes down to the rider to learn within themselves how to get the best out of it.
That's right. Providing you've got a basically safe setup, you can do a lot with a standard bike, as you say. Certainly in the old days, that's what people did. I shouldn't say the old days. So, in years gone by, certainly when I started, no such thing as tyre warmers. We didn't know anything about suspension. We just rode with bikes as they came, and they were pretty good out of the box. And we just dealt with it, and we had no problems. We still rode them, close to their limits and our limits, and had a lot of fun.
Yep.
There's no doubt at all you can continue to improve them, but as you say, Rod, I think that comes later. Just learn to ride the bike and do laps and practice initially.
And look, we've seen that. Let's take Matthew Long. His reasonably short career. We've seen him put a lot of time and effort into just doing every ride day, every race meeting, at both circuits here in Tassie, and and we saw him where he started to where he is now. So, practice makes perfect.
Yeah, he's absolutely the best example, I think, of hard work pays off.
All right, well, that gets us to the next. We've got the red flag in for the next race, which is our pre-modern open and historics.
Red light is on. Racing, nice start from Bob Sellers. So too Joe Browning, a bit of a wheel stand, but Stuart Bugg also down the outside, looking to pick up maybe second. No, it'll be third place for Stuart Bugg. Bob Sellers will actually lead the pack. Great ride yesterday from Joe Browning. Hopefully he can put in another good day's racing here today. Excuse me. The R1 of Bob Sellers, though, certainly the bike to be on.
Yes, very competitive bike around here. As we know, we've seen the bike do very competitive lap times in the past.
But also, as you said quite rightly yesterday, Rod, it is a tiring bike to ride. Lots of horsepower.
Yep, certainly does. Even you see there, Bob there getting the front wheel up over the hump as he comes down the back straight.
Oh, he's down.
Come down. That's no good. That's nice looking crash there for Bob. He's lost the front there. He's on his feet though. That's a great sign.
A bit hard to understand what happened there. I don't know if the tyre wasn't the temperature, but it didn't look like he was pushing hard enough into the corner to have caused that. So don't really know.
No, that's not a good place for could potentially see a red flag for this one, Chris. The bike there.
Yeah, not a good place. I mean, obviously, if the riders pay attention to a waving yellow, there should be no reason to be taking risks there. But that's the call of clerk of the course.
Well, Bob looks all right anyway. He's just assessing the damage and having a look at the bike. It's probably best you move from there, Bob, I think. Worry about picking up the bits and pieces later. But the race is still continuing on, so there will be just under yellow flag at this stage at the end of the back straight.
Yeah, you're right. It'd be nice if Bob did move on from there. There's a race going on.
Yeah, certainly not the place you should be hanging around as a rider. You should be vacating the area.
But back to the actual race, Joe Browning leading the way. Stuart Bugg right on his heels. So now it's pressure on for these guys. They've actually got a race win, or potential race win coming up.
Yeah, I think Stuart Bugg's probably possibly the man to beat, even though he's in second.
I don't know. I think both these guys have lapped in the nines yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
So it's going to be really good. Of course, behind them, Don Fenton on the CBR 1000. He's got the capacity advantage. These other guys are probably got a bit of lap time advantage.
Well, nothing in it. I'm just looking at the times between the three. So Joseph Browning is 60.88, Stuart Bugg is 60.74, and Don Fenton is 60.97. So, there's clearly nothing in it there. 3/10 between the three of them. So,
I'll tell you what, Bob Sellers still standing there on the edge of the track.
Now, Bob, you should move across to the tyre wall. You should probably know better than to stand there where he is, but anyway.
Joe Browning still riding beautifully there at the front of the field.
Yeah, certainly no change at the front, and positions have stayed exactly the same as they were in the previous lap.
How are we going for lap times there, right? It's 59.42, 59.37 for Joseph and Stuart, so nothing at all between them. It's a flat minute for Don Fenton. So
Stuart Bugg, once again, he's done the fastest lap of the race, but there's nothing in it, a 0.37 and a 0.42. So a gap between them, between the two of Joseph Browning and Stuart Bugg of half a second.
Yeah, Stuart Bugg got more racing experience. Joe Browning has only done a few meetings. Now, what they can't allow for is a last corner braking duel because there's a yellow flag waving, so they cannot overtake up there.
Yes, so Stuart Bugg needs to do it probably into turn 1 or turn 2, if possible. There's probably not very many areas on the track that Stuart's going to have more pace. He did look a bit quicker through turn 1, and whether he can use that momentum to carry that into turn 2 and then get the job done.
Well, he put a good move on in turn 1 yesterday, didn't he?
He did pull a very, very good move. He is quick into turn 1, so as you can see, I think he's probably being held up a bit. He's probably got the pace if you could get into the lead to get away, but as you know, you can quite often catch a rider ahead of you, but it's not always easy to get past.
No,
once
and
again.
as I keep saying, he can't rely on a braking move down here. Don't tell me he's going to do that with the yellow flag waving.
And Stuart, that's unfortunately that's going to be a penalty.
Well, technically it's before the yellow. It depends on whether or not there's the yellow flag waving up further on the track.
But I think he realised there, and he's actually rolled out of it, let him go back past. So I'm not sure if that counts, but he's definitely realised that the yellow flag was there, and basically sat up in through the early part of the sweeper.
Point being, though, there's a bike and a rider standing in a very dangerous area, so he really should not be trying to put on an overtake.
Yeah, it's sometimes, riders caught up in the battle of what they're doing. It's easy to miss flags, but
it certainly is.
You're concentrating very hard on what's going on around you, and you've got other bikes around you. It's sometimes not easy to spot the flags. Anyway, Stuart, I think he probably needs to try a different angle here, and turn one is where he's been really strong. He's also looking up the inside again there. That's just not sure what he's trying to do there, Chris. But this is where he needs to get the job done. He needs to get that run around the start-finish like he was getting yesterday.
Yeah, he's like Joe Brownlee's carrying some good speed across there. I don't know that he's going to give Buggy much of an opportunity. Buggy maybe into the top of the S's. He's pretty good through there. He closes up a fair bit on Joe through there, so I think it's an opportunity, Rod.
Yeah, looking at the two riders, I think if Stuart Bugg was in the lead, I think he would have pulled away. I think he's probably finding himself getting a little bit held up here in the corners. But anyway, it is what it is. That's racing. Sometimes the bike ahead of you's got a little bit more pace and the rider's not quite as quick in a certain area, but you've just got to work that out yourself. It's not always easy.
So onto the back straight for the second last time.
Once again, Stuart Bugg looking up the inside again on the brakes. It's he's just maybe he's just getting himself in track position, Chris. But there's clearly a yellow flag down there.
So last lap board now. So who's it going to be, Rod?
Oh, I can't see it changing, Chris. I think Joseph Browning's got this one.
Yeah, I tell you what, for a somebody fairly new to racing, he's doing an outstanding job there at the front. You'd like to think you're going to see him go from strength to strength as a racer.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. 59.22 for Joseph is his best lap so far in this race, but Stuart Bugg 58.97, so it's a really good time on the old ZX7 there for Stuart Bugg.
Like as we've said many times, anything under the minute around here is having a fair old go.
Absolutely.
Down the straight for the last time. Buggy actually coming up the outside. We'll put a move on.
Oh, that's a great move from Stuart Bugg. And he's got it done well. I think that's fair. All legal, Chris, I dare say.
It depends on where the other yellow is, Rod, but Stuart Bugg will actually be the first bike over the line. Potentially a bit of controversy depending on that yellow flag waving and where the overtake took place, but not our call. It's up to our clerk, of course, to consider.
Well, I don't think there's a yellow flag in the down the pit straight. I'm not sure, but down the main straight, I should say. I think, it looked like it was fair and reasonable.
Yeah.
And once again, we're not the judge of the rules, but it looked okay to us.
Certainly not what you want, though, last-minute overtakes with a rider standing next to the track.
Yeah, look, I just, with all Bob's experience in racing, I really thought he would have moved away from there, but I certainly would have. Not a place you'd want to be standing. You're feeling like a bowling ball. Or 10-pin, I should say, for a potential 10-pin bowling. The bike can come through there at a fair bit of pace. I think Stuart Bugg may have done his fastest lap of the race on that last lap. He certainly did. He dug deep, Chris, at 58.38 to take that win. And also Joseph did his fastest lap trying to get the win, so a 59.05 for Joseph. So they certainly pushed themselves right to the very end.
Well, that's what you want to see. That's what racing's about. And it does bring the best out in you. And look, congratulations to both those guys. Yeah, really outstanding rides from both of them.
It's a really good time from Buggy, 58.3. Very impressive.
Both great-looking machines. So exactly what you want to see from both riders.
Yeah, it's certainly very immaculately presented, both those bikes. Steel Bugs, if you're a fan of your early model Kawasaki ZX7s, which I think were a great bike. I remember the year of Anthony Gobert, World Superbikes and ASBK. Certainly a well-regarded machine in the era, and Steel Bugs got two of them, and they're very immaculately presented. Very, very nice to have a look over and cast the eye around them.
Yeah, what a great race bike they were in the era, Rod.
They certainly were, and Karen Webb coming in on the 1980, 89 or 90 GSXRs. Once again, very popular race bike from the day, and extremely popular road bike with the young lads and ladies of the era.
Yeah, we spoke a bit about that yesterday. I think the ZX7s, probably the outstanding. Well, what I remember most, I guess, when they were here at Baskerville was Matt Mladen riding one around here.
Well, that would have been the ZXR actually.
ZXR, yes, you're
750,
right.
The one with the twin cooler pipes going down into the tank from the screen. They
That's
were
right, yes.
pretty amazing. That was what's all that about back in the day. But yeah, it was early model pressurized airboxes, even though they were carburetors. And weren't they a racy looking machine with those with that setup?
Oh, look, yeah, absolutely outstanding. I think the thing about bikes of that era were every new model that came out was actually significantly different. You saw the technical improvement, whereas today's bikes continue to improve, but it's not as obvious to the eye.
Yeah.
Back then it was leaps and bounds, and every new model that came out you were salivating over. It was like, I cannot believe
and
they've done that.
I remember Chris, us being the same age, looking at what would I buy, a ZXR or a. They were both very tempting machines to purchase. We'll just take a quick break and we'll be back shortly. Okay, just had a short break, a couple of things to sort out. So we are back, ready for the next race on the calendar, Chris, on the program.
Yeah, we're up to our GP Lights production. Certainly a racing class we always look forward to. Lots of competition.
Yeah, certainly is. It's one of the great categories that we always love to watch. Usually, some great racing at the front. We've seen some epic battles over the years in this category.
We certainly have. I think back a couple of years when just about every single race we had Jesse Woods and Jeremy Huddleston duking it out at the front.
Yeah, we saw some great races between those two, bashing bearings almost. Very clean, but they would certainly push each other right to the end. Saw some pretty amazing last lap battles. Great manoeuvres around the outside across the start-finish line, and some late braking manoeuvres as well into the straight.
That's right. Not to take away from all the battles that go on throughout the field, because that's the great thing about that class. All the way through the field, you see great battles and great contests, and it's just a real spectacle to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is. And those mix of Grand Prix bikes and production bikes, so you've got the two different categories duking it out for honours, but also outright honours means a lot as well. So if you can do well on a production bike like Jesse Woods is doing, he's finishing on the podium in most races outright against those GP bikes, so that's a great effort as well. But the different categories offer very different levels of performance and rideability between the GP-based bike and the production bikes.
A couple of updates on some incidents that happened during the Lights race yesterday. We had two crashes there at turn one involving Chad Wiley. So I don't actually know what caused Chad to crash, but he did have a medical checkup. He's A-OK apparently, according to his dad. He's likely to be back racing today. In fact, I can see him rolling out right now, which is great to see. Also, the lap after Chad went down, Liam Waters went down. I was chatting to Liam this morning, and he said that he got a little bit wide on the outside turn, between turn 1 and 2 there are a few bumps. So the bike was a little unsettled, and then there was a strong wind going through.
Yep.
He added a bit more lean angle to try and compensate for the wind, and the front closed. So went down. He actually slid very, very smoothly and quite relaxed, but the bike was pirouetting in the dirt behind him. So
okay, not what you want to see.
But back out there today, which is great.
And a great mix too in the GP bikes as well. We've got some Moto 3 4-stroke Moto GP bikes, and you've got the 125, 250, and maybe a 250 or two. But certainly the 125 2-strokes, a lot of fun as well. Make a very different engine note and make power very differently to the 4-stroke 250 Moto 3 bikes.
Yeah, they certainly do. Just looking around the circuit, Rod, what a spectacular day here at Baskerville. Uncharacteristically for the 2-hour. You wouldn't get a better weather here at the moment.
No, think about since 2014 from the first 2-hour race meeting here. That was washed out about 50 minutes in with a terrible storm, and we've had a couple of non-starts, and we've had some very mixed weather conditions. So even last year we saw, unfortunately, there was a lot of rain came through, rain squalls.
Oh, and hail, I think.
Hot and cold, and guys still out on slicks, just not wanting to stop because in the last sort of 10 or 15 minutes with wet track. So yeah, it certainly can be a race that can throw up all sorts of different conditions and challenges. Looking today, though, Chris, that we're going to get a great, consistent day, I think, of weather.
Yeah, we're certainly due, or this event's certainly due for it.
Absolutely.
Makes it a lot easier to, I don't know about easier, but certainly it's more enjoyable, I think, on a motorcycle when it's a clear, sunny day.
Yeah, absolutely. And think, when we had the first one in 2014, it was held in, I think, January or February.
Yes, it was. I think it was early February from memory.
And we figured that we'd have better weather and other reasons to change it to a December date. And unfortunately, we were plagued with issues with the December dates as well. So that's good old Tassie weather. You could never pick it.
That's for sure. So Liam Waters, the first man on the front row on pole position. Right behind him, Jesse Woods has been getting the starts of the weekend on that The more talky four-stroke certainly launches well. Terran P3 gets terrible starts typically, which is a shame because he's a competent front runner, but has to recover so much ground in the opening laps.
Yeah, well, that bike of Terran's is a 125cc two-stroke, so notoriously more difficult to get off the line. So
Tom Turner as well. Michelin, I think. Yeah, I heard he was feeling a bit unwell today, so not out there today, which is unfortunate.
We're in the starter's hands, Chris. Lights are on and we're away. And once again, Jesse Woods on the production bike. A great start. But Liam Waters, as the Moto3 bike gathers its stride, probably will make the haste into turn 2.
No, it doesn't quite get down the inside. So
once again, great start from Larry Eaton on the motard in 3rd position so far.
Interesting to watch this GP bike of Liam Waters against the production bike of Jesse Woods. Just straight line speed. Not much in it, is there?
Clearly a bit more difference off the corner there. A lot more straight line speed there for the Moto3 bike, as you'd expect.
Wow, look at it bolting away down the hill there.
And down the back straight here, you'll see, they're only they're 250cc four-stroke, but it's a purpose-built race bike, and they're very, very fast, as you can see here. Clearly pulling away from production bike. Jesse Woods on the 400cc Kawasaki. Larry Eaton, though, doing a great job on that 350 KTM motard. He's going to make those riders behind him do a bit of work to get past, because Larry is very quick on the corners with the motard. Fantastic handling through the twisty parts.
See who is having a great race meeting. That's Aaron Wade, just making his way up on the inside of, can't quite pick who that is, but had a terrific race here yesterday afternoon. I was having a quick chat to him, and he said he's absolutely loving it out there at the moment. Feeling fantastic on the bike, and we can certainly see that from here. That might be Nathaniel Green he just ran up the inside of.
Is it Aaron?
Yeah.
Okay. Where is he on track? And he's in he's in P6, I look of it. Ollie Skinner doing well. Also, he's in position 5, so once again, he's going really well. Brody Curtis in 4th, so...
Our race leader, though, running away comfortably at the front, just entering the sweeper now. So interesting to see what his first flying lap is. Got into the low 8s yesterday, but no wind to speak of today. So it goes through 58.59, so already on pace.
Great to see Larry Eaton making the youngsters work hard behind him there, Chris.
Yeah, certainly. As we keep saying, he's having a great meeting. Seems to be loving it out there. That's Brody Curtis behind him. And that'll be, I think, Aaron Wade behind Brody, yes. No. Taran taking a bit of time to recover from a poor start.
Oh, it is Aaron Wade. Okay, yeah, he's come through. And Taran Ocean, Dane Griggs, and Oliver Skinner, who was there in 5th, has been pushed back now down to 8th position.
Good to see Chad Wiley back out there. As I said, had that little off at turn 1 yesterday.
Certainly no change at the front. Liam Waters showing his class and the ability of the Moto3 Grand Prix bike.
Yeah, we're hoping Liam might come and have a chat to us sometime this morning, just to get a bit of insight into what's going on with his racing at the moment.
Larry Eaton's unfortunately been swallowed up by the Grand Prix bikes and the production 400. He's been shuffled back now to 5th.
Certainly.
And Taran Ocean there also just up the inside of Larry into turn 2, so he's pushed him back to 6th position.
Yeah, just talking about Aaron Wade, though, having such a great ride, still heading Taran Ocean, which is no mean feat.
Yeah, and Brody Curtis, he's doing a fantastic job. He's in 4th position there behind Aaron Wade, so he's on a production bike. So showing that you don't have to have that GP bike to do well, as per Jesse Woods.
Battle of the KTM RC390s between Dane Griggs and Ollie Skinner. Unfortunately, we're missing Doug Watson, who's another regular on the KTMs. And
I did see Doug in the pits yesterday. He had sporting a cast or some sort of strapping on his wrist. So
yeah, had an incident at the bottom of the hill a couple of meetings back.
He'd be hating not being out there riding.
Absolutely, but of course just loves being amongst it in the pits. It's always good to see Doug. Always got a smile on his face.
Taran Ocean, they're having a really good look at Aaron Wade into turn 2.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of time. Taryn was in the 59s yesterday, so Aaron's going around 61 flat thereabouts.
Taryn Ocean, a 59.79, so it's definitely showing he's got a bit more pace. But Brody Curtis doing a fantastic job. He's right on their tails. The 61.2, I think, for Brody.
Brody Curtis, 61.8.
61.8 for Brody. So Liam Waters 57.81 so far.
That's be the fastest lap of the weekend, I think, so far for Liam. And that's most likely because the conditions are allowing that. Absolutely.
Fantastic conditions this morning for motorcycle racing.
Look down there at the flags, Rod. There's hardly a breath from what we can see here.
Definitely, we'll probably see some breeze in the afternoon, but the morning weather is looking after us, and very, very little wind around, so great conditions for getting a good lap time.
Aaron Wade still holding off Taryn Ocean.
Yeah, lots of little micro battles going on around the track, Chris. Little groups of 3 and 2 and 4.
Yeah, typical of the Lights group, isn't it?
Yep.
It's hard to keep across it all.
It gets very busy. Everywhere. When we get the 20 lapper this afternoon after lunch, it ends up very hard to follow. As far as bikes get stretched out around the circuit, with quite a bit of difference in pace between the front runners and the back markers.
Let's look at the corner speed Liam Waters carries through turn 1 there.
Yeah, and a new fastest lap for the race, so 57.57, so he's definitely on it. Relishing in the nice conditions we're having this morning.
Still, Aaron Wade holds off Taryn Ocean. I don't know if Taryn's just biding time, waiting for the right moment. He's certainly got a bit of extra. Looking to go around the outside of Aaron Wade through 2. I don't think he's going to manage that.
I don't think that's possible, not against a similar sort of handling machine.
I think we were saying yesterday that Taryn's one person who may have pulled it off in the past.
Certainly nothing in it between the Aaron's on a 4-stroke, I believe, Chris. Moto 3, 4-stroke.
Just having a look at the timing screen. According to that, no, he's on an RS125.
Okay, so two identical bikes, pretty much.
Just watching for them on the back straight. Just coming back into view now. Aaron's still heading Taryn Ocean. Nothing between them in straight line speed by the looks of it. So most of the work, the extra time from Taryn's finding would appear to be through the back section of the circuit.
Oh, yep, definitely. That's a 2-stroke exhaust can on Aaron Wade's bike, so 2 very, very similar machines.
Up the inside into 2. That's what he's looking for.
That's a great move from Taryn Ocean. So much more. He just didn't put the brakes on there, Chris. Didn't worry about it.
He knew he had extra speed there because he looked around the outside the lap before, and as you said, Rod, lined it up and executed it beautifully. Nice and clean.
No, he did. That was a clean move, and he didn't run wide. Sometimes you'll see riders, do that outbraking manoeuvre, but quite often outbrake themselves and run wide and lose all their drive. So anyway, we're seeing the last lap just been completed. Liam Waters easily taking the win. We'll see Jesse Woods be making his way around to take second.
Yeah, just on the sweeper now is Jesse.
Oh, and Aaron Wade's got ahead of Taryn Ocean. So
wow.
Taryn must have made a mistake somewhere, and looks like Aaron Wade's going to hang on for third. So we missed that, Chris.
There'll be a bit of laughing going on in the pits after that one. But well done to both riders. That was very entertaining. Good ride too from Brody Curtis.
Either at Suckers or Calvin's, Aaron obviously has found a way through. So that was a bit of a turn on the tables for Taryn there.
Chad Wiley just getting the better of Ollie Skinner over the line.
Jesse Woods a 59.99. When you say you want to beat the minute mark, there's how you do it.
And that'll do.
A 59.99. You can't get much closer than that. Well, just recapping the results. So we've got in Lights GP. We'll have Liam Waters taking the win. Aaron Wade in GP for second. Taryn Ocean for third. In production, it'll be Jesse Woods for the win. Brody Curtis will be in second and Larry Eaton in third. Fastest lap 57.57 for Liam Waters. In production, fastest lap Jesse Woods Ninja 400 59.99. Taran Ocean also did was the other rider in the 59s there, 59.78 on lap 3.
I did hear that Liam's dad, Damien, may be listening in this morning from PNG. So if that's the case, glad you can join us. Hope you've enjoyed watching Liam go out and pick up another victory. But information race control, it's time for a sidecar, so 2-minute call for the sidecars, please. Good to see the sidecars out here again today. We spoke a little about it yesterday, that it's a new feature of the 2-hour weekend. We did have quite a few mainland entries lined up to come down. Unfortunately, due to COVID and border control, that didn't turn out. A lot of people not able to make that commitment of potential quarantining. So we're left with a couple of local outfits. So really, we're looking at being a bit of a demonstration. But they'll still be having a bit of a go as well and try and put a race on between themselves. But nevertheless, still very entertaining. Just excuse me for one moment. Okay, apologies for that. So sidecars on track. I was just saying that slightly depleted field on what we had anticipated, but nevertheless great to see a few local outfits out there. I certainly put a lot of work in trying to I shouldn't say restore, but make race ready, I guess, these outfits.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of work would go into getting these ready. Talking to Red earlier today, has been working feverishly on trying to get that outfit of his sorted, and having some issues with the steering, and so hence why we haven't seen him out there. And
yes,
it's not the sort of thing that you can just take out on the road and dial in and get it sorted. So you need to rely on being able to get access to the circuit to get all these things dialed in. Not always easy.
So that's the all grey outfit you'll see. It's all in primer at the moment, but as Rod was just describing, Red's experiencing a lot of. Well, it's very unsettled in the steering. It's starting around from left to right. It's almost tram tracking and feels very unstable. So he's trying to fine tune that. He hasn't managed to actually start a race yet. He's just doing the opening warm-up lap to see how it feels. So with some luck, overnight he's found something. It'd be great to see him actually grid up and do a full race, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, I'm not confident, Chris. Well, he's actually stayed out there.
Fantastic. So that would be good to see him roll around, and
I dare say probably at a fairly reduced pace, because he wasn't confident in the way it was steering.
And that'd be fair enough too, but just so everyone who's watching is aware, that's what he's dealing with at the moment, something that feels very, very unstable in the steering. So if you see him enter the pits during the race, or even just go slow down the straights. You know why. But fingers crossed he's going to be able to complete the event, which would be fantastic for him.
Certainly be fun getting these off the line.
Racing now, and I think that's now Gavin Brooks who's steering that number 6 machine, is it not? Yes, it is. That's the 600. Behind them is John Wilmore. That's a GSX 1100 powered machine. And then we've got Red Warren and Harley Phipps. That's a GSX 1000 engine. But of course, as we said, he's having all sorts of problems with steering on that. As you can see, he's tentatively finding his way around. But let's just hope he can stay out there long enough just to get a bit of a feel for it. Track time is very, very important, as we keep saying, Rod, for anyone, just to get a feeling for your machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounded like, when I was talking to Red about it, it didn't sound like it was much fun, especially in the back straight. You just dive from one side to the other, and that would be very disconcerting.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as we said yesterday, coming back from a very, very bad accident that was caused basically through the same thing. So you can understand why Red would be feeling very uncomfortable about it.
Now, it looks like he's backed right out of it there, Chris, on the back straight. So it doesn't look happy in the steering. You can sort of see the riders are getting shuffled around from side to side there. So I dare say we'll see him entering the pit here and keep on investigating.
I think you're right. But back here at the front, machine number 6.
I did manage to catch up with Elise as well, who's swinging in the chair there. I believe she's still out today. She would be in the Gavin Brooks machine. So I did ask her what it was like to be in a sidecar. It's only a new thing for her. She said it was incredibly difficult.
I'm sure it would be.
She said it's very, very physical on the body, and she's got lots of bruises and yeah, she's got some padding on her hip. Tape there, like some, I think the ambulance people might have given her. So she said you sort of throw yourself into the side of this thing and you get knocked around quite a bit. And she did say the timing was crucial from down through turn 2 to turn 3. She said you got to use the G-force to sort of get yourself across the cart. So timing's impeccable. Otherwise, you'll end up getting pitched out of it. And she said also with the braking, you've got to, or with the gear change, you've got to make sure you're not moving and it changes gears because it basically shifts the passenger if they're not holding on, and it upsets the whole apple cart. So sounds like it'd be a pretty hard thing to do, and timing would be crucial with all the moves you make.
Yeah, you can certainly appreciate that. I'm sure when it comes to balance and body position, as you say, being in the right position at the right time would be absolutely critical.
You see her there climbing over the side there for the right-hand corner, so keeping the weight over that side to keep the balance of with the 3 wheels. But they're going to be challenged now for first position.
Of course, you need to have confidence in the rider that they understand your level as well. So the rider has to consider the passenger's ability.
A little bit of a difference in horsepower, but very different engines. The leading sidecar unit's got a GSX-R 600 motor from about 2010 vintage, and the cart behind, it's got an early model, would be a 2-valve head Suzuki GSX 1100 motor. Very well renowned for drag racing and that sort of application in the day, Chris, those big 1100 Suzukis.
I'm actually wondering if they would have been a 4-valve head back then. Some of the early, I
don't
know.
Possibly. I think they were early on a 2-valve head, but look, depends on the era of the engine.
That's right. It's certainly a solid old thing, and we saw in a Period 5 historic racing that those GSX 11s can make big horsepower.
They certainly can.
Oh, look at move coming up the inside, not enough room. I guess that's the thing we don't consider a solo races, Rod, that you have to allow for a lot more room to make an overtake on these sidecars.
Yeah, they're certainly very wide compared to a motorcycle.
But you also see a bit of paint swapping happen.
I tell you what, as the sidecar passenger, if you had looked around behind you, you'd probably be terrified.
You would.
You think, I don't want to fall out, I'll get run over.
Well, exactly right. In fact, Bob Sellers was telling me yesterday that that's one near-death experience he had. He fell out of a sidecar and got run over by the next one.
Right, okay. That would not be because there'd be no doubt a few hundred kilos in them.
Yeah.
You look at a normal solo motorcycle could weigh anywhere from, I guess, most race motorcycles probably sub 200 kilos, but between probably 160 and 200 kilos. So you take one of these with all the extra bits and pieces and the passenger included, you're probably looking at a 300 to 400 kilo outfit.
A bit of a drag down the back straight here. Is the 1100 going to get the better of the 600? Yeah, you can see the horsepower has actually made the difference there.
It certainly did. As you'd expect, the bigger engined machine's got that straight line superiority.
Yeah, I don't think the 600 would be shy on power, but probably lack a bit of torque compared to the bigger 1100. But last lap move, and that'll take the checkered flag. So nice work, guys. It was good to watch. And yeah, just a shame again to see the outfit of Red Warren in the pits. So I'm sure he's just about had enough of this.
Yeah, he'd be getting pretty frustrated with it all, unfortunately. And he's no doubt tried lots of different things to try to sort it out.
Well, he certainly would. Very smart guy when it comes to anything mechanical. But I think that the problem is these things don't come with a user guide.
No, and it's got the technology in the steering. It's fairly different to what you'd imagine. Alrighty. Might just have a quick drinks break, guys, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the next race on the calendar.
That completes the first set of races. So good move, Rod. We'll have a quick refreshing drink and be straight back. Okay, so Tassie Junior's back on track up for race 2 of the day for them. The first of our second set of sprint races. Be certainly nice to see Tom Turner back on track, our lap record holder. It's, I hear he's not feeling the best, so that may be why he's sitting it out and saving himself potentially for the 20 lapper this afternoon. But it does leave the opportunity open for anyone else to claim a victory, and I think that's probably going to go the way of Brodie Curtis based on results to date. David Cower, the first bike around, and David's been riding very, very well this weekend. So too Isaac Simmons. He's probably the man to watch in this race. The race one, certainly the winner of the first race today. Bike number 16 there, Isaac Simmons. Usually a good contest following the leaders between number 10 Gus O'Halloran, 27 Ava Connell, and it's bike 74, which is Jet Pryor. 14, beg your pardon, not 74. So in the starter's hands now, red flag is in. The light's on. Racing. Oh, I don't know if somebody jumped the start there. There's a bit of movement, but Clark, of course, will sort that one out. But the first bike into turn one, it will be Brodie Curtis. Looks like David Coward will pick up P2, and Isaac Simmons right on David's back wheel. Further back, Gus O'Halloran from Jet Prize got the better of Ava Connell. But Brodie off to fire at the front. No doubt Brodie enjoying not having Tom to try and chase down. Look at the speed of that RS85 of Isaac Simmons, though, up the hill. Closes right up onto the back wheel of David Coward up there over Suckers. A fast run down the hill. Through Calvin's and onto the back straight, and that's where that two-stroke of Isaac Simmons really eats up some ground on these four strokes in front of him. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get past David. Yeah, there it goes. Flies straight past David Coward. Nothing he can do about it. Now Isaac looking to chase down Brodie Curtis. Brodie certainly fought valiantly in race one against Isaac. It was a great battle, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens if Isaac does actually close up on Brodie here. Just keep saying, David Coward certainly putting in a great race meeting. There's no doubt at all that he's improving. Gus O'Halloran still holding off Ava Connell. Ava's got past Jet Pryor, so hopefully Jet can hold on to the back wheel of Ava. Make it a battle of three. Back at the front, Brodie Curtis certainly still holding that gap on Isaac. Isaac's going to have to pull something out here because they actually do similar lap times. In case you're wondering, Rod's just gone to attend to some tyre changes, so I'll just try and keep you updated in Rod's absence. But back at the front, we've got Brodie Curtis still holding that probably maybe 3 second gap over Isaac as they come down over the hump on the back straight. So last time through, 1.8 seconds was the margin. So Brodie's about to cross the line. Just update that. 1.4, so Isaac's actually taken 4/10 out of him. Lap time of 1:10.43 for Isaac. I think that's probably going to be close to a PB for him. As we're saying in race one, the lap record not long ago was about a 1:11, so both riders would be under that old lap record. So it's certainly setting a good pace at the front. With only 2 laps remaining, these junior races being a bit shorter than the larger bikes, it's going to be hard for Isaac from there, even at 1.4. Given this lapping at similar times, I think it's going to be a big ask for Isaac, but you never know. There's nothing like having a carrot in front of you. So visibly closer as they come down over the hump, but under brakes, is Isaac Simmons going to be able to close up? Both riders riding absolutely beautifully. Brodie Curtis just entering the chute now. So we'll see what the gap is. Visibly smaller, as I said. So it was 1.4 down to 0.8. Last lap board out. As I said, it's going to be a big ask for Isaac to close down the gap and get past. But we've seen his bike at superior straight line speed. So if he can get close enough around the back of the circuit, there's still a chance for him. David Coward still riding beautifully there in third. And then we're back to O'Connell, who's looking to put a move around the outside of Gus O'Halloran, and does that. Under brakes at the end of the straight. So I don't know if Gus can fight back. They've managed to break Jet Pryor. But Gus looking for a way maybe back through on O'Connell. Both having a great battle here. Back at the front, I think Brodie Curtis might have just done enough to hold off Isaac in this race. As I said, I know Isaac's bike's a bit faster down the back straight, but I don't know it's going to be enough this time. He might come up close under brakes. He's getting so close, but I think one more lap he might have been able to do something. But as it is, Brodie Curtis looks like he will hold on. Isaac Simmons still closing him down. It's going to be very, very close, actually. And Isaac will actually pip him on the line. Unbelievable. Gets it by 0.01 of a second. What a great finish there in our Tassie Juniors race. He'd have to be delighted by that. Now, I don't know if Brodie rolled off a little too early, but Isaac had a great run through the chute there. And yeah, on our timing screen, managed to win by 0.01 of a second. Looking back to our battle at the rear, so it looks like O'Connell's just got past Gus O'Halloran again. Gus all over the back wheel of Ava, so these two having a great dice on track as well. Now Gus looking to go around the outside of O'Connell, but doesn't have the speed, and will finish right on her back tyre, and then Jet Pryor not far behind as well. So another great race from the Tassie Juniors. I tell you what, doesn't get much closer than that, but we do see that at Baskerville sometimes, that a rider can actually come around the outside through the sweeper and just pip the other rider on the line if there's room to sneak through, and it's exactly what Isaac Simmons did. I'm sure he's going to be absolutely delighted with that. Great day for the Simmons family so far. That makes it 3 from 3, with Dad Brett taking the first Superbike race. I'm sure they'll be hoping that that trend continues. And speaking of Superbikes, that's what we have up next. The combined Superbike and Supersport. As Rod and I often say, certainly an event that we always enjoy watching. There's nothing like seeing the big horsepower bikes out there wheeling their way down the straight. Take nothing away from the smaller bikes, because they have their own characteristic as well. They're always very, very entertaining. Typically see a lot more battles through the corners than the bigger bikes, but the bigger bikes just clearly more aggressive, given the extra power. And again, it's not to say that either riders are any more skillful than the others. It's just those bigger bikes certainly make it more obvious that the riders are working very, very hard. So the last of our junior bikes just coming off track. Ava Connell and Gus O'Halloran, bike number 10. And then Jet Pryor and bike 14. All just re-entering the pits now. So that'll be the last sprint race for that group. They'll be back out later for the Tassie Junior Cup, which is a handicap feature race. That's one to look forward to. Nice trophies on offer for the winners, or the place getters, I should say. So I've actually got that wrong. It's not our Superbikes up next. That's the problem with not looking at the program. I'm glad race control's in charge of this and not me. So we're actually up for our Formula 3 Formula Baskerville. The reason the Superbikes are not going out is because their next event now is going to be the 2 hour this afternoon. So Formula 3, Formula Baskerville, we've seen some good racing in this morning. Dale Madden's been the man. He's on bike number 59, an SV650 Suzuki. Best time this morning, I think, of a low 61, and he was telling me this morning that his goal is to break the minute. Not that easy to do. It's a very competitive time, and we know that the SV650s are capable of doing that. Larry Eaton's been his main contender on the KTM 350 Super Motard. Larry got very close yesterday. In fact, headed Dale for a few laps, but Dale seemed to have a bit more straight line speed, and over the course of the race gets the better of Larry. But we'll see if Larry can turn the tables here. I know he'll be giving it his best. Larry, also owner of Motorworks Motorcycles, one of our major sponsors here today. So as always, a big thanks goes out to Larry, massive supporter of our racing here in the state, and particularly this event. It's very much appreciated. And of course, with all our sponsors, the best way you can show your appreciation is to go and visit them. So Motorworks Motorcycles, and of course Grant Tomlinson from Michelin Tyres, our other major sponsor here. Very welcome and appreciated. So major sponsors of the weekend and the feature race this afternoon, the Motorworks Michelin 2 Hour. So Mike's just coming around the chute now, ready to grid up. Darren Grice, first man to arrive, closely followed by Dale Madden. So certainly be picking Dale for the win, given he's taken all races to date. What would be interesting is to watch Larry on that 350 Motard to see if he can manage to pick up the lead into turn one and make Dale work to get past him, because they're pretty equally matched on lap time. So that's really Larry's opportunity here. Try and get a great start and be first bike into turn one. Keep an eye also on bike 72, Nathan Toll, and bike 8, Jonathan Bennett. They had a great contest and battle in race 1 today. So too Daniel Briggs on the yellow number 81 Yamaha R3. All very different bikes, but they're close on track pace. But in the starter's hands now, red lights on. Darren Grice creeping. I don't know if he's going to get penalised, but Larry Eaton did get away well, but I think he's going to be outgunned. Yes, he is. That's exactly what Larry did not need. He's actually third now into turn one. But picks up that place pretty comfortably from Nathan Toll, I think, who outgunned him. So it's a bit of a repeat of the races that have gone before so far. Not what Larry needed. He's going to have to dig deep to try and get onto the back of Dale early. And I think it looks like Daniel Briggs, is it, who's managed to get through on the little Yamaha R3 into third place. I think that'll be short-lived when they get onto the back straight, and some of the larger capacity bikes will blow into the weeds down there. But we're about to find out. Dale Madden heads the pack for the first time down the back straight. Not too far behind is Larry Eaton. Big braking contest between the three. Oh, I tell you what, that's getting a bit tight down there. But Daniel Briggs, R3, he did get past on the straight and then took them back under brake. So he's having a great time on that little bike. Right behind him is the CBR 600 of Nathan Toll, followed by Yamaha R1 of Jonathan Bennett. And then you've got the KTM Kramer of Darren Grice. And then, of course, further back, we've got the old Kawasaki Z650 of Gary Edwards, who's having a great time out there. Unfortunately, a bit of a lonely time, but as I keep saying, absolutely fantastic to see the early Kawasaki out there circulating. But at the front, still Dale Madden doing it comfortably. We'll find out this time around if he's going to achieve his goal of breaking the minute. A bit hard to do by yourself. You need to be very dedicated and very focused to do a PB out there by yourself. He said he was looking forward to having somebody to chase, a bit of a carrot in front of him to try and extract that little bit of extra pace. But first time through, 61.74, so a little bit of time to find to break the minute. Larry Eaton only a fraction slower at a 62.1, but it's enough, given that he would also need to chase Dale down as well if he's going to contest the lead. So the battle really is further back, where Daniel Briggs is still managing to hold off those bigger capacity bikes. Nathan Toll Next bike in line from Jonathan Bennett and Darren Grice. Daniel Briggs actually getting a nice little gap there. Might actually be enough for him come the back straight to not let those bigger bikes get past him, and that's what's critical when you're on a lower powered bike, that you get a bit of a gap before you get to the main straight. He's proving to be very strong under brakes as well, which is helping. You see those bikes just blowing him away down the straight, but watching him under brakes, back down looking up the inside of Jonathan Bennett, but not this time. I'm sure he's having a lot of fun, but it's also going to be very frustrating for him. All his hard work undone. But now we've got Nathan Toll, who heads Jonathan Bennett, Daniel Briggs, and just dropping off Darren Grice a little. So it's Jonathan Bennett on the Yamaha R1 who's got the horsepower advantage. He just needs to keep pace with these guys through the tighter section and be ready to use the horsepower of that bike down the back straight. Easier said than done, particularly against that little Yamaha R3. It's going to be very nimble through the corners, but should be a match for the CBR 600 in front of it. And I think you might see a bit of a challenge here down the back straight. When he opens taps on the R1, it should pull some ground on that CBR 600 in front. Sure enough, there it goes straight past, but Nathan Toll having none of it, comes back under brakes. Jonathan Bennett lets brakes off again and actually holds it this time, so good work. That's how to make a big bike work for you. Now he's got to be a clear track. It'll be interesting to see what he can do. No change at the front. Dale Madden still comfortably leading Larry Eaton. But really, the contest here is for third. So now it's up to Nathan Toll to think about what he's going to do to get back on that Yamaha R1. He's certainly not going to be able to challenge down the back straight. Out to a small gap there now. It's probably second and a half. So Jonathan Bennett maybe was looking for a bit of clear track. And now coming onto the back straight, you think that that gap's going to extend a little further. Only 2 laps remaining, so time running out for Nathan. At this stage, barring any mistakes, I think Nathan's going to have to find something a bit special. There's Jonathan Bennett riding beautifully at the moment. Goes through to 61.5, 62.8 for Nathan Toll, so that might be enough. It might be a signal that Nathan's not going to be able to match Jonathan from here. Last lap borders out. So now that Jonathan's got clear track, it looks like he's going to run away. So nicely done. He didn't manage to turn a wheel yesterday, feeling a bit off. So he bounced back very, very nicely this morning. It's good to see. Only new to racing, so let's hope he takes something away from today and comes back stronger for next time and continues to enjoy his racing. That's what it's all about. But our race leader, Dale Madden, crosses the line, just puts another lap on Gary Edwards as he does so. Larry Eaton coasts across the line in second place. Jonathan Bennett, great third place there on the Yamaha R1 from Nathan Toll. Darren Grice, and now following up is Daniel Briggs on the Yamaha R3. So that completes race 26, being the Formula 3 Formula Baskerville. It moves us into race 27, being the Golden Era over 500, pre-modern Supersport, pre-modern Superbike. Now the man in form and setting the pace all weekend is Bob Sellers on the Yamaha R1, but unfortunately Bob fell off on the opening lap, or the first lap of the race this morning down there at the end of the back straight. So I don't know if Bob will have managed to have his bike repaired and get back out there. We certainly hope so, because he's also part of a feature race this afternoon. In fact, I can see Bob down there, not in leathers, so I'm assuming you're not going out, Bob? No. That's a shame. Got 2 bikes needing repair down there now, by the looks of it. But it opens it up for the Stewart bug, for Don Fenton. And Joseph Browning as well. I don't know if Joe's coming out. He took race 2 after Bob's DNF. They had a great battle at the front. It'd be good to see Joe Browning come back out, because he's been riding very well this weekend. He's in the 2 hour this afternoon, so he'd be excused for bowing out of this to save a bit of energy. It's a big ask to ride the endurance races, but no, I can see him on bike in the pits, just coming out now, so that's fantastic to see. So it should be a good contest between bike 73 Stewart Bug and bike 206 Joe Browning, and I think Don Fenton's going to be right behind them as well on the CBR 1000. The bike's out on track doing their first siding lap. Of course, in days gone by, there used to be a couple of laps allowed, because it was also a warm-up lap to get some heat in your tyres. These days, particularly on a warmer day like this, bikes in the pits are sitting with heated tyre warmers on, so the tyres are already largely to temperature when riders go out. Really, the opening lap gives them the opportunity just to have a bit of a look at track conditions, see if there's anything on the track they need to be aware of that's changed since the last time they were out. And it also just helps settle a few nerves and get your mind focused on the race that's about to come up. It's always an anxious time for riders, the lead up to an event. Most riders, typically as soon as they pull the helmets on, start to relax a little. Although some say the actual start's the worst time for them. It's almost without exception, most riders feel a few nerves, a little bit anxious before the start of any race. So Joe Browning picking up his position there on the front row. The only bike left out of the front row. Obviously Bob Seller's not there, and so too Jason Wiley, who's on the historic Jessica 11, who's on a mission. But race start, good start from Stewart Bug, and that might make the difference, I think. Joe Browning's been out-dragged to the turn, so yes, Stewart Bug actually will head the field for the first time. So Joe Browning now, it's up to him to see if he can get back past Stewart and take this race win. He did in the previous race. Both riders lapping in the low 59s. In fact, I think Stewart Bug set the fastest time at a high 58. So he's going to ask the question here of Joe Browning as to whether or not he can run with him. Of course, as I was saying, Joe running in the 2 hour this afternoon, so he won't want to take too many chances or expend too much energy, because he's got a big ask this afternoon. But that's always easy to talk about in the pits. But when you're out there on a race bike following another bike in front of you, you typically just think, oh, I'm going to get into this, I'm going to try and beat this guy. So doing what he needs to do at the moment, keeping Stewart Bug in touch. Further back to Don Fenton on the CBR 1000, and closely followed by Martin Long on the older CBR 600. Karen Webb on the 1990 GSXR 750, bike number 22. You can see there Joseph Browning all over the back wheel of Stewart Bug, so he's not going to let this one up easily. Interesting to see what the first full lap is. As I said, Stewart Bug high 58 this morning. Joseph Browning low 59, but Joe did that leading, not following, so he may be able to find a little bit more. Stewart Bug in front, the more experienced racer, so this could be an opportunity for Joseph to learn a little bit from Stewart. Not much difference in straight line speed. In fact, nothing to the naked eye. So it's going to be a great contest between these two. They look like they're very, very well matched. So it's a matter of what, or whether or not Joseph can find an area to get through on Stewart. Carrying good speed there into the top of the S's, but not always an easy place to pass. Things can get very tight on you very quickly if you don't anticipate the move early. I should say plan the move early. Looking for a run up the inside, up the hill. So it's just a drag race. Again, big commitment there to go up the inside of Suckers. It's a hairy corner to get into too hot. Corner that drops away from you, as you can see. It's very obvious that changes camber very quickly, and from a rider, you don't see the exit to the corner until you're almost at the apex. So it's a little bit like going over the skyline. Stuart Bugg still holding off Joseph Browning. Great battle between these two, and looks like Don Fenton might be starting to close them down, is he? So 1.2 is... I was saying Don Fenton. It's coming up on timing screen as Hamish Sellers. Need to have a closer look. It could actually be Hamish because he's riding with them as a substitute rider in the 2 hour. So that would make sense if it is Chip Sellers, because he's a very, very capable rider and probably just learning the CBR 1000 for the first time. That would explain why he may be starting to chase these riders down in front. But still, it's Stuart Bugg heading Joe Browning, and yes, it is Chip Sellers. Chip being his nickname. Coming up on the timing screen is Hamish. So, given the horsepower advantage of the bike behind and the ability of the rider, I'd be thinking that Hamish Sellers has every chance of taking the victory here. But look, take nothing away from the guys in front, doing an absolutely outstanding job. Joseph Browning going to go around the outside. I don't think there's going to be enough room to do that. Rod's just rejoining me in commentary.
Yes, I'm back, Chris, after some tyre fitting.
Good battle on track at the moment, Rod. Stuart Bugg doing an outstanding job of holding off Joe Browning, but so too Joe Browning, not going to give up this by an inch. He's chasing this down hard, and we've got Chip Sellers on the CBR 1000 of Don Fenton, closing them down. So
right, well, Chip, my money's on Chip then. He's got to learn the bike, but he's definitely going to have a crack.
And there he goes. What's Buggy going to do about it?
Oh, it's a tight one there.
Didn't leave him a lot of room. What a great finish. It's going to be Stuart Bugg from Chip Sellers and Joe Browning. Oh, sorry, last lap. I thought they were already on the last lap, so this is even better.
This is the last lap.
So given that then, I think the extra power of the 1000 down the straight is going to give this to Chip.
He's just got to get the braking done, because Stuart Bugg there showed that his braking prowess is pretty damn good. So Chip did sort of come up the inside, but Buggy out-held him there, pushed him out and took the position back.
Actually gapped him a little bit there, Stuart Bugg, through the back of the circuit.
Yeah, and Hamish has got this bike he's just jumped on today, so he's never ridden it before, so it's going to be very different to what he's used to.
Yeah, she's finished though.
But look at this. Being a Honda CBR there, generally a pretty good bike to ride, so yeah, he's just used that straight line speed there to easily dispatch Stuart Bugg down the back straight. So barring no incident through the sweeper, he should get the win.
Yeah, last time through, 58.91 for Chip Sellers. See what this one is. 58.96. But yeah, nice win there from Chip Sellers. That'll make him feel good going into the 2 hour this afternoon.
Yes, certainly will. 58.42, in fact, Chris. You're looking at Stuart Bugg there. So Stuart Bugg at 58.96.
Sorry, yes.
Hamish Sellers at 58.42. So already showing reasonable pace on that bike, seeing he's just jumped on it. We know he's capable of running into the 55s or maybe 54s on a Superbike type machine. I just found out what happened to Bob as well. So it was he put some new brake pads in, and sounds like he thought they were bedded in, but they maybe weren't. And when they did chime in, sounds like he yeah, got on the brakes and they weren't quite there. Then they came in pretty quickly and down he went. So
Wow.
just a brake pad issue. And another bit of news. I was just talking to Wayne McDonald. He confirmed a GSX engine's a 4-valve head, and a GS motor is a 2-valve.
Right, okay.
So
that actually rings a bell. So
yeah, so the previous or earlier GS models, which I think were late 70s or ran through the 70s, they were a 2-valve head, and the GSX meant 4-valve.
I think they were a 1000, weren't they? Was it GS 1000 and then GSX 1100?
Yeah, I think they were a GS 1000. I remember having an old magazine years ago in a Cycle World one from the US and had the Call of the Wild or something they called it.
Call of the Wild. That's ambitious.
Well, it was back then.
True.
Probably was Call of the Wild back in the day. So.
It is all relative, isn't it? As we keep saying. You look at some of these historic bikes, and in the day, people would just drool over them. And by today's standards, you wonder why. But in their time, they were something else.
You think of the late 80s when Kawasaki released the early ZX10 there, which was the 1000 RX or whatever it was called. That was the most powerful motorcycle they'll ever build. Was one of the slogans.
That's right, yeah.
Yep, so if that didn't get bums on seats, I don't know what did. But anyway, it's been well passed by modern bikes.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge success either.
No, definitely wasn't.
I think its predecessor, the GPZ 900, was a much more effective motorcycle, much better looking motorcycle.
Oh, what a great bike. Takes me back, Chris, to being a young bloke. The GPZ 900R, what a fantastic machine it was in the day.
Yeah, it certainly was. I remember seeing them on track for the first time in the Castrol 6 Hour, and couldn't believe how fast they were, but they did suffer with overheating problems in that race.
Right, well, we've got our next group of bikes coming out into pit lane, ready for the next race. And as I've mentioned before, one of my favourites, the Lights. We've got the Lights GP and the Lights production bikes all mixed in together. So usually a pretty good sized field and a great mix of different type machines from production through to Grand Prix spec, 2-strokes and 4-strokes, Ninja 400s, CBR 250s with a 4-cylinder 250, 4-stroke motors. We've got 125 GP bikes down here with a little great sounding 2-stroke engines. So a great mix of bikes. Always a good category.
It certainly is. And last hit out for these guys before their big event this afternoon, the Lights 20 lapper. So they won't want to take too many chances, but at the same time, it's a good opportunity just to really get yourself focused. It'd be nice to set a good lap time so you're feeling confident going into the big race.
Yeah, it's definitely a rehearsal. All these lead-up events, it's all about having fun, but the main race that a lot of the guys are here for as well, it's you don't want to be throwing up the hay bales in these sprint races. You need a little bit in reserve and hopefully keep it upright and ready for the main race this afternoon.
Yeah, that's the aim of the game. And of course, every rider goes through their own preparation, or they don't even think about preparation. They just go out and race. It's up to the individual. But I think that by and large, most of them will be thinking about what they're here for. That's the big race this afternoon and what they want to get out of this race in terms of preparation. So
we've got Brett Simmons is showing here on the starting board. So I think he set out the first one this morning. We'll see if Brett's actually making the start.
Well, Brett is in the 2 hour this afternoon, of course.
He certainly is.
So I'd understand him sitting this one out, but we'd love to see him in it because he put in a fantastic ride on the.
Yeah, can't see him coming down on the siding laps. I'm assuming that he's not in this one, but certainly his name's up on the starting grid. So it's going to be Liam Waters from pole on the NSF Honda Moto3 machine. Typically, the starts so far have all been won by Jesse Woods coming from row 2 on the production bike. He gets a fantastic start with that 400cc motor. Some of the little 125 GP based bikes are a little bit notoriously hard to launch with the tall first gear and not a lot of power unless you get it right in the sweet spot.
And the person who gets the worst starts is probably bike number 69 in P3, Taron Ocean.
Taron Ocean's had some terrible starts, but if you can get a good start, it makes a huge difference to your overall race result. And being a shorter race too, Chris, you don't want to be mucking up off the start.
Stalled bike down there by the looks of it, number 44. I think it's Aaron Wade.
No,
is he running?
Maybe just didn't find his grid position. So we got the looks like we're in the starter's hands. The red flag is in. Look for the lights on the tower. And we're away, and once again, Jesse Woods from the second row on the production 400, a great start. Larry Eaton on the motard there. Front wheel coming up as he puts the power on into turn one.
Yeah, but I think, again, it's Jesse Woods who it was first into turn one, but Liam Ward straight down the inside using the good handling of that little MotoGP bike.
Moto 3.
Sorry, Moto 3
Would
bike.
be nice to see a MotoGP bike.
Certainly would. I mean, got Jack Miller in the country, so if he'd brought his Ducati with him, we may have seen him. So anyway, back to this race, and we've got Liam Waters bolting away at the front, Jesse Woods, Larry
Eaton once again doing a great job on that motard KTM 350.
Can't pick who that is in third at the moment, but we've got Taryn Ocean right behind him. So Taryn's got away reasonably well this time.
Could be Aaron Wade. No, it's
Brody Curtis.
Brody Curtis. He's doing a great job on the production Ninja 400.
Taryn was telling me yesterday afternoon that that bike he's riding is about worn out. It needs a crank, it needs pistons, rings, so it's starting to drop power. But it looks pretty good on track at the moment.
I'm trying to even pick up where Aaron Wade is in this one. He's
well, on the timing, he's back in 8th.
Okay, all right.
It's Liam.
Taryn Ocean there making a big dive bomb onto Larry Eaton there into turn 2, so it won't be long before the little 125 GP bike finds its way past the motard. It's actually a little bit more, looking at Larry's KTM motard there, it's got a little bit more straight line speed up the hill there than the Grand Prix base bike and the 125 Grand Prix base bike. So, but we should see the nimbleness of the GP bike bring it through quite easily into third position. Nothing stopping Liam Waters, Chris, as he heads down the back straight.
Wow, look at the drag between the KTM motard and Taryn Ocean on the RS125.
Just goes to show the KTM motard being a 350 does have that little bit more straight line power than and Taryn's Mr. Gear there. And,
is that all it is? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Mr. Gear. You miss a gear on a 125, you lose oodles of time because they have virtually no power outside the sweet spot of the engine. And you've just got to gather it all up again and try and get it going.
Big battle further back with Reece Tan, Chad Wiley, Dane Griggs. Plenty of bikes on track, plenty of battles on track.
Yeah, they shuffle themselves around through the order, but typically we see little micro battles of 2 and 3 and 4 bikes through the field. Everyone riding at their pace and what their bike's capacity and capabilities are, and the rider's capabilities generally. And we don't see too many incidents.
Just looking how tucked down Liam Waters was under the fairing there coming down the straight.
Maximising the wind drag to get the best top speed out of the bike.
Straight back under the fairing again across the start-finish line.
Just pops up there, as you do, into turn 1. Really fast-flowing lines there from Liam. Looks really good on the bike.
It certainly does. You don't need to look at the lap timer to see he's going fast.
No, you certainly don't. It's great seeing, these Moto 3 base bikes, especially with a rider of Liam's calibre. Just showing how it's done with the fast flowing lines and exactly how you've got to ride a small capacity bike, using those corners as the best as you can to keep that corner speed up. Nice flowing lines and late braking.
Interesting battle there between Larry Eaton on the KTM. Taryn Ocean has recovered that spot from Brody Curtis, but Brody not being dropped off either. 3 very different bikes, all lapping the same lap time. Liam Waters' fastest lap so far, 57.78.
Look at Taryn Ocean here. He's tucked right in there. Oh, they're almost rubbing wheels there. Larry Eaton and Taryn. He's got pushed
Brody
wide
Curtis through. Poor old Taryn. He's getting bumped around a bit.
Well, Taryn and Larry there were within inches of each other into the braking mark at the end of the straight. So Taryn had to set it up because he would have actually tagged the back of Larry's bike, and more than likely would have not been a good outcome. So he's got to work for it. It's good to see, the production KTM Motard and the Ninja 400 taking it up to the GP bike.
Yeah, as I said, 3 very different bikes. It's fascinating to watch them on track. Look at you can see the differences. Look at that, Taryn Ocean just through on the inside of Brody Curtis through suckers. That's a big move.
Yep, certainly is. We know Taryn, he's happy to pass anybody anywhere, given the chance.
Race leader Liam Waters coming around to pick up the last lap board now. Plenty of room behind Liam, so he's not under pressure. But what's going to be interesting is this battle back on the main straight.
Oh, Terranotion on the brakes there. Did he even put them on, Chris? He just let Larry braked, and Taran just carrying so much more speed at the end of the straight. But Larry, look at that. He's back on his ducktail. He's looking for a run into turn one. He's going to see if the nimbleness. Oh, that was very close there. Chopping and changing each other. So, Terranotion is very quick into turn two, as you can see there once again.
And look, Brody's not out of this either.
Wouldn't be surprised if Brody gets Larry.
And Aaron Wade right behind them. So one slip up, and Aaron's going to be right there.
Brody Curtis riding very, very well. And look at the efficiency in the straight line he has against the KTM 350 motard. He's doing all the work in the corners. He just does not have that speed in the straight line, but he's riding the bike very well, and it's going to come down to a late braking manoeuvre here. It's going to be very interesting to see.
Checkered flag though. Liam Waters, another very, very convincing win. 56.97 fastest time for that race, Rod.
And Aaron Wade's mucked the party up here for Brody Curtis. But Brody on the brakes there.
Oh, around
the outside of that. Oh, he's come down. He's just, unfortunately, he's just had a really good go at it, and he's got in a bit hot and lost the front. That's a shame. But Aaron Wade is going to get Larry Eaton on the line as well, so a great recovery from Aaron Wade, but that's a real shame for Brody Curtis. He didn't put the brakes on there, Chris, until very late, and carried a lot of speed into the corner at the end of the straight, and unfortunately he's tucked the front there.
Look, credit to him for trying, though. What an outstanding effort from Brody Curtis.
Not good preparation for the 20-lapper, unfortunately. He's now got a bike to repair, which is a shame, but let's hope everything can be rectified and we see him back on track, because that was a fantastic ride.
Let's hope so, because having that battle again for 20 laps is going to be absolutely brilliant.
And that's look, Chris, that lap time of Liam Waters there on lap 6 at 56.97. That's a very fast lap time on a little Moto3 bike.
Yep, certainly warming up to the main event this afternoon. All riders there at the pointy end of the field, certainly starting to hit their straps now.
Yeah, Larry Eaton there, very impressive, a 60.8 on that KTM 350. Aaron Wade a 60.2. Terranotion just dipped into the 59.96s, so just under the minute. Jesse Woods, a nice, comfortable second place, and first in production with a 60.24.
That's what's interesting with the time with Larry is if he had to produce that in the Formula 3 race, he probably would have beaten Dale Madden.
Yes, absolutely. He would have done.
He just needed to get close enough.
Yeah, that just shows what competition does, being
That's
pushed,
right.
and the spirit of racing, and having faster riders around you, and getting towed along in that little group, and getting your little battles. And I think you and I, I know myself the same. The best laps have always been when you're caught up in a battle with somebody, and you're just pushing as hard as you can, but you're just getting, that other rider's also a great gauge, and you come and you look at your lap times, you go, oh wow, and that's how you do it, the spirit of racing and that competition.
Yes, it's also why you need to think about your racing as much as you can before you get actually onto the track. If you know you need to get a good start to be next to the guy you're going to race, then you need to think about and plan your start very carefully and practice that. It's as I keep saying, it's actually very strategic road racing. A lot of planning can really help.
Yeah, it certainly is, and having some experience racing with you, Chris, I think you're one of the better prepared riders that I've seen. Spend a lot of time track maps and analysing and thinking about things, and sometimes there you take a moment to sit and just ponder and have a good think about it and rehearse it all in your head, and it does make a difference. If you can picture it and rehearse it and plan for it and think about it effectively, then it makes the job easier once you get on track.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's something that Cam Donald used to say. Ex-TT winner, that road racing for him was exactly that. You'd think about the race in your head before you went out, rehearse different scenarios, and then once you get to the line, it's like hitting play.
Yeah, push play and go. And Cameron was probably a great advocate for me, helping me when I was coming through as well. And you think about the TT and the riders that race at the Isle of Man TT, incredibly dangerous with the speeds and zero runoffs in a lot of places. But, you think it's sheer madness, but then you talk to him and you think about the preparation that goes into it. He didn't leave any stone unturned, did he? He sort of put a lot of work behind the scenes in. It wasn't just a matter of jumping on the track and twisting the throttle.
Yeah, I think it also explains how a rider can deal with the risk. The only way to really deal with risk is to be well prepared.
Yeah, risk management.
Yeah, if you feel like you've mitigated that risk because you're well planned and well practiced, then it becomes a lot more tolerable than just going out there and feeling like you're in the lap of the gods.
Yeah, most incidents are rider error. It's not, unfortunately, you can get machine error, but with an engine failure or a gearbox failure or something like that. But generally, it's rider error that brings most people down or gets them unstuck. And that's human nature. So the more preparation and planning you can do, the better.
Yeah, and it certainly pays off. As we keep saying, practice really, really matters. And thinking through your race before you get out there. So it'll be a lot of that, particularly for the 2 hours this afternoon. It's a very strategic race, and it's really anyone's race. We've seen time and time again that anything can go wrong. You've got to be there at the end. You've got to make it to the line to actually make a start. Plan your pit stops, plan your rider changes very, very carefully, and if all goes to plan, you're generally going to figure in the results.
Well, we might have a quick drinks break while we got the recovery vehicle out on track, and we'll be back very shortly for some demonstration laps with the sidecars. All right, we're back after a short toilet break. We've just got the sidecars, a couple of sidecar entries here for some demonstration racing. And great to see sidecars back on track in Tasmania. We might have indicated earlier that there was quite a bit of interest for a lot of mainland entries to come over, but unfortunately with the COVID restrictions and things going on, that it wasn't possible. So
Yeah, that's right, Rod. A bit of a spin up there from John Wilmore out of turn one. Looks like he's collected it up again, but using the power of that GSX 1100.
with the 4-valve head.
That's right, the 4-valve head. Yeah, we just I was saying in the earlier sidecar event that the GSX 1100 very well big horsepower engine in the Period 5 historic race bikes. They were getting like 180 at the rear wheel, I think, out of some of those katanas that they were running in at Phillip Island.
Yeah, big horsepower. And with John Wilmore, unfortunately, he's had that incident out of turn one. Could be a gear selection issue, but he's just now coasting. So no doubt, probably going to be returning to the pit.
Oh, that'd be a shame. It's certainly not producing the sort of horsepower I was talking about. But
not right at the moment.
No, not at the moment. But look, as you're quite rightly saying, Rod, this is about building for next year. We do plan to have a big field of sidecars, or we did this year, but definitely for next year. So we're just showing people that they're here, and that's what we plan to have going forward, a large competitive field of sidecars. And I'm sure you'd agree that if you imagine 10 to 15 of these things going around swapping paint, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, certainly is. And we've seen some pretty fast sidecars here in action in the past at Baskerville. So if we get some of those competitive outfits here, it'd be wonderful to see. Generally, quite a bit of sideways action and a lot of tyre spinning and some pretty wild sort of riding. It's pretty ballsy to watch.
It certainly is. It does look like John Wilmore's going to return to the pits. Yeah, it's a shame for John, because I know how much time he put into preparing that outfit for this meeting. You have to consider that a lot of these outfits haven't run for many, many years, so it takes a lot of time to get something race prepped, and really no track time either. So this weekend was about pretty much the first time on track for many of these outfits, and that can tease out some problems you didn't anticipate, and that may be what's happened.
Yes, that'd be like a lot of race machines, highly tuned pieces of equipment. I know with my business partner's race car, that thing can break down in the shed from one meeting to another. It was perfectly all right, and then you get it out for the next one and it's got an issue. So it can be, unfortunately, motor racing or motorsport.
So just while I've got a moment, just update everyone on a nasty incident we had yesterday in Superpole, where Mitch Hawksley unfortunately fell off on his Superpole lap up the top there at Suckers. I just had a call from Mitch from hospital, so he's largely okay. Sounding a little bit worse for wear, but basically no broken bones. He's got a little bit of concussion. He said he's got a bit of a sore neck from the chin strap on the helmet, which pretty much clotheslined him because he face planted into the dirt. So the chin bit into the dirt, and a lot of pressure through the neck strap. But by and large, he said he feels pretty good and is hoping to come out and see everyone this afternoon. So I'm sure everyone's very, very happy to hear that. We're a bit concerned. We're always concerned when we see a rider go down, particularly when it's followed by an ambulance. But great news. Mitch is okay and hoping to come out and see everyone today.
Yeah, it's great to hear, Chris. So we always don't like seeing incidents, and especially when there is an ambulance involved, and also the longer the ambulance is up there, the worse you think that the incident can be. So great to hear Mitch is all right, and be nice to see him back and fighting fit again soon.
Yeah, certainly one of the state's best riders, as I was saying as he went out on his Superpole lap. It's always enjoyable watching Mitch race, usually going head-to-head with Hamish Sellers, who was his teammate for this afternoon. So the two of them, as a pairing, unfortunate withdrawals, but anyway, it's still going to be entertaining, I'm sure. But checkered flag coming up. So that's the last of our sidecar demonstrations / races. I certainly look forward to seeing it grow and bigger fields for next year.
Yeah, look, if it wasn't for COVID, we would have had probably a really good turnout of sidecars here. It would have been fantastic to see and a real draw card for the event. And yeah, hopefully next year um, we can see things back to relative normality if possible.
It'd be nice for the whole state,
Be nice for everybody,
whole country.
whole country, the whole world, really.
That's right.
That's unfortunately it's probably not going to be that way. But well, fingers crossed, the world can get on top of the situations that it's in.
It's also good, I think, to see that local road racing has continued to push forward regardless of COVID. So I think it underlines the health of the local road racing scene. We've had some great racing this year, and it's great still to be able to put on this event, which is largely around attracting mainland riders, despite the border restrictions. So again, underlines the strength of the local racing community.
Yeah, we've certainly had some great support from mainland riders in the past. It's just a timing thing generally with their commitments on the mainland and unfortunately the COVID issue. But yeah, it's good to see the local riders keeping the event underway and supporting it, and we're getting 3 days worth of racing
Yeah, in absolutely perfect weather.
so far. But I think we're going to be right today, Chris. I think we're going to be right. Like we've had some shockers, but fingers crossed we'll see this sort of weather all day. Perhaps a bit of a sea breeze or a bit of wind this afternoon, but largely, if the conditions stay like this, we should see some great racing on track.
Yeah, so already talking to some of the teams this morning, all thinking about their strategies, and even those guys who don't know if they're going to need one stop or two stops for fuel, and whether or not they need to adjust their lap times to try and make those pit stops. There's a lot of strategy that goes into it, as we said, and it's also a matter of how you manage your own fatigue as a rider. So there'll be a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, and as I say, the execution is really critical.
Certainly is, and that moves us on to the next event on track. We have the 2-hour competitors warm-up session. So now we may not see all of the competitors out. A lot of I know in the past, we have this session here for this for warming up, but a lot of the riders have already done a lot of riding, and sometimes they choose to take that extra time for resting and preparing for the big race. So no doubt we'll see some bikes on track, but we may not see the whole field.
Yeah, right. It provides that opportunity for riders to go out and maybe just do a couple of laps on a brand new set of tyres, just so they know that those tyres have been scrubbed in a couple of laps. Not that you really need to these days, but it might just be important in the rider's own mind. Better new set of brake pads in, perhaps.
Yeah, look, it's a good opportunity too to rehearse a fuel stop and a rider change.
Exactly right.
That's the sort of you don't need track time, but that's the sort of thing that I'd be rehearsing if I was in a team. I get my other rider out there, my stands, my fuel churn. Not that I need the fuel in there, just to go through the motions, just to do that rehearsing and practice.
Or even if they've made a machine change between the sprint races and or machine adjustment, I mean, between the sprint races and the 2-hour, just to refamiliarise yourself with the new setup. It could be a gearing change.
Yeah, we can see at least one of the teams there have got their stands out and their fuel churn, so it's a great opportunity to rehearse it without the pressure of the race.
That's right.
Because when the flag is down and the race is on, you're trying to do it as quick as possible. And sometimes when you're doing things quickly and you haven't really practiced it, you can make mistakes, and it can be crucial to someone's race.
Oh, look, you and I both know how hard it is to make up even a couple of seconds on track against an equal competitor. If you lose that in the pits just because you haven't rehearsed it well enough, you'll be very, very sorry.
We've seen pit stops and strategies make or break the race. It's a very, very crucial part of the 2-hour race.
It certainly is. Rod, are you feeling like you'll want to be part of this afternoon?
What, riding?
Riding?
Oh, it'd be pretty difficult. I reckon I would find that very hard, and I'm sure you'd agree. You and I both haven't ridden a race bike since January. And even then, it wasn't at race pace. It was just circulating on a ride day, having a bit of fun. But having done this event before, it's incredibly difficult on the body. And if you're not bike fit, and the only way you get bike fit, really, you can do all the training in the gym that you want, but these bikes work you over in a way that the gym doesn't. So, you get fit by riding them and spending time on them. And just to jump on one now and go out and even do 10 laps would be very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Yeah, and look, I can speak from experience here. It does get harder as you get older.
It certainly does.
I can remember doing endurance races here when I was younger and didn't really train for them. Yeah, I felt tired.
You had a few beers the night before.
Had training. A few beers the night before, and okay, you feel tired after it, but next day you know nothing about it. And these days, like
you weren't at the bar at Maloney's at 5 a.m. were you before a race?
Pretty much, pretty much. But as you say, these days you do it, and it takes you a week to recover from it.
Yeah, it certainly does. Even a ride day, when you're not used to it, the amount of G-forces that the body goes through. We talked about it a bit yesterday. The hard braking from you come down the back straight here on a 1000cc bike. You're doing speeds in excess of 230 kilometres an hour, probably up around 240, maybe even 250 on some of the faster bikes. So it's a lot of force through the arms, wrists, even the knees hanging on, and you also get a real workout on the corners, climbing over the bike from side to side, and it works the thighs and the knees very hard, and the groin. It's very stretched, and usually, we're getting older. I know you and I, you walk around like you've been whacked with a fence post for a couple of days. So,
and that's without falling off.
That's without falling off, and then falling off, you feel like you've been put through a washing machine. So, depending on the fall, of course, but the asphalt isn't soft when you hit it, and that's why you see riders, wearing the suits they wear. And these days, some of the guys here have got airbag suits, which is a great invention, a fantastic extra safety measure. But having the right gear is absolute paramount. Back protectors, and there's body armour in the knees and the elbows and shoulders.
And possibly a practice stop coming up here for Brett Simmons, changing over to Damien Ford. So Brett doing the right thing and stopping, putting his foot down on the entry to the pits. That's a speed limiting feature. So ready to change over to Damien. In fact, they're not doing a practice pit stop, just changing rider. Now, if you have a look there, you'll see a big difference in height between Brett and Damien. For those of you who don't know them personally, that makes a big difference in how you set the bike up. So they're going to have to find a compromise that suits both of them. Already they've been making changes.
They have been. Yeah, Damien would be probably 6'2".
Yep.
If not even 6'3". Brett's probably around 5'9". Brett's about he's the, I guess if you look at a motorcycle race for ideal size, weight, Brett's right in that mix of, where most professional racers sort of are, that sort of 60, 65 kilo sort of weight, and around that sort of 5'7" to 5'9" sort of height. So Damien's probably up around the 80, 85 kilos. He's fairly fit, of course, but he is a tall lad, so he's got to tuck down and try to squeeze himself into that ZX10.
Just looking at the Matthew Coward, Don Fenton, Hamish Sellers team practicing a fuel stop up there.
Yeah, good to see.
It's one of those things you have to do. Strike that balance between getting it done quickly, but not too fast that you start to stumble and trip up on yourself. You've got to be calm.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Chris. Staying calm is very important in that fuel stop or rider change. It's very easy to make a mistake. You could snap a key off in the ignition, or most of these bikes you've got to be, of course, stopped to be refueled, and most of them, or a lot of them, would have to have a key to open the fuel tank. So very easy to rush and either drop the key or break it off in the fuel lid. Anything can happen.
Exactly right. I remember clearly. I think it may have been the second 2 hour we ran here where Mike Jones and Robbie Bugden were riding your bike.
Oh yes.
And Mike Jones went out in the first session and managed to grind the end off the gear lever. Yeah. So I think that caused a problem at the pit stop because they couldn't change gears.
They had to start in. Mike ground the gear off when he was in fourth. I believe Robbie Bugden clicked it to third, and he rode the whole rest of the race in third gear. So we had to start for pit lane in third gear as well. So
yeah, but it's a good example of how not to panic in a pit stop and come up with a solution. And they still went out and won the race. Of course, both very talented riders.
Absolutely. You've got a 5-time New Zealand Superbike champion in Robbie Bugden and a 2-time Australian Superbike champion in Mike Jones.
Seen some amazing things over the years. If you haven't already seen, have a look at your program and you'll see the rear tyre of Glenn Elton's bike from a couple of years ago. Second hour, it wore through to the steel belts. Didn't stop him. Kept going and actually finished the race on that. It was a sight to behold.
It certainly was. He had not a lot of speed on the left-handers, but he was going okay on the right-handers towards the end there, but managed to hang on for a podium. So, once again, a very talented national rider, a 3-time champion.
3-time Australian Superbike champion, and rates this event as one of the best he's ever done, which is...
yeah, look, this, we hear that regularly, don't we, Chris? We get a top-level rider come to Baskerville and just love this circuit. It offers so much for the rider. Definitely doesn't offer you a rest anywhere. Normally on a straight you get a bit of rest, but here the straight's not very long and it has the hump to contend with. Not a powerful bike. You've got to try to fight the wheel stand at 240 kilometres an hour. So, you just don't get that brake rent here. So you're working the whole time.
That's right, and it's the track and the actual race and the event that they love as well. They love the fact that the race itself is very competitive and strategic, but the community atmosphere in our pits and our club is something that they all talk about, how much they love coming down here. In fact, a lot of our mainland entrants have become very close friends of our local competitors.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we kept going on about COVID, but if it wasn't for COVID, and we'd probably have quite a few mainland entries here, and notwithstanding the ASBK round that was moved to the same weekend, but the date for this event here was set a good 12 months ago. Well, certainly towards the end of last year, and unfortunately we can't control if the ASBK have a date change, which they did do. But anyway, with COVID, it effectively cancelled out the opportunity for some national event riders to come here.
Yeah, but look, there's nothing stopping that happening again going forward. So,
no, certainly, this event continues to grow, and no doubt we'll see, some of these riders back again in future events.
Well, you spoke to Mike Jones recently, Rod. I think you said that he was showed interest in coming back to the Baskerville 2 Hour.
Yeah, he loves it here. He was really disappointed that he wasn't able to get here, and. Yeah, Mike's been, I think, 3 events here. I think it is, Chris. Is it 3 or maybe 4? But
I'm thinking 4. He's ridden sure. two on your bike?
No, only one on mine.
One on yours.
He rode with on Bob Sellers' Ducati in 2016, I think it was.
Yes, and then
he's done Marcus Burns, and must be 4.
Marcus
Burns, and then with Jason Wiley, I believe.
Did he ride with Jason, or was it Kyle Buckley?
No, I'm pretty sure it was Mike.
It was Mike. Yeah, gee, I'm losing track now. But look,
one of the events I think he was here, we got washed out. Was
that's right.
Completely cancelled. That was the year I was going to be riding with Brad Wooten on his GSX R1000, which would have been a wonderful bike to ride around here, no doubt. Certainly would have known I was alive after that, Chris, riding a GSX R1000
around
here. Having certainly sampled a GSX R1000 around here, very, very powerful bike, and certainly makes you well aware of the capabilities the bike has.
Joe Browning just going down through turn 2 there at the moment. He was featuring very prominently in the pre-modern Supersport races, so now he's swapped on to the Sam Delaney machine, obviously pairing with Sam. So good opportunity for this free practice, as we were saying before, for him to actually try a different machine, get used to that, because he's been riding his own bike all morning. So again, before you get into the main race, that's what this is about. Let people get set again for the main event. It's very, very important that your head's in the game when that flag goes up, in this case, to start the race.
Damien Fools there, using his extra size to help assist turn the bike there through the sweeper, hanging off quite well there, Chris. Certainly looking very smooth as he goes down through turn 2, turn 3. And that's what you're going to need to do for this longer race coming up for the 2 hour. To be very smooth, not wear yourself out too quickly, and try to manage the bike, the fuel, tyres, and the fitness.
Yeah, lots to consider, isn't it? And I guess one of the things you want to be careful of is not getting sucked into a sprint race too early. You've got to run to your own strategy.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that happen though. Nearly every event that's been on for young and old in those first 10, 15 laps, maybe even the first half hour, running pretty much normal sprint race pace there for the first half an hour. So it'll get very, very difficult. You'd need supreme fitness to keep that pace up for so long.
Of course, it is a strategy you can run, and people do that because the 2 hour is not long enough that it has to be ridden as an endurance race. You can actually run it as a sprint race, but as you say, Rod, you need to be supremely fit. You need to be ready for a lot of tyre wear, a lot of fuel consumption, and you're taking more risk as well because obviously you're running like a PB lap time rather than riding within yourself.
Yeah, you certainly do. We should touch too on this event, Chris. You've got a mix of bikes, so it's open for 600cc bikes. In fact, pretty much most capacities can run in it.
Over 600.
Over 600.
Yeah.
It certainly throws a big strategy there for the 600 bikes, which are much more user-friendly on fuel, tyres. So they come into play later in the race where the 1000cc bikes generally are much harder on rear tyres, especially. But also they do use more fuel. So the fuel can be a real strategy. And we have seen in the past, the bigger bikes run out of fuel very close to the end. They didn't quite get their strategy right on their fuel stop. And that can cost a podium or even cost the race.
Well, I think one team to watch out for this afternoon is the pairing of Matthew Long and Marcus Delaney, who are on a Yamaha R6. So Matthew was mixing it up with the leading litre bikes over the weekend, running low 56 second laps.
In the 56s.
Now that's sort of potentially the pace that a lot of these bigger bikes are going to run in the 2 hour, but the 600 will only need one pit stop. So they really are a big chance in this, I think.
Yeah, they certainly will, and they've also cross-entered too. So that's when you're running a 600, you do have that option of entering open and 600 together. You do pay an extra entry fee, but it does give you there is some prize money in this event, so it does open up the opportunity if you do well to pick up 2 different lots of prize money.
So Joo-Hoo Lee just re-entering the pits on that immaculate-looking CBR 1000.
Certainly is very tidy.
He's teamed with Joel Benson. Joel's already been out for a ride.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who Joel was paired with there, Chris, so thanks for telling me that.
Yeah, first time for Joo-Hoo in this race, but Joel put in an outstanding ride last year in very, very tricky conditions. So he's no stranger to this event, and I'll be very keen to see what he can produce because
he's been riding very well, and we haven't seen him much this year. He's sort of sat the year out, but definitely got some talent and ability, so good to see him back.
Yeah, very fit as well, so he's in good shape for this race. And once again, it's a 2 hour race. You've just you've got to run to your plan and be there at the end.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm just thinking about the ones that I've competed in. I think you've competed in this as well, Chris.
I have. Yep.
Was it one or two?
I've entered 2. I didn't get to start one.
Okay. I certainly know that after doing a stint, coming back and having a sit down in the pit there and a bottle or 2 of water, just thinking, wow, that's tough.
It is tough.
The body get a lot of cramping, and especially tucked in the race crouch and squatting on a motorcycle. It's quite hard on the body for when you're doing long stints in the saddle.
And look, you'll even see younger, fitter riders getting off after doing an hour. And for those of you on the hill, if you do pay attention when they start pitting, you see riders get off and they find it hard to stand. From exactly what Roger said, you're in a squat position for almost an hour using a lot of leg muscle. And you get off, your knees don't want to work, your legs don't want to extend. it's not easy.
No, I think I crabbed my way into the pits last time I did it, so hardly moved my legs.
Did you say cracked?
Crabbed.
Crabbed.
Walked like a crab.
Oh, I see.
Probably was cracked as well.
Yeah. That's into the session. So I think that takes us into our lunch break, does it not?
It certainly does.
It does, and then we're into our feature races for the afternoon, which is something I think we're really all here for.
Yeah, this is
absolutely looking forward to it.
Getting to the main part of the calendar. So,
all right, so we'll call it for now. We'll have
about a 30-minute lunch break, approximately, and we'll be back with the rest of the afternoon's races.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Bike's now on track for the very first of our feature races. This is the Golden Oldies handicap feature, and this doesn't relate to the age of the riders, it relates to the age of the bike. So typically, well, it does include our golden era, which is everything up to the end of 97. Our pre-modern bikes up to the end of 2005, but also included some of the Formula 3 bikes. So being a handicap, the handicappers looked at each rider's best lap time over the weekend and worked out obviously a staggered start to hopefully have all riders arrive at the finish line. Oh no, straight down is Daniel Briggs. First lap.
Cold tyres, unfortunately, there. This is the risk that the riders, they come off the tyre warmers, but the tyres still need to get up to temperature, which normally takes a lap or two. And unfortunately, Daniel's been caught out by pushing too hard too soon.
Yep, back in straight around on him. Perfectly okay, but as you say, Rod, I think cold tyres. So the race leader is Karen Webb, who's heading down the hill towards Suckers at the moment. Just to finish what I was saying though, handicap race, so everyone should be, over this 8 laps, slowly catching up the leader and hopefully hit the line around the same time. Now, as I said, it's based on their best race time over the weekend, so they will need to be pushing to maintain that. So far, Karen Webb's the first one to complete a lap. Tortoise and Hare.
Yes, Tortoise and Hare race. Karen Webb, she's been campaigning for a long time around Tasmania and certainly on the mainland with historic racing, but beautifully prepared 1990 GSXR 750L model.
That's right. Next one through is going to be Darren Grice.
Darren Grice on the Formula 3 bike. Martin
Long on the CBR 600. Don Fenton on the CBR 1000. And Stuart Bug on the ZX7R. What year one is that one, right? That's a golden era, I think.
Yeah, 97, 96, 97, or could even be 95. I'm trying to think when they came out. I think they came out in 96, Chris.
Now, Daniel Briggs has picked the bike up, but re-entering the pit, so unfortunately Daniel's out of the race.
So typically, Chris, we should see if the handicapping has been done correctly and all the riders ride to their ability and their lap time, they should all finish at the same time. Is that right?
That's the idea. Whether or not that plays out is up to, I guess, the pace that each rider can carry and how accurate the handicapping is.
I'm sure there's been a lot of calculating gone into that.
And of course, you need to get past the rider in front of you as well, not just catch them. So in the case of Don Fenton here behind Martin Long, there's a bit of a carrot to drag him along, so he might actually manage to do a slightly better time than what Martin is, who's got no one to chase immediately in front of him. But as it is, Karen Webb almost half a lap in front of P2, so the riders have a lot of work to do.
Well, we can look at that. We've got the gap here from the leader, so we'll be able to see how it comes down. But 23.7 seconds, Karen Webb has the lead over Martin Long at this stage. So a very handy gap, Chris, and I think that's going to be to her advantage, but we'll see what happens over the next 6 laps.
What have we got? About 4 seconds a lap over another 6 laps, so 20 odd seconds. It's
going to get close.
23 second gap at the moment. It's going to be very interesting.
Now, what if a rider does their fastest race lap of the weekend in this race? Does it matter? Do they break out?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So you could potentially sandbag all weekend and then come out and win this.
Well, you could, but we've, well, I should say the handicapper have got a bit of an idea of how fast people go. But Don Fenton looking for a way through on Martin Long. Now, I don't know that Martin's going to take it lying down if Don does get through. Martin's a very experienced racer. Starting to close down on Darren Grice. Buggy's the man on the yellow bike. He's the man who's had the best pace all weekend, so we'll be starting to see he's catching that group in front.
Well, Chris, I just got to nip down and grab some spectacles. I won't be a minute.
Karen Webb just entering the sweeper to complete her 3rd lap, I think that is. Just check the gap for you. So it was 19 seconds gap she had last time around. Interesting that Martin Long and Don Fenton have already caught Darren Grice. And that'll spur him on a little. So, interesting, still 18 seconds. So that last lap time, Karen Webb's actually put in the fastest lap of the weekend for her. So this has spurred her on and doing some great lap times. As I said, it was based on people's fastest over the weekend. So I guess, as Rod said, there's the opportunity to sandbag a little. So in second place there, I think it's still Martin Long, but Don Fenton on the larger capacity bike should be able to get past Martin down the back straight. Martin Long still in front. Don Fenton looking for a way through, but they're leaving Darren Grice behind. In fact, Darren, fastest lap so far, 63. Just saying, Rod, that Karen Webb produced her fastest lap of the weekend on that previous lap.
Yeah, I just said to Wayne she's been sandbagging. So
yep,
but the gap, Chris, the previous lap was 18 odd seconds. Now it's down to 14 odd. So at this rate, I don't think they're going to catch her.
It's going to be close. 3 laps to go, 3 seconds a lap. So it's going to be getting very, very close.
Yeah, just looking at Karen's best time there, a 103.55. Don Fenton a 59.9 and Martin Long a 60.4. So based on that pace there, I think it's going to get close, but all going well, Karen probably should get the win.
So Don Fenton's now past Martin Long. I didn't see where that happened. Karen Webb just goes through. So previous gap 14.8 seconds. Down to 11.9. I think it's looking like a Karen Webb victory at this stage.
I think so. I think it's Karen's race to lose.
63.2 last time through, so I think that's almost a second up on her best race of the weekend. Shows what a bit of motivation can do.
Absolutely.
And that way will make the difference.
No, good strategy she's had for the weekend then. Certainly sounds very nice, that GSX-R 750.
She's actually looking probably a bit more committed than I've seen her all weekend. So she's obviously feeling like there's a chance here. Coming around to pick up the last lap board. Not that far back to the second and third place bikes of Don Fenton and Martin Long. But I don't think it's going to be enough. There are still 8 seconds in arrears. It's probably going to come down to almost a 3-second gap the way things are going. I tell you what, if Karen hadn't put in those PB times, would have been very, very close.
Yeah, Martin Long, he's done his fastest lap of the race, a 60.15 on that last one. Stuart Bugg. We've seen Stuart Bugg do a 58.3 this morning, I think it was, or 58.1 might have been, but he hasn't bettered the 1 minute mark.
No, so, and that's showing on track. If he'd run his sprint race pace, he would have been up almost contesting, or at least second place. But Karen Webb completing her last lap. It was going to be very, very close. Look at that, Rod.
Yep.
Not much in it at all. If Karen had not done those PB times, and Karen will be victor in the Golden Oldies handicap.
Yeah, great victory for Karen.
And I'll tell you what, nice bit of handicapping too. Not much in it at all between the 3 riders at the front.
Yes, a 5-second gap back to Don Fenton in second. Martin Long very, very close behind Don at the line. Yeah, that was. I think the handicappers got it pretty right.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think, as I say, if Karen hadn't taken almost a second off her best time of the weekend, given she only won the race by 5 seconds over 8 laps, that was very, very close. So that's where the opportunity is. You know, if you can produce your best
when you need it, that's you get the results.
Absolutely. So fantastic result there for Karen Webb, and so too Don Fenton and Martin Long bringing up second and third place. And back to Darren Grice and unfortunately Daniel Briggs, who crashed out on the very first lap. Certainly took him by surprise there, Rod. I think the back end came round.
Yeah, it's definitely
no warning at all.
Definitely cold tyres.
So great victory there for Karen Webb. I'm sure she'll be absolutely delighted with that. And it's great to see something, of a different race format where these competitors don't always get the opportunity to get up and receive a winner's trophy.
Yeah, no, it certainly is an interesting format, and it makes a nice little difference for most of the racing the riders do through the year, which is typically the normal standard sprint type races, usually 8 laps or sometimes 10. So it's a good little point of difference and a nice way to end the year for ending the year of racing.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about. It's a bit of fun, and this is club racing at the end of the day. We want people to come out and enjoy it, and that means you got to mix it up a bit, and that's what the 2-hour weekend's all about. Something different rather than what people are typically used to in racing a championship series. Nothing wrong with the championships, but this is intended just to be something a bit different for our riders.
Well, Chris, this brings us to the Tassie Juniors Handicap Cup.
Yep, exactly the same format. So it's a handicap staggered start from pit lane. Now, in this case, I don't know if Tom Turner's going to be competing. He was entered for it. He's been our fastest junior to date, but as I said, he was feeling well. He may be saving himself for the 20-lapper. But given the difference in lap times, the first rider has to complete a full lap before the second rider even starts. So there's a fair bit of work to do.
So do you know the ages of the riders here, Chris? We've got what's our youngest competitor? Would be Gus O'Halloran?
Yeah, look, I'm not sure. Maybe 12, but they can't be any older than 16 as a junior racer.
Yep. So probably Gus will be the youngest at 12.
So Jet Prize, the first one away. Don't have the handicapping times in front, but he's going to be the one they're chasing down. There goes Gus O'Halloran.
The little 150 KO. It's a tiny little bike, but it looks like a lot of fun.
Dave O'Connell. Big gap then back to, that's going to be David Coward.
There'll be certainly some decent gaps here because there was a big difference in the field over the sprint races.
Oh, it must be terrible for the guys still sitting there, seeing bikes already on track getting away from them, not being able to do anything about it.
Well, if the handicapping's right, they should catch them. So almost have a bike, I think, coming past before they get started. So is the stopwatch broken?
I'm sure the riders are thinking that. So Jet Pride now about to put a lap on. I hope he looks over his shoulder. He does. Well done. Next bike away will be Isaac Simmons.
Well, have a look, Isaac. It's got the little 80cc there, the two-stroke, and the GP frame. Nice looking machine.
And finally, Brodie Curtis gets away, so has to unlap himself. It'll be interesting to keep track of here. Luckily, we've got some timing on screen in front of us, Rod, because it'd be a bit confusing otherwise.
It'd be very difficult to do this manually, I'm sure.
So Brodie's already unlapped himself from Ava.
Yes, the gaps are going to be interesting to see the difference in lap times. There's going to be a big difference in overall lap time. There's going to be a gap of, you'd think, over a minute.
David Coward's already unlapped himself from Jet. But Jet Pryor, of course, at the end of the back straight there, he's still our race leader.
So what in the sprint races earlier, Chris, Isaac Simmons was seemed to be improving. Do you know what times he got down to?
I'm not sure. I think it was a low 11, 1 minute 11.
Okay.
So now the order.
So Brody Curtis is he's unlapped himself with certainly got past Gus.
Yeah, so the order hasn't actually changed, although people are unlapping themselves. So as you'd expect, given that riders should be arriving on the line together at the end of the race, shouldn't be seeing much change in position until we get to the closing stages. But the leading bike on track is Jet Pryor, who must be about to come onto the back straight, is he? It's David Coward coming down over the hump, but he's unlapped himself from Jet Pryor. Yep, so Jet coming over the hump at the moment. Isaac Simmons has just unlapped himself. And not far behind is Brody Curtis.
Here comes Brody, tucked in. As you can see, well and truly tucked flat on the tank of that R15, sorry, all Yamaha. You've seen him even spinning it up, Chris, coming off the end of the straight there through the early part of the sweeper.
Yeah,
earlier on the weekend. So
sporting a bit of dirt on the leathers after his crash in the lights production. But, great competitor. He's about to unlap himself, go around the outside of Jet Pryor. Does that pretty comfortably, yes. So I think everyone is now on the same lap.
No, I'm not sure. Looking at the timing, it's not telling me that. But the quickest lap time so far, Brody Curtis, who's the man who's got to come from the back of the grid, or the young lad, a 1:11.61 so far for him. And Jet Pryor, who's still leading the race at 1:22.37. So
yeah, Brody just went around the outside of Jet.
Yep.
In turn 2.
Okay.
So the timing won't have picked that up yet. That position won't have changed.
Yep. Okay. So all bikes should be on the same lap.
Now have a look at this. Now we've got that's Isaac Simmons starting to chase down David Coward. How many laps have we got left? 5. Brody Curtis, I don't know if he's making much of an inroad into Isaac Simmons. Isaac's last lap time, 1:11.49.
Brody Curtis, a 1:11.23. So the fastest lap of the race so far on that last one. But it's going to be tough for there. He's going to have to find a second or more a lap to catch Isaac Simmons.
Look at where Jet Pryor is. He's race leader going down through the S's at the moment. So there's obviously still a lot of work to do. Gus O'Halloran, bike 2, just going into turn 1 at the moment. Ava Connell not far behind Gus O'Halloran.
Yeah, Gus O'Halloran, his fastest time on that little KO150, 1:23.24. So Ava Connell, she's just done her fastest lap on lap 4 there at 1:21.44. So
now Isaac Simmons has just got past David Coward. So the order's starting to change a bit.
Certainly starting to shuffle around.
4 laps remaining. So halfway through the race.
Still a long way to go for Tom Turner. Brody Curtis.
That's right.
To get through. And Isaac Simmons still a long way behind as far as timing goes.
So here's race leader, Jet Pryor crossing the line now. 3 laps to go.
And a 1:22, his fastest lap of the race so far, 1:22.08. That's exactly what he needs to do to keep putting the pressure on the riders behind.
A potential change of position here. Gus O'Halloran looks over his shoulder to see Ava Connell breathing down his neck. Squeezing everything he can out of that little KO150. Looks over to the right side. Now where's Ava going to find a way through? She won't want to stay there for too long if she's going to stand a chance of running down Jet at the front.
Looks like Brodie Curtis here about to catch Tom Turner.
No, Tom's not out there.
Oh, sorry.
David Coward.
David Coward, sorry.
Now run up the inside for Brodie. Is he going to get that done? Yes, he is. Nice smooth overtake there from Brodie. Lap starting to run down. Jet Pryor the leader at the end of the back straight.
There are longer laps though on these little bikes because they're not blessed with a lot of power. And probably not a lot of top speed down the straight, Chris. What do you think? These little around the 100, 120 kilometres an hour maybe?
Oh, about that. Oh, Ava Connell, big lunge under brakes at the end of the straight, and she'll take P2 from Gus O'Halloran. So now Gus needs to dig deep and try and hold on to the back of Ava. Only a few laps remaining, so it's still Gus is still in with a big chance here.
He's definitely keen to have a go. Having a look up the inside there into turn one. Certainly inspired him to push a bit more. He's just done his, young Gus has just done his fastest lap of the race there on that last lap. So getting past and a bit more extra motivation as he's picked the pace up down to a 122. Got 2 laps to go. Brodie Curtis, a 1:10.10 is his best lap so far. So he's definitely picking up the pace to try to catch the leaders.
I think the big improver here has been Jet Pryor. He's got a 20-second gap. He's lapping around the same time as Ava and Gus.
Yeah, 122.08 for Jet. Ava Connell a 121.44 and Gus O'Halloran a 122.32. So nothing in it between those three.
Now, it may well be the same as what we saw in the previous handicap, that being in the lead has motivated Jet. Because at the moment, he's on the last lap. You can see the other riders all starting to close up now, as you'd expect for the handicap. But I think Jet Pryor has been the surprise. He's pulled the pin. Gus O'Halloran up the inside of Ava Connell. Big move. He's going to pull that off. Oh, absolutely fantastic. We talk about how hard those moves are into turn one, and Gus has just shown us how it's done.
And he's gone quicker again, Chris. He's done a 120.99, so could be his PB for the weekend.
Now have a look at Isaac Simmons now behind Ava Connell. We'll go past her on the last lap. Will he get Gus O'Halloran as well? Yes.
Yeah, and a 110.3 for Isaac Simmons, so he's definitely picked up the pace. That was on lap 7. It's all down to this last lap, so the pressure's on for them to all try to get to that lead bike.
As I say, I think the surprise has been our leader, Jet Pryor. He's produced something special here.
He's going to comfortably take the win here.
He wouldn't want to leave it much longer because Isaac Simmons is hunting him down. But well done, Jet Pryor. Race victory, and he's pumped. Second place, Isaac Simmons. What a great ride for Isaac from a long way back. He'll pick up P2, and how about that? Brodie Curtis has got Ava and poor old Gus banging the tank on the as he crosses the line.
He's done a great job.
And again, not an easy thing to do to time all this to perfection, because riders do change their lap times during a race like this. But you can see everyone's actually reasonably close. So I think they played out very, very nicely.
And Isaac Simmons, he did the fastest lap of the race there on the last lap, a 1:10 flat. So.
Well, I'd say that's probably a PB for Isaac. So it just goes to show that these races can produce some great results. And Jet's been running around the back of the field all day, and he's just shown that what it can do when you're at the front and feeling like there's something big to win.
Something to race for, a bit of extra motivation there. Well, okay. You have to feel in a handicap race, if they get it right, that you have a chance.
Well, everyone's proving that if you do ride to or push as hard as you can, then you absolutely can take a trophy. And Karen Webb proved that, and Jet Pryor. I can't wait to see Jet's reaction getting the trophy this afternoon. I don't know that you're going to wipe a smile off his face for a long, long time.
No, he rode very well. That's what you've got to do in these races. You've got to make the most of the opportunity you're given because, as we said, the handicap system, it should theoretically be all bikes crossing the line at the same time or very close to it. So he's lifted the bar and he's taken the win by a gap of around 9 seconds.
Again, not far off what we saw in the Golden Oldies handicap. Really, over 8 laps, that is very, very little. And that's what difference a rider can make by just pushing at their PB or under in some cases. So well done to all the riders. That was some great racing.
All right, we're just going to take a quick drinks break and we'll be back. Next race on the program is the Lights GP, Lights Production 20 lap feature race. This one's been a cracker in the past, Chris. So we look forward to seeing how this year's rolls out. Back shortly. Alrighty. Here we go, Chris. Ready for the feature lights GP lights production race, the 20 lapper.
Yeah, it's a big one, Rod.
It's been a great event over the last couple of events here at the 2-hour racing weekend. We've seen some fantastic races at the front.
Yeah, this one back to our traditional scratch race. It's not a handicap. And as you say, Rod, it's produced some very special racing over the years. These guys take it exceptionally seriously. We've had a lot of interest from the mainland in the past. Unfortunately, again, COVID has stopped that for this year. But it's a very popular race nationally.
Yes, previous events prior to the COVID-19 affecting events around here, around Australia, around the world. We've seen quite a lot of mainland entries for this event in the past.
Well, not to, I mean, think of Joel Kelso, now racing Moto 3, isn't he?
Yes, Joel Kelso, he raced here, must have been the 2019 event. Him and Liam Waters had a tremendous scrap at the front. The lead changed, crikey, how many times do you reckon? It was unbelievable. What a race that was. And Joel Kelso, now has got a full-time gig in Moto 3 in the World Championships from next year, so that's wonderful to see. Certainly, Baskerville will attract some talent, Chris.
Yeah, that's right, and it just goes to show the quality of competition at this event as well. This 20 lapper, it certainly has produced some high-level racing over the years. Liam Waters has shown that he's the man to beat this weekend. He actually holds the Lights GP lap record as well, and is a previous race winner. In fact, he was the man who went head-to-head with Joel Kelso and came out on top. So it's hard to see Liam being beaten, but having said that, he did have a little off during the sprint races, so anything's possible, even for the best.
Yeah, I think the conditions there of the day yesterday caught Liam out, but much better conditions for racing today. Very little wind. Its track temperature would be very nice, and good sunny conditions. So in the past, unfortunately, we've seen some pretty windy conditions or rainy conditions, which can really affect these bikes. So typically we've got the mix of GP bikes and the production bikes, 125s, 250s. We've got some 400 four-strokes. So it's going to be a great contest between the two classes.
Yeah, we've already seen that in sprint racing, and now we've got a whole 20 laps of it, which is going to be absolutely brilliant. Taran Ocean will be very keen to get away well.
Jesse Woods also, Chris, he's got a great position there starting from P3. So we're in the starter's hands. The red flag is in. We're looking for the lights to come on. Red lights on in the starter's hands, and we're away. And Jesse Woods has definitely got the best start there on the 400 Kawasaki four-stroke production bike, and he will lead the field into turn one. Yeah,
frustrating again for Taran Ocean. Get really held up in that pack. He's almost back to the fourth last there. Third last, absolute shocker for Taran.
Yeah, he's had some terrible trouble getting that 125 GP bike to launch, and this is not good for his race.
No, you've said you lose the power band on those little 125s, and it takes a lot to recover from. And
they've virtually got no power outside the power band. So
that's right.
I think they probably make around sort of 40 to 50 horsepower in the sweet spot of the engine. Outside of that, it's probably, well, I don't know what it is. I'm sure someone here would, but it's not very much.
But at the front, Liam Waters, no surprise, heads the field down over the hump for the first time. Jesse Woods hard under tucked in under the windscreen. Big braking lunge from Jesse, and Jesse runs off. That's not what you wanted.
Keep Jesse
it up,
Woods.
Jesse. Keep it up. Keep it up.
That's exactly not what he wanted.
They're pushing very hard, but he's still a chance. He's still on it, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, Jesse can recover. There's enough time, and he's definitely the man to beat in the production racing. So he's got enough time to recover here. He's going to be down about a quarter of a lap on the rest of the field. So
now look at Larry Eaton right up on the wheel of Brodie Curtis now coming down through the S's. Larry's looking very hungry for another place. A big group of riders coming down through the S's at the moment, all trying to sort themselves out.
You know, Jesse Woods he's up and running. He's gone through turn one. So looking at the grand scheme of where the rest of the riders are, Chris, he's done a very, very good job not to lose more time.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself, and usually it takes you a lap or two just to settle back down and start thinking about the job at hand rather than how mad you are at yourself.
I think now what he has to do is just really just try and calm himself, and there's still enough time for Jesse to find his way back to the front of the production field. So he just needs to not make any silly mistakes and push too hard and just think about it, and he should be fine.
Look, that's exactly right. But like I say, it can take you a lap or two to just clear your mind of that. But Brodie Curtis, what a great job he's doing at the front, still holding off Larry Eaton there. Nathaniel Green right behind him. Oh, big braking move there into one. That's good. I'm not sure who that is. A bit of an over and under going on. Might have been Garth Newton, I'm not sure.
Looks like Taron Ocean's recovered reasonably well. He's not far off that group there with Brodie Curtis, Larry Eaton. He's coming through. Who's behind Larry? Looks, it's Nathan Green.
That's Nathan Green, yes.
And Chad Wiley, Taron Ocean, who's come through from being about third or fourth last from the poor start he had.
Disappointed not to see Tom Turner out there. He was running very, very competitively earlier in the weekend.
Yeah, that's disappointing. I think he got a fourth in one of the races.
Oh, look at this down the straight. 3 bikes abreast, under brakes, and Brodie Curtis going around the outside of Larry Eaton, exactly where Brodie lost the front earlier in the day.
And Nathan Green, he's come through into third.
We said they take this seriously. And,
Sorry, second.
That.
Nathan Green's come through into second. That's great for Nathan. And Larry Eaton up the inside into turn one. Don't often see Larry pulling moves like that. He's very, very committed in this race. It's wonderful to see.
He absolutely is.
Making that motard look pretty amazing. It's when you think about it, it's a bike designed for dirt riding. It's got a set of road wheels on it with race slicks, and it's showing it's very, very capable. Also, Larry.
Oh, big move up the inside there from. Is it Taron Ocean on Nathan Green?
It looks like Taron Ocean. I think Nathan Green's ahead of that pack. That'd be Brodie Curtis.
Oh yes, it would be Brodie Curtis. You're right. Race leader.
Looks
like crossing line now.
Looking over at the back straight here, Chris, Taron Ocean there on the 125 GP bike. He's starting to size up Larry Eaton. They had a bit of a close tussle in the previous sprint race, so there'll be no love lost here.
No, hopefully the guys keep it safe.
Taron Ocean here. We know how fast Taron Ocean is into turn 2, but he's going to do it into turn 1 there. He's carrying good corner speed and right out to the curb, but keeps it in check, and that's a really nice move.
Yeah, very focused, isn't he, at the moment, Taron Ocean? What sort of lap times is he doing?
We know he's capable of probably 58s.
Yeah, only 61.32 at the moment. I think that's probably because he's in traffic. He did a high 59 yesterday.
Trying to pick up where Jesse Woods has recovered to. He is
at the bottom of the hill at the moment.
Bottom of the hill, so he's got a bit of work to do, but there's enough time.
Down at 12th place at the moment, and only 30 seconds in arrears, so it's not bad. He lost 30 seconds through that runoff, but yeah, I'm sure he'll be kicking himself. But as you said, Rod, he just needs to focus on.
Well, he's definitely had the pace all weekend to show the rest of the production field at least a clean set of heels. So I would say there's plenty of time for Jesse to find his way back through to the front of the production pack.
I'll tell you what, Brodie Curtis on brakes down there at the end of the straight. While you're talking there, Rod, had a big lunge around the outside of Reece Tan on the GP bike. He's taking no prisoners.
No, he's definitely not scared. He did have that incident in the previous sprint race. He tried extremely hard to get ahead of 2 bikes on the last lap and unfortunately did go down, but he hasn't slowed him down at all, Chris. He's still pushing very hard.
Best time from Nathan Green in P2 at the moment, 60.65. It's a very competitive time. I think Taron Ocean might have his work cut out getting by.
Absolutely. Where's Nathan been all weekend? Sandbagging. Just hanging back, waiting for the big race.
57.92, the fastest lap of the race so far from Liam Waters.
He's just starting to catch some lap traffic already, Liam Waters, so he's got a very, very handy gap to the rest of the field, as we did expect. He's definitely a class act, and he's he's a very efficient, very fast rider.
Taron Ocean now starting to get onto terms with Nathan Green in front of him. This is going to be worth watching. Larry Eaton still doing a very, very good job there in 4th. Behind Larry is Reece Tan, and then Brodie Curtis. Remember, Brodie's riding production. He's mixed up in GP bikes there at the moment, so doing an absolutely outstanding job.
Yeah, Taron Ocean certainly has caught up to Nathan Green quite well, and it's looking to me like Taron's got the pace. Nathan's riding very, very well. Taron's definitely showed a bit more pace through turn 1 into 2, but he's caught Nathan. Now he has to get past him, so it's going to be a battle of the brakes, I would imagine. Bikes very similar in a straight line, so it's going to be who's got the biggest brakes into the straight or who's got the most commitment into a corner.
Just watching Liam Waters through turn 1, it just looks like it's on rails.
It does look good, doesn't it?
I know it's not like that. The bike's working very hard, but he just makes it look so smooth.
Yeah, and, people watching, if you get a chance to get up near the Tilford Auto Group bridge there, you'll see some really good fast lines through turn one, and watching Liam Waters go through there is very, very exciting.
Taron Ocean's certainly
There he
looking
goes.
impatient now. Oh, big push up the inside of Nathan Green.
That's his favourite spot. He's done that all weekend. He carries good speed into turn two, and he's made the move again and very clean. So I think we'll see Taron Ocean probably pull away from Nathan Green here.
Yeah, Nathan running a tiny bit wide there at the bottom of the hill, cost him a couple of bike lengths. But look, he's got the pace to run with Taron, I think. Let's have a look. He's only a few tenths off Taron's best race lap so far. So if Nathan can just knuckle down for a couple of laps, he might find he can up his pace and stay with Taron. In fact, look at the difference in straight line speed there. That shows that if Nathan can run with Taron, he's getting a chance to take a position back.
Okay. Definitely coming into the turn one, turn two, where Taron's been probably the strongest rider all weekend. Very, very quick into turn two, Taron Ocean.
Aaron Wade looking to threaten Reece Tan very shortly, up onto his back wheel in front of Brodie Curtis.
Yeah, Reece Tan there. He's doing a great job in behind Larry Eaton, Aaron Wade, Brodie Curtis. Chad Wiley doing really well in 8th. Jesse Woods has found his way back to 9th now, so still got a bit of work to do, Jesse, but there's plenty of time. 12 laps to go.
Yeah, so Lights production leader is Larry Eaton, who's in P4. So that's who Jesse has to get on terms with.
Okay. Well, I'm sure there's plenty of time left for that to happen.
Taron Ocean run up the inside of, is that Daniel Briggs on the Yamaha R3?
It looks like Daniel.
Yep. So it looks like Taron's actually dropped Nathan off a little bit.
Yeah, he certainly has.
Yeah, that's not what Nathan needed at that point in the race. Now he's got Briggsy to go past, and really destroyed any chances now of staying on terms with Taron, I think.
Yeah, that's not where he wanted to catch Daniel there.
Nah, still struggling to get past. Oh, that's cruel. Finally. But look at the riders behind. Larry Eaton, Aaron Wade, Chad Wiley, Brodie Curtis. What a battle that is.
Yeah, just looking where Jesse Woods is. He's well within striking distance of Larry Eaton. It's only literally, I'd say maybe 300 or 400 metres behind. No, not even that. 300 metres, 200 metres. So he's well within distance of Larry Eaton. So Larry here is halfway down the back straight, and here comes Jesse Woods over the hump. So it's only a matter of time before we see Jesse Woods catch Larry and probably go past and lead the production field pack.
Wow, look at the riders everywhere around Briggsy through the through the sweeper. Yeah, Taron Ocean absolutely left Nathan Green for dead now. Unfortunately, Nathan got the worst of the lap traffic.
Yeah, it's not helping. So we can see here at going up the hill, it's now literally, Chris, only 20 or 30 bike lengths between Larry and
Jesse Woods.
Jesse Woods,
Yep.
Tongue-tied, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Trying to talk and look at the screen at the same time.
Jesse's done a great job to recover those positions, and he's done exactly the right thing to try to calm down. He's got Chad Wiley in front of him, and outbreaks Chad easily, but Brodie's great around the outside there under brakes. They all come out cleanly. So now you've got all the production bikes in a group. Larry Eaton first, back to 4th, Chad Wiley. Or the lead production bikes, I should say.
Yeah, the lead production bikes.
I think Jesse Woods is probably going to make light work of Larry here. He's caught him up pretty quickly.
You'd imagine he'd have a bit more straight line speed on that bike. Yeah, well, maybe not, Chris. The KTM Motard there, very, very efficient up the hill. Quite a lot of power.
Yeah, under brakes at the end of the back straight, Jesse looks very, very strong.
He's been strong there all day. This is one of his stronger points is his braking. And looking here, he's going to easily dispatch Larry down the back straight here. There he goes. So
a bit more straight line speed too.
So a little bit more top speed. Certainly acceleration from the bottom of the hill about the same, but great ride from Jesse after recovering from running off on the first lap. He's now come back through the field to lead the production bikes.
Not over yet. Jesse's going to be trying to claim those GP bikes in front of him. Not that he's in any contest with them, but it won't stop him trying.
No, absolutely not. So what is he? Just trying to see where the timing. Liam Waters has got a 35-second gap to second. So Liam's, there's no one in his league. But where are we? Jesse Woods. He's got about a 10 seconds or so to second place. So it is very feasible based on the times he's done earlier in the weekend.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just looking back in this production group, though, I think that's going to be a great contest between Larry Eaton and Chad Wiley. They're still locked together. And Brodie Curtis right behind them. So that'll go down at the wire, I think. And then, of course, the group in front of them, the GP bikes. You've got Nathan Green,
Reece Tan,
Aaron Wade.
And Jesse Woods. So he's right there. And for Jesse Woods, if he gets ahead of Nathan Green, that puts him to third outright. Not just for, obviously leading production, but third outright on track. So definitely a big carrot there.
Yeah, riding very, very nicely.
Still a few riders there, like Larry Eaton just did his fastest lap of the race so far on the last lap. And same with Chad Wiley, and also Marek von Batush, Oliver Skinner did their fastest lap so far of the race. So warming up, getting into it, and still finding time. It's often what we see, Chris, in these longer races. People relax into it, and it's a bit more time on the seat, and they can start finding some quicker laps.
That's absolutely true. We often talk about, after 10 laps plus, which most riders only do 8 lap sprint races around here. So it's a different game once you get beyond that 8 laps. They're not used to it.
Now look at Jesse Woods here. He's on the production Ninja 400. He's got 3 GP bikes ahead of him, but he's right on the back of is it Nathan Green?
Brodie Curtis down the inside of Chad Wiley through turn 2. Yes, he's got that done. So Larry's the next scalp. Tell you what, Brodie's putting in an outstanding weekend's racing, isn't he, Rod?
Oh, he's had great time. Yeah, he's been riding very well. So Jesse Woods is going to be into red-hot battle with these 3 GP bikes. We'll see them all come down the back straight shortly. The 4 of them pretty much locked together. Reece Tan, Aaron Wade, Nathan Green I think, tiring a bit, maybe, Chris. That Jesse Woods has easily dispatched him on the break, so he's gone through a position.
Brodie Curtis through on Larry Eaton at the end of the back straight.
Right in the wheels off that 400 or 300, whatever it is.
They're about to be lapped by Liam Waters, so they won't be expecting that. Liam up the inside of Chad Wiley safely. Now he's got Larry Eaton to take care of. I reckon he'll be down the inside of Larry. Is he? Not enough room.
No, he's just going to bide his time, which is probably the safe thing to do. He's going to go down around the. There you go, nice and clean. Through the S's, he's gone around the outside.
I think Brodie Curtis has probably broken Larry Eaton now. He's got a probably 2 or 3 second margin there.
Taran Ocean also, he's just done his fastest lap on the last lap. But he's just 4 laps to go. See where Jesse Woods is.
That's a 60.2.
60.2. Jesse Woods has got his head down, tucked under the bubble, looking at those 2 GP bikes ahead of him, into the straight. Really strong on the brakes at Jesse Woods, and he makes up about 3 or 4 bike lengths there on the brakes. So that's just the ability of Jesse to get that bike stopped and turned.
So that's Aaron Wade and Reece Tan, both in the lights GP class. Jesse looking like he'll definitely pick up those 2 spots.
Here comes Liam Waters too.
Around the outside of Nathan Green, is he?
So,
I couldn't get that done. It is a difficult move.
So Liam Waters here potentially could lap the whole field, which is I think is probably something he'd probably aim for.
Well, why not?
Why not? Let's see if I can lap the whole field. So that's a fantastic effort, showing his class.
Ollie Skinner just crossing the line. Ollie in P13, fastest lap so far of 1:03.7.
Brody Curtis there. He's hot on the heels of must be Nathan Green now. He's riding extremely well.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, Jesse Woods has got through one of the GP bikes, so fantastic effort from Jesse. Interesting that they're getting the blue flag there, but coming riders all dicing in the same group. We've got Liam Waters there, the leader coming through.
No, you had Liam Waters in, so he's putting a lap on those riders.
He is. That's correct. Sorry, I just saw Liam there. He's scamped the hill behind Jesse Woods and Reece Tan. No, Aaron Wade actually. Reece has fallen back behind them, so it's going to be on for young and old down here. A few laps to go. A couple of laps to go.
Terran Ocean just looking to put a lap on Ollie Skinner. There's room around the outside. Yep.
Jesse
Nice
Woods here is going to do the move on Aaron Wade, so he's gone through and into third position outright for Jesse Woods. Fantastic result considering he ran off at the start of the race.
A great battle there between Aaron Wade and Reece Tan. Last lap board up. Good battle further back in the production class, still between Chad Wiley and Larry Eaton. Last lap, so that'll be on.
So Liam Waters won't get the chance to lap the whole field. He won't catch Terran Ocean, but he would have lapped everybody apart from Terran. So fantastic effort. Terran Ocean now just on the back straight, coming over the hump there, in towards the braking area. About to start his last lap.
Race leader just making his way down the back straight, under brakes now, completing his very last lap.
Great effort from Jesse Woods there, Chris. He's found his way back through to third outright as well. So
our race leader will pick up the checkered flag and take another Lights 20 feature race for Liam Waters. What a ride.
Fantastic result.
So too Jesse Woods, who will lead the production class and had to recover from a long way back. Chad Wiley will get the better of Larry Eaton. That went down to the wire as we thought it might.
On the little KTM 390s coming around, that must be Dane Griggs.
That's Dane Griggs just completing his race.
Garth Newton. The little RS125. Marek von Vertusch on the Moto 3 bike. It's got a fantastic engine note.
And Terran Ocean
picking up second place.
Ollie Skinner, bike number 740. Always entertaining, the Lights 20.
Certainly is.
I think Jesse Woods is going to be very, very happy that he managed to keep that upright out there in the dirt. It's not easy.
Not easy, no. It's can be a bit of a wild ride through the dirt.
Great ride from both riders. All riders, I should say.
Yeah, it's a great event.
Very, very impressive.
Yeah, anyone thinking back, Jesse Woods there on the first lap, anyone that's gone off there and run through that dirt, it's not a pleasant experience. Quite rough, quite bouncy, so very easy to catch a piece of dirt or a large chunk of dirt, which they tend to be in there. You can catch one on the wrong angle and push over the handlebars. So did a good job to keep upright and rejoin the track and find his way back through to third outright and also taking the win for production.
Good ride too from Terran Ocean. Made his way back from an awful start. Trying to do a Jack Miller and big endo into the pits.
I think he forgot to stop, put his foot down, so at the last minute.
Oh, is that what it was?
Is that what it was? But yeah, no, great result for Terran Ocean, considering I think out of turn one he was third or fourth from the towards the back of the grid after a pretty poor start.
And pleasingly, I don't think we had one
No,
issue.
no crashes, which is great. So it's nice when we get racing done safely and cleanly, and everyone stays upright.
And as we keep saying, perfect weather for bike racing. Makes you feel good on the bike, having some bright sunshine and no wind. And not too hot for the bikes either. Still getting good grip off the circuit.
No, conditions are pretty much perfect, aren't they?
Yeah.
Looking around the circuit at the trees over in the paddocks, they're pretty much motionless. So we can't really feel any breeze where we are because we're behind the glass. But looking out from here, it looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, as I keep saying, been overdue for this event.
Certainly have. Last year's weather wasn't very kind to us, but we still had a great result. But some riders had some pretty terrifying moments in the dying parts of the race with the weather the way it was. I think we had hail and everything. So the race motored on, and we got a result, which was great. And this year looks like we'll have full sunny conditions all the way through.
It certainly does.
Well, Chris, we might take a quick break. We will be back very shortly with the main event.
Yeah, just looking at the time, Rod, 1:46. You know what that means? It's almost 2 o'clock.
So 2
That's
o'clock.
The big one.
2 o'clock. We'll be starting off with the Motorworks Michelin 2 hour. To say the format, all the bikes race for 2 hours, and then once the time's up, there's one extra lap. And followed after that will be presentations of barbecue in the pits. So bikes will grid up shortly, and we're looking forward to seeing the Le Mans start again. It's always entertaining having the bikes parked parallel on the fence and having the rider on the other side of the track have to run across, fire the bike up and try to get cleanly away, and can be sometimes fraught with a bit of fairing banging and handlebar clashing as bikes try to turn and accelerate up the pit straight.
It's always a spectacle, but as you said, Rod, we'll take a short breather before another 2 hours of intense competition.
Fantastic.
So bikes starting to make their way out for the big event of the afternoon, the Motorworks Michelin 2-hour endurance race. Rod, we're just talking between ourselves as to how it feels as a rider, knowing what you're about to undertake.
Very nervous at this point. A lot of butterflies in the stomach, and you think about all sorts of different things, I guess, going through your head. Have you got the right package, the setup? Have you thought about your race strategy? Just the thought of competition, and also you know that it's a long, hard race too. So you physically prepared. You've drank enough water, taken enough electrolytes, whatever you've got to do, because it's very hard on the body. So it's there's a lot of variables, as we know, Chris. Your fuel stops. You can have changing weather conditions. All sorts of things can alter the way that the race pans out.
Absolutely. There's a lot going on in riders' minds at the moment, but what they need to do is stay calm and think about what they need to do to execute their plan. But I hear you. I know exactly what it feels like. There's a lot of butterflies and nerves at the moment. They just want everything to get underway, everything run smoothly, and then get into your race strategy.
Yeah, I don't think in the ones that I've competed in, I've never actually started the race. I've always come on to the bike somewhere during the race, but never been the start rider. What about yourself?
Yeah, I started first.
What's that like, doing that Le Mans start, running across the track? And
surreal. What you I often say this, but unlike a normal race start where you have a lot of revving engines around you, it's so quiet. You're standing over the other side of the track with earplugs in, with your helmet on. You can't hear a thing, and it's the start of a race. It's so different to what you're used to. So it just makes it all the more, I suppose, your attention and your nerves are heightened.
Yeah, it certainly would be a different experience. The hard part for normal racing's hard enough. You've got 15, 20 bikes, sometimes more around you, all revving when the lights turn, and it's very hard to hear your own bike underneath you. So timing the revs and the clutch and everything can be very difficult. So having to start the bike and then also pointing across the track and not up the track, and then having to turn and accelerate can be have its own issues. And you don't want to high side off the line, and you certainly don't want to bang into another rider.
There are all sorts of things you need to consider. The tyres are losing a tiny bit of heat while they're sitting there, so you don't want to be too ambitious on the first lap. All these things need to be taken into account. Given that you've got 2 hours up, you don't need to win it in the first 10 seconds.
No, riders would have prepared. No doubt all bikes would have chocked as much fuel as they can, wiggling the bikes around and doing whatever, cooling the fuel down, and then taking it very easy on that siding lap, so you're not using any extra fuel. It sometimes comes down to the last few mils in the tank to get you over the line.
Just looking at number one rider who's going to be starting out. So on the pole position bike 666, Damien Folds will be going first. You can see Brett Simmons there holding the bike from the other side of the guardrail. Then we have Jeremy Huddleston, who will start on the Huddleston and Josh Vanderputten team. Then we're back to the first of the 600s, where Marcus Delaney will go first. His partner Matthew Long holding the bike. We've got Brian Smith on bike 44. His partner Jonathan Hughes holding the bike for him. We're just about ready for a start, I think.
We've seen a rider slip over before at the start here.
We have.
Went to power themselves off the grass and fell flat on their face on the track, so we don't want to see that again.
All right.
Okay, well, very close to a start for the Motorworks Michelin 2-hour race for 2021.
This is the silence I was talking about, Rod, so we might be quiet. Racing. First bike away, Damien Folds. It's away cleanly. Good to see all bikes out nicely. But the pole position bike 666 there away first, which is great to see. Who's that up there into second place there, Rod? Can you see?
Looks like, I think it's the Triumph 675.
Or is it the Sam Delaney machine?
That might be the Sam Delaney machine, actually.
Yeah, I don't know if that's Joe Browning riding first, but...
looks like Marcus Delaney there in third.
Yeah, so a bit of sorting out to do in the order, but as I say, you don't do too much on the first lap. Get settled into this race, but again, as we say, the first 10 laps can feel like a sprint, and then riders will start to settle down into their groove.
Once again, we'll see a good mix of speeds down the back straight here from the leader bikes versus the 600s. So sometimes having the faster bike in a straight line doesn't always mean you're going to get around the circuit overall that much quicker, because Baskerville, the nature of the track here, very tight and twisty, and the advantage that the 1000cc bike has in the straight line is negated very quickly by the corners here.
Okay, very, very interested to see what sort of pace Damien Folds is looking at running. We know he's capable of running at around the flat 6 mark, but strategy comes into play here, so we'll find out very soon what he's thinking.
Yeah, I think the critical thing for them being on a leader bike and is the fuel strategy. So, you don't want to be having to refill or get fuel twice. You want to just make it through to the rider change, ideally, to have the best chance of winning the race. One thing's for certain, all bikes have to refuel at some point. But typically, to win the race, you only really want to do one fuel stop and a rider change. We have seen some solo entries in the past as well, Chris. We don't think any this year. It's incredibly difficult.
We do. Wade Schrader.
Oh, Wade is?
Yeah, Wade's in there. He's on bike 420.
Oh, that's a huge effort.
It's a massive effort. He did do it last year.
Yeah, that's Herculean, if I can pronounce it. But we have seen a few riders do it over the years, and they certainly look like they've earned their stripes into the race.
A bit of sorting out to do in their timing, because it's showing bike 666 at the rear of the field at the moment. So I don't know if that missed the opening lap. Certainly shows the lap time correctly at a 58.79 being the fastest lap of the race, but the order seems to be incorrect at this stage, but I'm sure they'll attend to that quickly. So great job from Joe Browning. First 2 hour, holding down P2 still.
Yeah, Damien Folds is just starting to get that gap out to about 2 seconds. And just gently chip away, and that's all he needs to do, Chris. He just has to just keep chipping away, keep it consistent, and try to conserve that fuel.
Now, a bike worth keeping an eye on is bike 23 in third place. That's got Marcus Delaney on board. That's the second of the 600s at the moment. But I think they're going to figure very strongly in the overall result. So they probably don't want to let Damien Folds get away too far at this stage. That bike will only have to pit once, whereas Damien Folds' bike in the lead will have to pit twice. So they do have that.
You sure we'll have to pit twice?
Kawasaki?
Yeah.
Unless they can find more fuel economy over last year, then yes, okay. They definitely have to pit around lap 55.
Right, yeah, okay.
But again, it depends on the pace they run. But this stage, having gone through at a 57.6, look, it's a little slower than he's capable of running, so they might be trying to conserve fuel and tyre. It's as we said, have a look at the program, and you can see how hard this is on tyres. So you do have to conserve the bike as well to get you to the end.
Marcus Delaney has moved into second place.
So that's quite important. It's going to be interesting to see what Marcus wants to do here, what sort of pace he wants to run. Does he want to try and chase down Damo in front? Talking to Jeremy Huddleston, he's saying the Yamaha R1 that he's riding is particularly thirsty, so they've had a hard think about strategy. They're prepared for 3 stops if they have to do it, but they're going to try and manage on 2.
Okay.
So as I say, all this comes into play. There's been a lot of planning put in by the teams, but they don't really know until they get out there into race conditions. Yes, well, certainly, you know, that a 600 in this race is extremely competitive simply for the fuel economy. And we saw last year a 600 team actually win the overall honours in the big race. So, yeah, patchy conditions and a red flag incident that played into that. But we've always said that 600s are a big chance around here because, like you were saying, Rod, they're easier on tyres, easier on fuel, easier on the rider. That's right. Certainly a lot easier to ride than a 1000cc bike around here. You do get, I wouldn't say rest, but you certainly don't get they don't have the acceleration and the sliding of the tyre and everything to contend with that you get on the 1000. So
it's a much sweeter sort of handling and steering bike to pilot round.
Now, you have a lot of experience in race tyres, Rod. At what point do you think the rider's going to start to experience tyre trouble in this race?
Well, it depends on brands, I guess. I think what I'm familiar with, that should be pretty good, depending on the compound choice, of course. But if you go with a harder option in the rear, which is a medium, they're generally pretty consistent right through. Good for many laps and easily do the race. But if you go for some other options, sometimes you might see some, a bit of sliding and a bit more manageable, or a bit more work for the rider to manage from about 10, 15 laps from the end.
Just looking at riders in position 2 and 3, that's Marcus Delaney and Jeremy Huddleston. So you got the 600 in front of the Yamaha R1. I was talking to Jeremy earlier, and he was saying, despite the power advantage of the Yamaha R1, it's still very, very hard to get past a quick 600. I think we're seeing that right now, that he can come up alongside it down the straight, but he's also got to outbrake it. And Marcus, being a very, very fast, experienced racer, there it goes. He's going to get it done this time. I was worried that it might be disrupting his strategy, that he couldn't get past Marcus, but he's done that. Saying right now, the 600 seem to draw away. It's like they can actually keep the bike on the throttle stops, whereas the big leader bike is wanting to spin up all the time.
You're dead right there, Chris. Having in previous race categories here where we had the 600 Unlimited category, so a fast 600, very, very difficult to race against around here.
He was doing a great job. Joel Benson, no surprise either on the Juhu Lee entry, bike 18 in position 4. Already breaking away from that chasing pack behind him. I was saying earlier that put in an outstanding ride last year. I know he's very fit, so I think he's going to be thereabouts. It'll be interesting to see what sort of fuel economy they get out of that bike. Do you know what age that is, Rod?
The CBR?
Yeah.
2017. So
okay.
Possibly, certainly my vintage Honda easily does an hour here. So it's definitely a one fuel stop on mine, but the later ones definitely make more power, and generally when you're making more power, you're generally using more fuel.
Yeah, well, you saw where I was going with that, if they're a chance of making the hour, that really makes a big difference.
There's quite a bit of feedback coming through at the moment. Are you getting that in your headset, Chris?
Yeah, a little bit. Not as bad as we had yesterday, but there's... I don't know if race control can hear us, but they might be able to adjust that a little. Damien Ford's lead bike just coming down the straight at the moment, about to enter the sweeper. So just having a look at his pace.
56.77 is his best so far. So still a very competitive time.
Look, it's quick, isn't it?
57.9 on the last lap. So that's all he has to do. High 57s, around the 58s, I think is a very solid, consistent lap time to try to get the bike through effectively on the fuel strategy.
And the 600 of Marcus Delaney and Matthew Long running around about flat 8s, high 7s. So clearly not looking to run with Damien Folds in front. I don't know how it's going to work out. They do have a whole pit stop up their sleeve, but we know that the second hour, the bike 666 will be handed over to Brett Simmons, who is capable of running a very fast pace. Now, he's going to have less tyre left. He's not going to be able to run the normal pace he runs, but every bike's going to be on used tyres as well, so it's all relative.
Yeah, and it's probably a good pairing for them, the way that they the race strategy. I think we know Brett's very good at managing an old tyre, and Brett's very good at sliding the bike and dealing with the bike that's moving around. So it's good strategy from their team to get Brett to bring it home. I think also Marcus Delaney, their strategy too with Matthew Long will be also a good strategy with Matthew bringing it home.
Yeah, well, he's been in red hot form this weekend. I know that both riders, Marcus Delaney and Matthew Long, have put in a lot of preparation for this race. So I think they're going to be right in it at the end. And what we see every year in the 2 hour is nothing ever goes to plan. There's always a surprise. And I think the takeaway for every team is you've got to be there at the end. You never know what might happen. even down to the last 10 minutes.
No, we've seen Mike Jones here, 2016, run out of fuel with a lap and a half to go. Was clearly in the lead and going to win the race, and unfortunately couldn't quite get the fuel stop correct and ran out. Very easy to do. Excuse Chris, we've got Martin Long that needs to speak to you. No.
Yeah, just an update from the pits was that the Marcus Delaney Matthew Long bike, with 5 minutes to go before the race, had to change the front tyre because they found it was flat.
Right.
So they went out with a cold tyre to start the race, which is never a nice feeling.
No, it's like riding on a timber tyre made out of wood. They don't feel at all very nice when they're cold.
No, so that's not what they needed. A little bit like the incident with Jesse Woods we were talking about. Something that upsets the start of your race, you've got to try and put it out of your mind and focus again on what you're there for. But they've done that well. So Marcus just coming through the chute at the moment, about to cross the line. So clearly everything's up to temperature on that bike now and working well.
Just looking at the lap times, see how people are progressing. But Damien Foulds is just comfortably lapping in the low to mid 57s. Same with Jeremy Huddleston, 57, sort of mid 57s to low 58s. And Marcus Delaney there, 58.05 in the last lap. Most of the other bikes in the sort of mid 58s to low 59, so pretty consistent. And running the pace you sort of need to run to get through on the fuel and tyres.
Something we didn't really mention as far as what wears as the race progresses. Not so much wears, but the suspension can particularly, it gets hot and can lose its effectiveness, can't it, Rod?
Yeah, it certainly can. There's a lot of forces going through suspension on vehicles, motorcycles, whatever, but especially in race circumstances. Hence why a lot of the bikes here have a different suspension in them, race quality, so it's designed to handle the extra heat and extra movement.
Certainly in years gone by in production races where they can't put a better quality rear shock absorber in, you see a lot of bikes starting to pogo later in the race as the oil got hot and the damping control almost completely went away, which caused a lot of troubles for riders.
Yeah, it's not what you want. You've got that compounding with fatigue, tiredness and tyre wear. Can be a recipe for disaster.
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. As fatigue sets in, you're slower to react.
Yeah, it's definitely, I've experienced it racing. And when you get tired, it's so easy to make a mistake. And once you don't realise how fast you're travelling around a racetrack until you actually go off the circuit into the grass. And sometimes, there's no coming back from that. You can be down in a flash. So it can be can catch you out very quickly. That's for sure.
So I guess to give people who aren't familiar with doing a lap around Baskerville an idea of what sort of speeds bikes are doing, right? A Superbike down the back straight, what would be your best guess?
Oh, if you look at the likes of our faster guys like Brett Simmons and those guys, we saw Jason Wiley yesterday on the going down very, very quickly, big power wheelies down the back straight. But typically, I'd say up around the 240 km/h mark here. It's only a short straight. The bikes are certainly capable of a lot more speed, but around that 240, I would imagine would be quite achievable.
I think even over the start-finish line here, they're getting up around the 160 km/h mark.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So you see where Jeremy Huddleston is at the moment. That's a big speed to be carrying there with your knee on the ground and the rear tyre sliding, 160 km/h across there.
Yeah, turn one is probably one of the most enjoyable corners on the track. But the speed into turn one is pretty high. It's a great corner to get right. It's very easy to get wrong, but when you do get it right, it feels amazing. So, but every corner on the circuit has its own challenges, and especially up the top of the hill with Suckers is named that for a good reason. Completely blind. You need to be braking very hard on a Superbike and turning in well before you can even see where the corner goes or where the corner starts. So, it takes a bit of knowledge and experience and practice to get it right.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever got turn one right. It's sort of corner, as you say, because it's cambered. You can
It's,
certainly carry a lot of speed into there, as we saw with Liam Waters earlier today. But
yeah, it's one of those corners that does suck you in, and there's quite a few different lines that actually work on it. So watching Mike Jones, his line, and then watch Brett Simmons, quite a bit different. And some of the riders like to sort of keep it more mid-track heading in, and other riders sweep out and take the corner with a lot more speed. But yeah, it's a great corner.
just to run you through the field quickly, bike 666, Damien Ford's still in the lead on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. Then we're 8 seconds back to Jeremy Huddleston on the Yamaha R1. 13 seconds behind the leader is Marcus Delaney being the first of the 600s. 20 seconds in arrears, Brian Smith on the Triumph Daytona. And we're 21 seconds behind Juhu Lee. All fairly well grouped together. Juhu Lee, Peter Bellchambers, Wade Schrader, then a little way back to Don Fenton on the CBR. Oh, sorry, Sam Delaney first, and then Don Fenton on the CBR 1000. Now, why there are two...
Yeah, I can't understand what
Matthew
that is.
Long's in there. I don't know. Timing's got something wrong there, but yeah, P10 is obviously an error, so that'll drop out. So we'll keep updating you on those positions. I know it's hard on the side of the track to see who's where, particularly as people start to get lapped. But I don't think that's happened just yet. It can't be far off because the machine of Don Fenton is 55 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, no, it's just been lapped now. So
right, okay, there you go at the end of the back straight.
Damien Fools is just best place to find lap traffic is on the main straight. Certainly easier if you've got the speed to just ease past.
So that bike, Don Fenton, is being shared with Matthew Coward and Hamish Sellers. So 3 riders there.
Interestingly, Chris, looking at this battle here between Brian Smith, Joel Benson, I think, on the Juhu Lee entry. Peter Bellchambers' entry. I'm not sure who's on the bike, whether it's Pete.
That looks like Peter, yep.
So all did their fastest lap on the last lap so far of the race. So all in the mid-57s.
Yeah, well, certainly in a race like this, I think the guys just coming down through the S's at the moment, the 4 riders together there, they're probably having a better time than Damien is at the front because they're riding in a group. As far as whittling down the laps, it's nice to be riding in a group because you get sort of towed along together. Yeah, Damien, absolutely. On the other hand, is setting the pace by himself. Now, sure. He'll probably have a lap timer on board. He'll be able to see what he's doing. He's got a pit board. But even so, there's nothing like having a bike in front of you to roll around with because it does just...
It helps the time pass and the laps pass without realising.
It does, absolutely.
I know, and you'd agree, I'm sure, but I know myself racing at either Simmons Plains or here, and if you get caught up in a red-hot battle with other competitors, which often happens, you come around and see the checker flag waving. It's like, oh, the race is over already, and it seems like you've only just started. So quite often I'd miss the last lap board, head down and fighting against other riders. So always a lot of fun. But when it spreads out, you could be riding around thinking it seems like you've been out there for about half an hour, and it's only you've been out there for 6 laps. So
interestingly, Rod, we're 19 minutes in. When would you be thinking we may see the first pit stop?
Well, certainly not yet. Depends on strategy, of course, but I would imagine most people would be aiming. Oh, we've had a bike down too coming out of Calvin's. We've had looks like a rider's gone down. I can't see who it is. It's just behind the. Sure, a bike went down. Yeah, I can see the rider up. He's just looks like he might need some. He's a bit winded. He's just got up on his feet, but he's sat back down on the grass and having a lie down. So he's definitely feeling the effects of hitting the ground up there.
Yeah, can't tell you who that is at this stage.
Should be able to work it out. It might be no.
So the lead bike coming down the straight, arm in the air, indicating that there is an issue.
Yeah, I think the rider probably needs some assistance. I'm sure the rider's lying down in the paddock up there. Not a good sight. I'm sure
Sure.
race control will make the decision here. The red flag's out. I think that's the right decision. Get the ambulance up there straight away. The rider still lying down in the paddock up there, Chris. So
Yeah,
the rider did get up, and but then quickly sat back down and is now laid down. So obviously feeling the effects of probably being winded. Hopefully only that.
I can't see Joel Benson at this stage on the red Honda CBR 1000.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't quite. I just saw. Only just caught it briefly. It's very hard for us to see the exit onto Calvin's onto the straight due to the Tilford Auto Bridge obscuring the view there. But yeah, the rider looks like he's moving. So that's always a good sign. But yes, not he's up on all fours now, so definitely I'd say quite winded.
Okay, so now we get to the red flag procedure. This is where race control will make a call on how long the race is likely to be stopped. So firstly, there'll be a decision about whether or not powered tyre warmers can go onto the machines, or unpowered, which are like tyre blankets just to keep them warm. And as the race resumes, the bike in P1, which is the bike 666, that will lead the field out, but it's in track order, not in race order. So that'll all be sorted out in the pits. I can see riders already down there stretching and trying to move their legs, already feeling the effects of 20 minutes of competition.
Yes, certainly very difficult. 20 minutes on one of these bikes is, when you're not used to it, can be feel like you've been on for about an hour.
So I'm guessing that was Joel Benson. I can't see the bike down there in the pits, which is unfortunate. So riders having a very welcome drink at this stage. Not far enough in to be causing real troubles for the fitter riders amongst us, but I think the important thing as well is the red flag's going to close the field up.
Yeah, we've seen this before. We've had unfortunate red flag incidents, and at the restart, the gap that was negated. Unfortunately, it's back to the start again. It's a fresh race, so
that's it. Unless you can put a full lap on your competition, all that gap that you made on that one lap is taken away from you. So what we're going to see is bike 666 in the lead. The gap of 6 seconds back to Jeremy Huddleston will now be 0, and so too Marcus Delaney. He'll be right on the back of bike 666. So all that needs to be people need to try and factor into their strategies.
we might take a quick break, Chris, and grab a drink and whip over to the toilet, and we'll be back with an update very shortly.
All right. So just a quick update for everyone on the hill who's wondering what's going on. The fallen rider down there at Calvin's is just getting some ambulance attention at the moment. We can't resume the race until we have a free ambulance to go out on track. So word from race control is that we're just waiting for another ambulance to arrive from Bridgewater, which was dispensed about 10 minutes or so ago. So hopefully, very, very soon we should have another ambulance and be able to resume the race very shortly. Just a quick announcement that Race Control has asked me to put across. Reminder that there are no dogs allowed in the complex at all. Now, if somebody said they've noticed there's a dog with a spectator on the hill. We know it's a hot day, but unfortunately the rules are no dogs. So can you, as a minimum, please make sure the dog's on a lead, kept in the shade. We don't expect you to keep it locked in the car. If that doesn't suit, unfortunately, we've got to ask you to leave, but they are the rules of the racetrack. So if you could, please, as a minimum, make sure the dog's restrained on a lead. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Unfortunately, we had an incident coming onto the straight with a rider going down and requiring an ambulance to attend to the rider. Rider's now been taken to hospital for some further checks. Let's hope everything's okay. The race will get underway again and continue on. We're around 20 minutes into the race, so the race will continue on at full distance for the 2 hours. So that's the plan at this stage, Chris. Hopefully we can keep that going to plan and hopefully finish around that 5 o'clock mark.
Yeah, as you say, Rod, we'll definitely be finishing later, but being an endurance event, it has to run its full time, so that's what will happen. So as I was saying before, the bikes are flagged off in race order, but the lead bike goes first. So I should clarify that, track order, not race order. So the position they were on track, not the actual race position, if that makes sense.
So straight into it, Chris. They've come off. They have been on tyre warmers in pit lane with generators, so keeping the temperature in the tyres. Otherwise, wouldn't be possible to come out and get around like they are straight away on cold tyres. So, but they probably will still take a lap or two to get up to full temperature. So riders need to be aware of the fact that they've been sitting on tyre warmers, and they won't be quite up to optimum at this point.
No, interesting for the riders as well. So they've had a 20-minute hit out, which is just enough time to start to get into your groove, and then that was disrupted. So they've got to find their focus again now. It's challenging opening few laps for these riders. They need to, as I say, settle back into that groove. It's time when you can make mistakes, when you're something's disrupted your rhythm. So you just got to be careful just to find that rhythm again before you do anything silly.
Interesting there. Brian Smith has made up quite a bit of ground on Marcus Delaney and was actually looking to go up the inside into turn 2. It's a long race, so I think the smart thing would do for Brian would probably just sit there and get towed around and enjoy the ride, and that's a good way of passing the laps. He feels like he can make the break, then all sorts go for it. But it's a long race, Chris. Still an hour and 40 to go.
Yeah, without a doubt. So I don't know about you, Rod. I managed to have a chat to a few of the competitors during that bit of break we had. So spoke to Brett Simmons, the teammate of Damien Ford's on the lead bike. So he's saying that they feel like the race is going well to plan at the moment. The red flag probably didn't work to their advantage as well, as much as it could have, because it reduced the lead they had established, but they still feel pretty confident. Jeremy Huddleston, just at the bottom of the hill now in position 2. So he's riding to a fuel conservation strategy, short shifting that R1 round as much as he can, but he's been very, very pleased with the lap times he's able to run, being very, very conservative with the throttle. So he's very, very happy with how their plan's coming together.
Yeah, and that's the case of necessity with the R1. It's quite a thirsty bike. And that'll minimise the possibility of having to do an extra fuel stop. It's unlikely they'll probably be on a 2-stop strategy, I dare say, or 2 fuel stops. But if they were going at full throttle, or as much as they can for the whole race, more than likely they'd need a splash at the end.
So what's interesting here is that that last lap of Jeremy, it was a second faster than Damien in front of him. Now Damien's probably going to work up to a faster pace, but I was just thinking if Jeremy can get on the back wheel of Damien, it's going to make life a lot easier for Jeremy just to follow him around, get a bit of a slipstream, conserve more fuel.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
It'd be really good if he could
get that toe down the back straight here, and he could afford to just to crack the throttle a little bit less and just get towed along, and that's a great way of saving fuel and maximising the distance he's going to go on the tank.
No, he's very, very close at the moment. I can see that actually happening, that he might get a tow here. In fact, he's close enough probably now to start to, when I say tow, you get the physical tow from slipstream, but also, as we were saying before, just to follow another rider around, it makes life a lot easier for you. You really can settle into a bit of an autopilot, and I think Jeremy's in the box seat now for being able to do that.
Yeah, certainly looking very comfortable on the bike there, Chris, and a 56.78 for Jeremy there, so he's got the bit between his teeth, right up the bit up behind Damien Falls now. So the last lap for Damien, a 58.42, the second and a half slower than what Jeremy did.
It's going to be interesting to see what Jeremy does from here. Is he just going to sit and do what I suggested he might,
Well,
or actually go past?
Well, he might feel like he has the pace to go past, but maybe it's a different strategy. Maybe he feels like if he does go past, maybe he can make a break and it might work to his advantage.
I think he's having a look at it. Lunge up the inside there, so if he does that, it's going to be interesting to see how Damien responds.
He's definitely had a look there.
Is that something that Damien Fords has, or the Fords team has factored into their calculations?
Damien there shaking the head. He had a bit of a moment up out of the seat there, so something, maybe they could have lost some air in the tyre or something during the break, but seems to be struggling with rear grip.
Well, we keep saying that anything can happen in this race, and it does. So, look, who knows? But the thing is, at the moment, unlike the first part of this race, Damien's not out there by himself setting his own race. He's got Jeremy Huddleston breathing down his neck, and Damien's going to have to think about how he wants to respond to that.
Yeah, and definitely two leader bikes, both bikes very quick down the back straight here. So
first bike into the pits, Wade Schrader, bike number 420. So I was saying before the break that I was wondering when the first bike had come in. They typically, people riding in pairs can be doing 4 stints, so they come in at the half hour. But Wade's the only solo rider, so interesting that he's in already. I would have thought he'd push through to the hour. They're actually having a look at something on the front of the bike, so maybe he's got a bit of an issue. Looks like they might have a front brake issue. And that'd be a shame for him, very early in the race.
Yeah, certainly would be. Doing it solo, so it's a tough gig. Very, we call it the Iron Man. Just back to the leaders there, Chris. So Jeremy Huddleston now settled in just nicely behind Damien Fords. It's a good position there to be in, I think, for their strategy. Just to follow Damien around, just tuck in behind him. Use the slipstream down the back straight to his advantage.
That's right.
I think that's probably the best strategy when I think about the fuel consumption of the R1. Like if he does go into the lead and tries to make a break, it's going to be using a lot more fuel.
The other thing he can do is, if he was to get in front of Damien, because Damien has no idea what strategy Jeremy's running to, so it could cause Damien to panic a and force him into an error. You don't know. There's a lot of it's like a bit of like a game of chess out there.
Yeah, we've seen many ebbs and flows in this race before. Nothing's for granted over 2 hours. There's so many variables that can creep into the race, whether it's bike or rider. Combination of both at times.
I was talking to Joe Browning on bike number 304, just going down through the S's at the moment. In fact, I was talking to his teammate Sam Delaney, and they were very happy with the way things are going. The bike's doing everything right at this stage. Joe's finding a bit of trouble just settling into a groove, but that tends to come with as the race progresses.
Just looking back through the field, Chris, we've still got Marcus Delaney in third position. Just put a little bit of a gap now on Brian Smith. Maybe only a second and a half. And we've got the bike of Peter Bellchambers there, not too far behind, must be in 5th position.
Yeah, good contest there between the 600s.
Well, a little way back to Sam Delaney, Don Fenton, and we still have Wade Schrader in the pits.
So Marcus Delaney.
Oh, no, Wade's out, sorry. They must have fixed his bike. Sorry, I was obscured.
Jeremy Huddleston still just tracking Damien Fords around, so keep an eye on that, just see if Jeremy's looking to get through. He certainly was looking a bit impatient early, but right now he looks fairly comfortable there.
Yeah, I think that's the best place to be, Chris, just in behind the leader. Certainly makes the laps pass nicely.
Well, absolutely. We said that before. Not only are you taking it easier on the bike and getting a bit of a free ride because you're not. It's hard to say you're not thinking about it as much, but it's almost like that. You follow the bike in front, and the time passes, and it seems so much easier on you.
And provided, at similar pace too, it's very easy just to brake when they brake, accelerate when they accelerate, and you can use their riding as a great yardstick for yourself. Totally different when you're on your own, when you've got to do it all yourself. So I think it's a smart move for Jeremy.
So in actual race order, clearly bike 1 and 2 on track are separated by nothing, 0.3 of a second. Then we're 10 seconds back to Marcus Delaney, which is the first of the 600cc machines, but as we keep saying, also cross-entered into Superbike. So Marcus is running around about a flat 58 pace compared to the leaders that are running a mid 57, so not far off.
There's a pass there. Peter Bellchambers has gone up the inside of Brian Smith.
Wow, that's a big move.
It's a great move by Peter. Is that Peter or Peter's teammate?
I think that's Peter. He certainly started the stint. I don't know. You're allowed to change riders during a red flag. It's effectively like putting a pause on the race.
It'd have to be Peter then.
So behind Marcus, Brian Smith, who has just lost that position to Peter Bellchambers. He had been 13 seconds in arrears of the leader. Then we have Joe Browning on bike 304, who's 32 seconds in arrears. Back to Don Fenton, bike 76, 48 seconds behind. And then Wade Schrader, of course, who was in the pits, 3.2 laps behind. And of course, those gaps are all reduced because of the red flag. It commences the field up, so all the early gains were lost by the leader. So, as we say, it's all part of the strategy you've got to consider. What happens in a red flag? How hard are we going to go early? What if there's a red flag, or what if there's not?
Yeah, we've seen races here before, or the 2-hour races without any red flags. We've also seen ones where the red flag's been out in the last half an hour, I believe. So it turned it into a sprint race at the finish. So anything can happen.
So the critical thing about the bike in P3 being a 600 is it only will require one pit stop. Both these lead bikes, being leader bikes, will require at least 2. So the second half of this race is where that 600 in third place, bike 23, is going to start to really feature in this race, and that's going to be very, very interesting to watch.
I'm just looking up the top of the hill there. We've had a rider stop up there.
That'd be Wade Schrader, I believe.
Not sure, actually.
I think it is. White leathers, white bike.
There's a few white leathers and white bikes, though.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it's related to the reason he came into the pits. By looking at the front brake lever and the master cylinder on that bike.
He's just coming down the back straight now, so we'll see if it's Wade. Yeah, it looks like, you appear to be right, Chris. Whether he's going to come into the pits again, looks like he's going to be re-entering pit lane to work on the bike.
So it's going to be a bit of survival of the fittest here. We've already had 2 drop out. Hopefully they're going to be able to get that fixed, but proves that it's not only a test on man, but certainly on machine as well. The good thing he's not going back into the pits proper, going back into the C's pit crew, so hopefully they're going to be able to do something. See what, Peter Bellchambers putting in a very spirited ride there behind Marcus Delaney.
Yeah, he's going really well.
Both lapping in the low 8s, 58s.
Peter's best lap, a 57.68, which is a great time for Pete. I think he's probably gone quicker than that in the past, but still a very competitive lap time.
Fair age difference between the two of them, so credit to Peter. Rod and I keep going on about and complaining about how hard it is doing this, and Peter's out there showing us that age is no barrier.
Yeah, he'd have at least 10 years on us, I think, Chris.
Doing a fantastic job. So Peter Bellchambers just coming off the end of the back straight at the moment on the blue Suzuki.
Well, he's actually caught and passed Marcus Delaney.
Unbelievable. He must have had his Red Bull during the break. Pulling away.
Yeah, he's into third outright on track, so I'm not sure whether Marcus made a mistake or whether Peter just hunted him down and passed him, but he's riding very, very well.
Absolutely. And again, given that that bike will only require one pit stop.
And also Brian Smith's now right on the back of Marcus Delaney as well.
Yeah, I wonder about Marcus. I know he's capable of running a much faster time. 59.65 last time through, which is way off a competitive time for Marcus and that team.
Yeah, only Marcus will know.
Damien Fall slowing up, standing up on the bike coming down the back straight. So I don't know if that's ready for a pit stop. No.
No, he's coming around again.
Very slowly. I don't know what's going on there.
He's shaking the head. So
something's definitely up with that machine.
That's not going to help his cause. Probably should get into the pits and address the situation, see what's going on.
So that's big news. The lead machine, Pike 666. So still circulating, but again, it just goes to show this race just throws up so many events and incidents. You can never pick the winner on paper.
No, that puts Jeremy Huddleston and Josh Vanderputten into the lead at this stage in the race.
And with the times Marcus Delaney's doing, you just wonder if what strategy they're running to, because he certainly seems to have backed it off.
So it appears though, Chris, just seeing Damien Foulding coming down the back straight, he appears to be back up to pace again.
Yeah, well, I don't know. He was looking over his shoulder coming out of turn one. Certainly looks to be on it now, but he's he lost a bit of ground on Jeremy Huddleston, that's for sure.
You'd almost have to think there's some sort of electrical gremlin or something with the bike. That it's chiming in and out, or an issue like that, or a fueling problem, but like he's back up to normal pace again.
Well, 59.2 last time round, so it was still a bit slowish, but this next lap's going to tell. The 3600s at the bottom of the hill, now starting to close up a little bit behind Peter Bellchambers. They might be just taking it in turns to lead, like a cycle race.
That's it. Yep, you have a go, and I'll follow you for a while, have a bit of a rest, and when you're ready, I'll come back past. So they could be. All doing very similar lap times, of course.
Yeah, race leader Jeremy Huddleston last time through, 57.27, so he's rolling around at a very comfortable pace. Peter Bellchambers, the leader of that 600 trio, he goes through 58.2. That's a nice pace for the 600s in the 2 hour. But again, I would have expected Marcus Delaney to be a little bit quicker than that.
Well, not the last lap, as you're saying, Peter Bellchambers at 58.2, Marcus Delaney at 58.3, Brian Smith at 58.4. So nothing in it between the three, separated on track by about a second and a half.
Race leader just crossing the line, Jeremy Huddleston into turn one. Last time through, Rod, 57.69. So rolling out those mid-sevens.
He's got that gap out to Damien Foulds to just under 13 seconds now. It's about 12.7, 12.8.
Just running you through the order. So clearly, Bike 93 is the leader at this stage. We've got a 12-second gap back to Bike 666, Damien Folds. And 17 seconds in arrears, Peter Bellchambers, first of those 600s from Marcus Delaney, Brian Smith. Then we're back to Joe Browning riding Bike 304, who is 50 seconds in arrears. And Don Fenton on Bike 76, who's now 1.2 laps down. And of course, Wade Schrader, who's had a couple of mechanical issues, who's 7.8 laps down. So I don't think there's much opportunity for Wade other than to try and complete the race, and let's hope he can, because it's a mammoth effort, and it's a shame to be let down by a mechanical gremlin, but as we keep saying, it's the nature of this race. It's a big test.
Yes, it's not just a test of the rider, it's a test of the machine. Test of the bike, you can get extra heat in areas that you don't normally see, and we're just seeing a pass there.
I think it's Peter Bellchambers lapping Don Fenton. So it is lap traffic. Good time to do it as well, because they're 3600s trying to get past the leader bike in front. So look at Peter Bellchambers putting a nice big gap on that group now.
Marcus Delaney, they're having a look into suckers. probably made the right call by pulling out of that one.
Yeah, absolutely, Rod. No prizes for risky moves in this race, at least not until the closing laps.
Well, there's plenty of time, unless it's on the last lap, but there's plenty of time in this race to rehearse your move and try to make it clean and safe.
Now Marcus Delaney down the inside, and so too Brian Smith of Don Fenton, so all riders through cleanly.
That's given Peter Bellchambers about a 1.5 second gap over the other two.
Damien Ford's 58.66 last time through, so look, at least a couple of seconds off what he's capable of. So I don't know if he's still riding around with a bit of an issue. Hard to say, Rod. You did pick up a bit of a slide early on, so whether or not they're experiencing a rear tyre problem.
That's probably more an electrical problem. Like, he's not having any other. Watching him come around the next lap, he had no issues and no issues up the hill at all either. So it seems like whatever the bike's doing, it's chiming in and out. Could be a loose connection somewhere. There's a lot of electronics on these bikes, traction control and anti-wheelie, and also the engine management system for the fuel injection. So, you get quite a lot of heat into the bike, and if there's something not quite right there, you can have a connector back out on a terminal. As simple as that, it can cause a big issue. It certainly seems, just watching Damien a bit on that last lap, certainly seems like he's not having a problem at the moment.
No, other than his lap times being a little slower than we would have thought, I was expecting Damien to be running probably in the low sevens and being mid 58s. It's not far off, but it would just be enough to suggest either he's fatiguing a little or there is a minor problem with the bike that he's trying to compensate for.
Comes our leader, Jeremy Huddleston, over the line again, still running. He just eased it off there a little bit on that lap to a 58 flat. It's probably a good lap time just to preserve fuel.
Well, that's absolutely right. Now he's in a position with a bit of a lead. I'm sure his crew would have told him that he can afford to actually back it off a little bit and try and get that R1 through on two fuel stops.
Yeah, he's got the gap out to just over 17 seconds. Just looking at the 600 group there, Chris, Marcus Delaney has slipped back from this group. Peter Bellchambers still heading it, but Brian Smith's gone through. So Marcus Delaney looks like he's having some issues with something on the bike. His last lap time there, a 59.23. Brian Smith a 57.94. So, and Peter Bellchambers a mid 58. So he's definitely having some issues with the bike.
Yeah, I was wondering that earlier. Like I was saying, I expected Marcus to be running a faster pace. He's certainly still, tucked in and looks like he's having a go, but it's to be not keeping up with Brian Smith and Peter Bellchambers at this stage. Just wonder if there's something not quite right. It's bike 23 just crossing the line now we're referring to.
Yeah, Brian Smith, he's actually closed up on Peter Bellchambers, so he's. This is great for Brian. He's probably using Peter as a good yardstick, and he's possibly thinking it's time to go through and I'll have a go at leading in the 600 class.
Yeah, well, look, the Triumph is, I'm assuming that's going to get through on one stop as well.
I'm sure it does, yeah. No, they have before.
But Brian's very well placed, and of course we'll hand the machine over to John O'Hughes. This is a very experienced campaigner.
Yeah, both very competent racers, and both work at the Motorworks, one of the key sponsors for the event, and they both race Triumph 675s and been very competitive on them in the last few years racing around Tasmania.
So last time through there for Damien Fords was a flat 59, so slight improvement. But it still makes me wonder if everything's quite right. We'll only know, I guess, when Brett Simmons jumps aboard.
Yeah, we'll have to watch the body language when they do the rider change and the fueling, and see probably see some hands moving and some heads shaking and a bit of a debrief about what's going on. We'll only have to try to guess from here what it is, but I'm sure there'll be something said.
Now, an hour and 15 minutes remaining.
So we're 45 minutes into the race.
It's probably 10 laps out from the first of the 1,000 starting to pit for fuel. So that's going to be very interesting, especially the fact that that Yamaha R1 that has not pitted for fuel yet. So if they can make it to probably around lap 50, 55, same as Bike 666, then it's game on.
It certainly is. Just looking at Damien Fools, he's sort of almost getting challenged here by Peter Bellchambers and Brian Smith. They're catching up to him quite quickly. It's certainly not. There's only about a second and a half, 2 seconds difference between them on track.
I'm just talking fuel stops.
I'd say it's Damien's being very conservative on the fuel, and that's really all he needs to do at this point. He's 21 seconds behind Jeremy Huddleston. They probably know that the R1 may need an extra fuel stop than them, so it'll be interesting to see how the strategy plays out.
Well, look, the way I'm seeing it is unless the Kawasaki can get through on the hour, then I think they're going to be in the same boat as the Yamaha R1. I can see the R1 only needing 2 stops. It must be getting very low by now. Jeremy did say it's very thirsty. But again, we've said he's been short shifting. He's been following Damien and getting slipstream. Now, I was about to say there before, Rod, I can see Matthew Coward helmet on. So I think that Don Fenton
yeah, he's definitely coming in.
Bike number 76 coming into the pit. So he'll change over to Matthew Coward. Matthew's saying he's going to do half hour in the middle of the race and then hand over to Hamish Sellers for the remainder.
Okay.
So nice stint there from Don Fenton. He's currently in P7.
He's done a great job. I know how hard it is to do 45 minutes on one of these bikes.
Yeah, the break in between probably did help the riders. But you're right, Rod. It's a great effort, particularly with sun beating down here at Baskerville.
Yeah, as you can see, the rider, he's walking reasonably okay, but he'd be definitely feeling it in the legs at a bare minimum. And he'd be no doubt looking forward to a nice cold drink. Helmet off, earplugs out, and he's just assessing the situation there in the pits. They're getting the fuel in, which is always interesting to watch with where we use the fuel churns every year for the Motorworks 2-hour event. Motorworks Michelin 2-hour event.
Good to see Wade Schrader still circulating out there, despite his earlier mechanicals. Okay, so Jeremy Huddleston, arm up. That tells us that a fuel stop's not too far away for them. Now, that tells me, Rod, that 2 fuel stops should get them through. With 1 minute 35, 1 hour 35, sorry, 1 minute 12. Try again, 1 hour 12 remaining.
1 hour 12 remaining.
Just thinking back to that issue we noticed with Damien Folds on Bike 666. I think he was standing up, going down the back straight. I wonder if it's a cramping issue. He seems to have found his pace again.
Well, no doubt we'll find out in the debrief when we get a chance to catch up with Damo and ask him what he was up
race
to.
leader coming into the pits.
Rightio, here we go. Jeremy Huddleston on the Yamaha R1 entering the pits, no doubt. More than likely a rider change as well as a fuel. Or could just be a fuel dash.
I think it'd be wise to change over co-rider Josh Vanderputten.
Looks like Josh is pulling up the zips on the leather, so he's definitely going to be taking the handlebars of the Yamaha R1.
And a mighty job as well by Jeremy Huddleston. Talk about a heady ride.
So just putting the wet towel over the fuel tank and in with the churn. Hopefully the team, as we discussed before, practiced the procedure, getting the fuel into the bike. All the churns are the same. Everyone has to use the same supplied churn. So there's no advantage in the pits when it comes to refueling. All the churns flow the same rate. Just keep everything fair between all competitors.
Interesting to see Jeremy walking very awkwardly as soon as he got off the bike. Seems to have recovered fairly well. Pretty fit guy. He's an abalone diver, so he does say that diving works the body pretty hard. So he's got through that session reasonably well.
That puts Damien Foulds now back into the lead, only temporarily, because no doubt they'll have to stop very soon for fuel as well, possibly a rider change.
All right, Josh Vanderputten on the lead bike.
Okay.
Or what was the lead bike, heading back onto the pits, so back onto the track.
So what Josh now needs to do is just to ease into it, find his rhythm, put a couple of laps together before and just ease back in.
Pretty experienced racer, Josh. Not so much on superbikes, but on smaller bikes. But he knows his way around.
Yeah, he certainly knows his way around Baskerville. He's been very competitive in the racing we've seen him do here, especially on the Moto 3 or lights category. He's been very competitive and won races in there and done very competitive lap times.
Certainly running that pace, I'd be thinking that one more pit stop is all they're going to require. So it's a serve notice to the rest of the field that they're going to have to chase this bike down.
So to look at this, Chris, we've got Damien Foulds in the lead, but Peter Bellchambers on the 600 there. He's only around about a second and a half back, and Brian Smith about a second and a half back from Peter. So it's closed right up at the front. In fact, officially on the timing, the gap between first and third is 3.2 seconds. Then Marcus Delaney, he's 12 seconds off, 12.3 off the lead. So anything can happen in the race. And even where Marcus is there and Sam Delaney, they're not that far out of it. Sam Delaney about 50 seconds down, but as we've seen before, anything can happen.
And it typically does, Rod.
And not forgetting that all the bikes ahead of them, especially where Josh Vanderputten is now on track, all the bikes ahead of him do have to pit at some stage in the next 10 to 15 minutes or less.
Josh on the lead bike, or what was the lead bike, commonly says he's concerned about his stamina. I think he probably underestimates himself. I think he's actually going to do this pretty comfortably. But settling in to his session now, just coming through the sweeper as we speak. Looking pretty relaxed, so that's the way you want to be. Slowly ease into it.
Here comes Wade Trader. He's still out circulating, so they must have rectified that issue that Wade had.
Now, interestingly, I can see Brett Simmons' helmet on down there. This crew ready for a pit stop. So,
how are we going for time? We've got we're about 53 minutes in, so
that's about the same as what that bike did last year.
And here we go. Damien Foulds is definitely coming in this pit, or this lap. He's slowed right down, signalling the pit entry.
What's going to be interesting is he going to signal any other issue?
So I'll have to watch body language and see if there's some sort of conversation between the two riders. We've definitely seen the head shaking quite a few times and some issues creep in. So
she's almost out of fuel. Not running well at all, is it?
No, she's it's definitely chugging.
But importantly, made it to the pit stand.
Here we go. So rider off. Let's get the stand up there, Chris. Chris McGrath assisting down in the pits. Oh,
Damien Foulds
tripped over the fence there.
No, falling over, almost exhausted, I'd say.
Probably feeling the effects of what he's just done for the last 50-odd minutes. So it's very, very hard on the body on a 1000cc bike.
Yeah, as we keep saying, it's very, very hard work. But Damien having a word to Brett.
So yep, he's probably giving a debrief on whatever's going on. Hard for us to work out what it is from here, Chris, but he's definitely signalling to Brett that there's some issues.
Yep, so Brett will, being the experienced racer that he is, he'll take account of that and accommodate, no doubt. But what's going to be interesting is to see what Brett can actually do about chasing down this lead.
Well, interestingly now, I know there's pit stops to come, but we've got 600s, first, second and third on the timing. Peter Bellchambers heading the field. Brian Smith only 2.5 seconds behind Peter, and then Marcus Delaney 14.5 seconds from Peter Bellchambers. So they're all in a great position on the 600s because we know we're nearly an hour in, so it's just a matter of refueling, and they'll get right through to the end. Fresh rider on, and the race will start again for them, for each team. So typically we'll see the fresh rider probably treat it like a sprint race again, just like the start, and probably push pretty hard for the first 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, except for the bike, it's already done almost an hour, so the tyres are going to be that little bit more worn.
Yep, so they need to be careful because we have seen riders or rider changes before, and then the situation where the co-riders got on and pushed too hard too soon. It's definitely been an issue in the past.
So Josh Vanderputten, co-rider to Jeremy Huddleston, he's just gone through at a flat minute, so he's just taking his time to settle into this race. Currently P5, but of course all the bikes in front of him still need to pit. So he no doubt will resume the lead once those bikes are pitted. Now I can see Sam Delaney down here, helmet on. He's waiting for Joe Browning, who's coming over the start-finish line at the moment, to pit and change over. But of course, being a 600, they'll all get over the hour before they come in, and we're quickly approaching that. Only 4 minutes remaining before we're at the halfway point. It's a good feeling, isn't it, Rod, when you know it's time to come in?
You do. It is a great feeling, actually. Yeah, when you know you've done your stint and you've got through to the end, and you see that lap board saying in. That last lap's quite long, actually. You've lost your focus a little bit there, knowing you're coming in. And then, I think I fell over the fence too, like Damo. When I got off the bike last time I did it.
Now, what's interesting here is Brett Simmons behind Josh Vanderputten, just going past there at the top of the hill. So, does that unlap? Does that put Brett back in the lead? Allowing for these pit stops on the leading 600s.
I reckon it probably does, unless they're a lap down. But I don't reckon. I'd say
it wouldn't be a lap down.
Wouldn't be a lap down. Their pit stop times would be very, very similar.
I'm curious to see what Brett's lap time is. Just to see if we do have a machine problem or not. So he goes through 57.5. So certainly well off what Brett's capable of. We saw him do a low 54 in sprint races on that bike. So again, maybe they're riding to a strategy, or maybe he's nursing an issue. We really don't know. But looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Looks like our typical Brett there at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, I think the strategy has to be, Chris, in the race, to try to get it to the finish line, obviously by conserving that fuel. There's no point going out doing 54s or 55s and for no reason if you're in the right position on track. And let's hope they get the right communication from their team on the pit board where they are. So they only need to push as much as they need to.
Joe Browning just entering the pits on bike 304. He's about to change over to Sam Delaney. So nice stint there from Joe. First time in the 2 hour. Actually doesn't look as fatigued as I've seen some riders. He's still bending over.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a stretch.
But as we keep saying, an hour around here is not easy.
30 minutes isn't easy.
No, it's not. That's right.
An hour's bloody hard. 30 minutes is difficult. I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, fuel going everywhere on that bike 304.
Okay, get the fuel churn into the hole. So sometimes this is where practice in the warm-ups and during the Saturday with these churns is paramount.
Absolutely.
Trying to just do it under pressure in the race if you haven't practiced it, very, very difficult. And we're seeing it there with the fuel spilling. It's not ideal with hot motorcycles.
So Brett Simmons last time through, 57.35. So very conservative time for Brett. Maybe Rod, you want to run through the race order at this stage?
Yeah, well,
Marcus Delaney just coming into the pits. Sorry, Rod. So that's very important. I don't know. Yes, I was going to say I didn't know if the crew were ready for him, but Matthew Long does have helmet on. Having a good look at the rear tyre. Riders is having a chat at the moment. Sam Delaney getting away on bike 304, but this is important. The Matthew Long
And Peter Bellchambers entering the pits as well.
Okay.
He's just popping the foot down, and he's going to come in, and no doubt we'll do a rider change as well. And Brian Smith. So looks like all bikes have now pitted, I think. So Brian Smith will hand the reins over to John O'Hughes. Wade Schrader still circulating. I think he's already done a fuel splash, so he'll be on a two-stop strategy.
Got to say, I'm amazed by Peter Bellchambers moving around almost freely there.
Yeah,
after doing an hour stint. Very impressive.
Fantastic effort, Peter. Takes his racing very seriously, but always extremely happy. A great guy to talk to in the pits.
Unlike Joe Browning, who's decided to starfish on the grass, obviously very, very hot.
Yeah, he looks like he's actually crashed the bike, lying there like that, but he's needing some air in there and a bit of water.
Again, just showing how hard this race is. And look at Peter Bellchambers, big laugh, a big smile on the face.
Well done, Pete.
Looking like he's enjoying his bottle of water, but great effort there from Peter Bellchambers.
Yeah, he's walking almost normally. Almost normally.
Has my respect.
Oh, it's a great effort. Like to do an hour on a bike mount here, it's fantastic effort.
So Matthew Coward just entering the pit. He's going to change over on bike 76, I assume, to Hamish Sellers. Is the team ready for him? I don't know if that this is a planned stop or not.
It seems to be going a fair way up pit lane. The Hamish is, he doesn't have his helmet on, so he's been caught napping there.
Yeah, that hasn't gone well. That's for sure.
He's doing a Quinny. When we last did we did the 4-rider team having a bit of fun, if you remember, Chris, in the 2018 2-hour.
Absolutely, yes.
So the plan was everyone did 30 minutes, and I think Quinny did about 18, and then decided that was 30 minutes and came in unannounced. So I think Len did the same, actually. I think he pitted way too early, so
just come in when you feel like it rather than when you're expected to.
Yes, so it didn't quite work to plan, but anyway, we had a great day.
So what's curious here is to see what Matthew Long's going to do on bike 23. Now we saw earlier in the weekend that he was lapping in the low 56s in the sprint races. We're wondering about Marcus Delaney's times. They appeared to be a little slow, but now we're going to know what plan they're running to.
Yeah, well, Matthew Long's certainly been on fire this weekend. He's been running very, very competitive times. The only difference is he's not riding on his own motorcycle, so that can have a bit of a difference on the rider's ability to get a good time. It might work in his favour, but it may not either.
So at the moment they're running position 5. Matthew last time through was at 58.3, and they're down 32 seconds on the leader.
Okay.
Now they don't need to pit again on bike 23, whereas the leader does. So that tells me that they're in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Providing there's no problems, providing they can continue to circulate at that pace. So now, sorry, Rod?
I was going to say on that last lap, a 57.21,
So that really means that the lead bike, just crossing the line now, Brett Simmons goes through a 57.3 with a 30-second lead over bike 23. He needs to find another 30 seconds, probably at least, to allow for that last pit stop.
Yeah, Josh Vanderputten there is comfortably lapping just a low 59 there. John O'Hughes a 58.9. So Ian De Boer's taken the reins of the G6R that was in the lead. Good to see how Ian's going to go. Hopefully he can keep that times competitive for 59.18 on the last lap.
It'd be nice to see Josh Vanderputten actually wind it up a little bit. He's capable of running low sixes, and he's going around at 59.0. So I'm sure they only need one more pit stop. And if he finds a bit more pace, which he's very capable of, they're still in with a chance of winning this.
Yeah, good to see. Brett Simmons there, very smooth, conserving everything he can. Just rolling through, keeping the corner speed up, and no doubt trying to conserve as much fuel as he can, get as far through the race just to do that splash and dash at the end if that's what they have to do. And I'm sure that's probably going to be the case.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without having achieved the hour in the first part of the race, then they definitely are going to have to do another stop. But as you say, it'll be a splash and dash. But I think at the moment it's looking to me like Bike 23, the Yamaha R6.
Yeah, Matthew Long, a 57.12 on that last lap.
Faster than Brett Simmons. So Brett needs to be extending the lead on Matthew Long. Crossing the line right now, goes through at a 57.28. So look, it's I know we keep guessing here, but I can only assume there's a bit of a machine problem, given that they know they have to do 2 fuel stops. I would have thought the pace would have been a bit faster than this. Josh Vanderputten just going down the inside of...
Not quite sure.
I think that'll be Sam Delaney. Sam Delaney on bike 304. Yes, it is. Wade Schrader. Good to see he fixed whatever problem he had. Now he's probably pitting for...
could be fuel.
Fuel, I'd say.
Another splash on the R1.
Quite incredible. Doing the 2-hour solo, walking around reasonably freely, and we see other riders lying down needing almost resuscitation. It's a massive effort.
No doubt he's going to take the helmet off, get a bit of cool air on the head, and have it recharge with some water or some gels. Just get some energy and get back out there.
Okay, Josh Vanderputten last time through 58.2. That's looking better. Yeah, I'd like to see him drop a bit more time on that. He's very, very capable of it, and I think it's showing that they only need the one more fuel stop. So there's still a serious threat in this race if Josh can wind the wick up a bit.
Yeah, Matthew Long's hunting down John O'Hughes ahead of him. So nothing between those now. It's only going to be a matter of time, I think, before Matthew goes through. He's been the fastest 600 rider all weekend. But he's down to about a tenth or two of a second behind John O'Hughes. So that'll be moving in. If Matthew can pass Jonathan shortly, he'll move into outright third so far.
Brett Simmons goes through 57.5 on the last lap, so running to a consistent pace.
Josh Vanderputten again. A 57, just dipping it into the 57s there, Chris. A 57.9. That's all he needs to do to keep circulating and conserve that fuel.
That's right.
Still sitting in second outright.
Yeah, doing a good job there. Matthew Long just coming up behind, I think it's...
Jonathan Hughes.
Jonathan Hughes, yes.
He's been there in that position for the last lap, so the pace he's been carrying, I would have thought he would have got past, but John on the last lap, a 58.6 and Matthew a 57.9.
So Matthew Coward actually stayed on bike 76. So I don't know why he pitted. Must have been some sort of mechanical.
Okay.
I just had a bit of an update from those of you watching that it's a chance that Damien Foulds ran off track through Calvin's.
Okay.
So we didn't see that. Probably doesn't explain why their pace has been a bit slower unless they damage something on the bike. But we'll only know once the race is concluded. But it may explain.
Unfortunately, Calvin's corner's very well covered by the Tilport Auto Group sign for us. We see the bikes entering the straight, but we can't actually see that corner at all. Which is a shame because we can see every other corner from here.
Josh Vanderputten last time through, 58.3. Still a second lap off what Brett Simmons is doing. Oh, Sam Delaney trying to find a way through on Matt Coward. 600 versus 1,000, but blocked for a run there at the moment.
So I guess Chip Sellers hasn't yet taken the reins.
Well, I thought he was about to. He certainly, as you said, was scrambling to get his gear on, but it appears that Matt came in for another reason other than a rider change.
Okay. Didn't see any fuel go in the bike, so only they would know what's going on there. Maybe a mechanical gremlin or something needing adjusting.
So time remaining, 50 minutes. Just thinking, so the gap from Brett Simmons back to bike 23, 33 seconds. Bike 23 does not need to pit again, the bike 666 will. So at the moment, it's looking like it's going the way of bike 23. Just crossing the line now, Matthew Long, Marcus Delaney. But, as we see every year, the closing stages of this race really can produce some surprises because tyres are wearing out, riders are wearing out. It's not over till it's over.
No, definitely not. And Matthew Long has got past Jonathan Hughes now. He's moved into outright third on track. Still running very competitive times. 57.63 on the last lap for Matthew Long. Brett Simmons at 57.59. So it's going to come down to that fueling strategy at the end there, Chris. We know the 600 is going to be good to go right through to the finish. It's whether Brett Simmons in the lead of the race can build up a big enough gap to come in for a fuel splash and get out and still have the lead, or the capacity to take the lead back. You think they'd lose at least a minute coming in, if not longer?
That's right. So
I don't know whether people actually take the time in the planning to measure where you enter pit lane, do the stop with the foot down, and then enter the where you can do your refueling or rider changing, whether that's actually taken into account. Because there's no point just guessing these things.
All the information is available from prior races, so all the race timing is out there, so people can measure how long it takes to do a good fuel stop.
Yeah, certainly would be on the that soft website, I guess, where you'd see all the fuel stops.
Josh Vanderputten just coming through the chute right now across the start-finish line. He goes through flat 58, so he's slowly winding it up, looking nice and smooth.
Which is what you need to do when you ride one of these bikes. Keep it smooth. You can't afford to wrestle them too much. And that's usually when you do that, you'll find yourself in the hay bales.
Matthew Long, 58.15.
Okay, so he's actually just backed it off a little bit, unless he's got a bit of lap traffic on that last lap.
Well, he probably doesn't know. I can't see that they're putting a pit board up to show what the gap is to the leader, but if he knew that he's only 35 seconds behind the leader and doesn't need to pit again, it's time to just roll around and make sure that nothing goes wrong. Matthew Long just coming through the sweeper right now behind Wade Schrader. So just looking to see what sort of lap time Matthew's going to do. 57.64 without traffic. So almost the same as what Brett Simmons is doing. So once again, bike 666 at a disadvantage at the moment, having to pit again. They're going to need to extend more of their gap if they're going to win this. Now we know Brett's very, very capable of riding faster than that, so it's a matter of whether or not the machine's going to be up for it. We don't know the answer.
Yeah, there's every chance Brett may feel that he can ride conservatively and get through to the end. We saw Damien Forbes get about 54 minutes in, not quite the hour, and that's the magical hour. If you can do that full hour on that tank, you're going to get the following hour covered on the tank. So Brett can ride very smoothly. We know that he can ride efficiently, so he may feel he can make the difference.
Oh, it'd be a big ask because Damien got through on 54 laps and the bike was running out of fuel. So you're talking about 106 minutes for Brett to do without running out of fuel.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but maybe that is the strategy they feel like they need to try for.
Look, it could be. Only they know.
Yeah, if that strategy works, that will comfortably win the race. But, however, if the strategy doesn't work and you've got to do that splash and dash at the end, there's a big disadvantage with the time you're going to lose in pit lane.
Josh Vanderputten just crosses. He's running around a flat 58. Only about half a second slower than Brett Simmons in front of him. But given that bike needs to pit again, that's hurting their chances of taking the podium, or at least second place. Because, as I say, bike 23, I think, is the one that looks like it's in the best placed at the moment. A bit of congestion at the top of turn 2 at the moment. Just running down through the S's, we've got
Jonathan Hughes.
Jonathan Hughes from. A bit hard to pick up from here.
So
is that Ian DeBoer on the? No.
I'm guessing Matthew Coward and Ian DeBoer, because Ian's on the GSXR 600 there. The Bell Chambers entry.
I think it might be Ian DeBoer and Sam Delaney, but we'll find out shortly as they come back past the commentary box.
Oh, it could be Sam Delaney, yes.
Yeah, it is. So there you go.
Okay.
Good ride there from Ian DeBoer. Not one of the regular competitors around Baskerville, going around flat 59s. Running the laps down. Brett Simmons, our race leader, just about to cross the finish line. Or the start-finish line.
57 flat there for Brett.
That's the fastest lap he's done for a while, so I don't know if that's if there's any reason behind that. It certainly would appear to the naked eye to be no problems with the handling of the bike or the traction of the bike. So you might be right, Rod. Maybe it's running to a strategy.
Well, I've got where are we? Matthew Long. Obviously, he's the main contender without having to stop for fuel again. He's 37, nearly 38 seconds behind the leader. So it's still within striking distance if they got to stop for fuel. Ian DeBoer riding really well there. He's not a regular runner.
Just think the same thing. What a great effort from that team.
We don't see Ian racing regularly, and a 58.3, that's a fantastic time for, let's say, a stand-in rider helping out the team, and not a guy we regularly see racing all year. So it's a fantastic lap time. Obviously can ride.
Oh, clearly. So Matthew Coward now coming in.
In fact, he's actually challenging Jonathan Hughes here. I think he's behind Jonathan. He's actually looking to probably make a move on Jonathan here. So
that's a huge effort, isn't it?
No doubt he'd be really enjoying riding behind Jonathan. So that'll be helping his riding no end. Jonathan, a very accomplished rider. He's probably done 10,000 laps around Baskerville, I would imagine, over the years. He's been doing it a long time. So great way for Ian just to follow him around and get some really good track knowledge.
They're not bad lap times at all. Yeah, around those low 58s at this stage of the race.
Yeah, 58.5 and a 58.2 there for Ian on the last lap. Matthew Long a 58.1. Brett Simmons a 56.87. So Brett's just picking up the pace a little bit in the last couple of laps. That's his fastest lap of the race so far. So since he's been on, the fastest lap overall of the race so far, Damien Fools on lap 6 at 56.77. So everyone's being very conservative on the pace, which is what you've got to do. In sprint racing, as we know, Chris, we typically see the faster guys in the state running in the 53s. A lot of guys into the 54s and a lot in the 55s as well. So that pace is not achievable for very long in especially 2-hour race.
No, that's for sure, Rod. Just looking at bike 23, Matthew Long, going through 58.5. So he seems to have backed it off a little, but maybe he's well aware of the strong position they're in.
Yeah, well, that lead to Brett Simmons now, or back to Matthew Long, is now just under 42 seconds. So, this is what Brett needs to do. Just keep chipping away. If they can get that out around a minute, it's going to give them a little bit of breathing space in case they need to do that fuel stop. Just looking at Jonathan Hughes and De Boer, still nose to tail. They're no doubt enjoying his ride behind Jono.
Interesting to see Hamish Sellers now on bike 76.
Oh, he's out, okay.
He's out now, so he's had one hit out on that bike this morning in the sprint race. So I think he got into the 58, so it's going to be interesting to see what Chip can do with that. Very, very capable competitor.
Just trying to pick him up on track. Whereabouts is Chip?
Just heading up towards Suckers at the moment. So next few laps will give you an idea of what sort of pace he's running. Josh Vanderputten just crossing the line. He goes through 58.4, so still running some consistent laps, but saying before, it looked like they had the opportunity to maybe run a slightly faster pace, because I think they'll get through on the 2 stops from what we're seeing.
Right, Chip Sellers just going past the start finish now. So what bike number is Chip on, Chris? Is it bike number...
He's on bike 76, so he's gone through...
Bike number 76, 59.3.
So minutes remaining. We're down to 37. It's going to be very, very interesting to see who needs to pit when. So on track at the moment, bike 666 with Brett Simmons is still in the lead. He has a 28-second margin over Josh Vanderputten on bike 93. Then it's back to the first of the 600s, bike 23, which is 42 seconds in arrears. So that's really interesting. As you're saying, Rod, a pit stop, splash and dash, could be very, very close to that minute mark.
Yeah, I think they'd need a bit more. And the catch-22 there for Brett is if he pushes more and more, then obviously the consumption goes up, and that more than likely would not work out in their favour. So, I'm confident if Damo got, it's a big ask, but if Damo got that 53, 54 minutes down, Brett riding conservatively on the bike, I reckon they'll be very close. You're going to be talking, mils of fuel left if that strategy works for them.
Yeah, look, I can't see it. Like it's another 7 laps or something. But look, who knows? Brett knows how to ride conservatively around here, and he's doing that, trying to ride with good flow and not use too much power. Caught up with some riders at the moment, just coming through the sweeper, about to cross the start-finish line. So we've got Wade Schrader from Jono Hughes, from Brett Simmons, from Ian De Boer. Blue flags waving, telling riders that Brett's coming through. Be careful, guys. They're getting a bit close there through the S's.
Yeah, that's what we. There's plenty of time for everybody to make or find their way through.
Yeah, the 1000 cc's helps, as you can see, going up the inside of both riders into into suckers. So keep an eye on that gap back to bike 23 in third place, the first of the 600s, 45 seconds. So
okay, it's then get that out around that minute mark. I think that's going to be a pretty good buffer, just in case there's that fuel splash.
Chip Sellers goes through on bike 76, 58.41. So he's feeling more and more comfortable on that. So Brett Simmons now clearing out on the lap riders. 57.54 last time through for Brett. It's still a lead of 33 seconds over bike 93, Josh van der Putten, and 47 seconds over bike 23, Matthew Long. And it's back to over a lap to in order: Jono Hughes, Ian de Boer, Sam Delaney, Wade Schrader, Hamish Sellers, and that rounds out the field after a few DNFs. So a bit of a depleted field now. Bike 23, Matthew Long just crossing the line, flat 58, so still lapping slower than the lead bike by half a second a lap. As you say, Rod, it's that lead is eking out towards a full lap. It's going to be quite critical.
I'm just seeing where Matthew Long is on track and where Brett is on track. So Matthew Long heading up the hill into suckers. Brett Simmons just coming up the hill now. So Brett, no doubt, will probably. It may we may see Brett pick the pace up when he sees his opposition ahead of him, but maybe that may or may not work for the strategy. Be very interested to know what they discussed before the race. No doubt we'll get that in the debrief.
It would in the event of a red flag, because you don't lose your margin. You stay your lap up.
Matthew Long there with a foot dab into turn one. MotoGP-esque.
Yeah.
Don't often see riders doing that here, but sometimes when you get in a little hot, it just helps turn the bike in.
So last time through, Brett Simmons 56.85. So you're right, Rod. It's starting to turn the wick up a bit.
So a lap prior, Matthew Long was just the same again. He's at Suckers, and Brett Simmons just going up the hill. So we've got just over 32 minutes to go. That leads out to just under 50 seconds, Chris, over Matthew Long. Of course, Josh van der Putten, he's 36 seconds behind in second, but we know that bike has to stop again for fuel. So that's unfortunately going to put them back down the order a couple of rungs. And as we know, the leader bike in the lead, whether that will need to stop again for some fuel or whether he'll make it through. But he's just posted the fastest lap of the race on lap 90. Brett Simmons a 56.61, and Matthew Long a 58.2. So that's now over 50 seconds. And I think he's just going to keep chipping away at trying to get that, maybe put a lap on Matthew Long.
Yeah, word is that bike 23, this 600cc bike of Matthew Long, will do well over the hour on the tank.
Yep.
So there's no reason other than tyre wear that Matthew couldn't be winding it up a bit right now. We saw him doing low 56s in the sprint races. He's currently doing 58.2, so you'd think he's got a bit of time up his sleeve. Brett Simmons starting to close him down, so it's going to be interesting to see how Matthew responds to this.
Yeah, well, we do know that Matthew Long's not riding his normal bike, so the settings and everything on the bike may not suit exactly his riding style. There's such a compromise of bike setup in the 2 hour with two different riders on the same bike. So he's on the Marcus Delaney machine. So it could be just the smallest things, Chris, as you know, can muck your rhythm up as a rider. Typically, when you're riding your race bike, you don't need to think about what you're doing. It's all automatic. It's well rehearsed, and you learn your craft, and you don't really need to think about anything but just getting that lap time done. As soon as you jump on another bike, it's unfamiliar to you. more often than not, you find the clutch position could be wrong, or the feel of the brake lever is
Bike
different.
down there on the outside of the sweeper. I can't pick who that is. I'm thinking it might be. Oh, gee. I'm wondering if it's Ian DeBoer. I really don't know. I can see a bike lying on its side. Yellow flag waving.
No, I think Ian's coming past now, still
Yep.
behind Jonathan Hughes. It's not sure, is it Chip Sellers? No,
I don't think it is Chips.
where's Chip? Chip's over. No, I can see Chip going up the bottom of the hill. Wade Schrader? Is it Wade? Have we spotted Wade?
I don't know. It's certainly not Josh Vanderputten. He's about to pass the park
No, I
bike.
think I can see Wade Schrader. So
Importantly, rider up and
Rider's
fine.
up and over the side of the fence, which is great.
Is it Sam Delaney maybe?
Could be Sam Delaney.
I think it could be. It's certainly a white bike, white leathers, dark helmet. So I think it might be.
We'll soon
Sam.
start seeing on the timing here. More importantly, back at the front again, Brett Simmons he's closed that gap right down to Matthew Long now. He's well within sight. Matthew Long very tentative there through turn 2, Chris. Very tentative on the lean in.
Yeah, well, that's what we say. Getting to this stage of the race, the tyres are well worn. It's brutal on tyres this race. So
it looks like Matthew Long is having some issues on the front end of that bike there. Very, very ginger on the tip in through turn 2. So as we know, it's a good or an easy corner to lose the front on if you're pushing very hard. So Brett Simmons is just about to pass, put a lap on the 600, which is exactly what Brett needs to do. That's going to put his lead out to probably around that minute mark. It was 56.02 on the last lap. It's now going to move up a fraction. Okay, looks like unfortunately we've had a rider down at Suckers.
Up the top of the hill, up at Suckers, yeah, certainly a rider down. I can't see if they're up on their feet yet. Yes, they are. Can't tell you who that is either. But again, just underlining what a critical part of the race this is. Tyres wearing, fatigued riders, and it goes to show what a challenging event this Motorworks Michelin 2-hour is.
There's a fair chance I think there'll be a red flag here due to rider safety and machines down possibly on the runoff, which we don't want.
Now, as I was saying, Rod, the critical thing is that our race leader has to put a lap up on bike 23, so a red flag will not erode a full lap. Oh, sorry, their margin. That could be critical.
Absolutely.
We're trying to pick who that is. Chip Sellers is still out there.
Okay.
Jonathan Hughes
John
still
Hughes.
there.
Could have been Ian DeBoer.
I think it might be Ian DeBoer.
Yes, it looks like it is the GSX R600 of Ian DeBoer. Looking at the paint, it's a little hard to see, but it looks like a blue coloured bike. Unfortunately, that's it's a shame for that entry. The Peter Bellchambers machine. Ian was riding very well with some really good times, but we do have a red flag.
Okay, so as I said, absolutely critical. Depending on when that incident happened, red flag means rolling back the time by 2 laps. So was Brett Simmons up 1 lap on bike 23 at that point? I think he may have been.
Not sure.
But if he wasn't, then that's really bad for bike 666 because it means the whole lap they lost on their competition. However, if they were up a lap, then they maintain that. No one gets to refuel, of course, during the red flag.
Or change tyres or rider.
Change tyres.
So the bike can't be touched. It can basically has to be parked on the stands, and you can put your tyre warmers can be put on. And I think the clerk of the course makes the call whether they can have them plugged in or whether they just have them wrapped around the tyres to keep some heat in.
Yeah, that's right. It comes down to how long the stop's likely to be. Now, what's promising is that the fallen rider up there appears to be on his feet. So hopefully
Ian DeBoer's back on the bike.
Okay, so there you go. So it's going to be a very, very short stop by the looks of it.
Might just do a quick toilet break and be back shortly.
All right.
Okay, everybody. Well, just an update from the clerk of the course. Second red flag and less than 30 minutes to go. That means we have a result, so there won't be a restart. The race will be called as per the finishing order. So, Chris, that looks like we have the Kawasaki ZX10 of Brett Simmons and Damien Fools. They're going to take the win.
The outright win in Superbike, yes.
And it looks like Josh Vanderputten and Jeremy Huddleston, they're going to take second place. And Matthew Long and Marcus Delaney, they will be third outright, and also more critically, first in the 600 category.
Yeah, great result from that team. Third in the Superbike, third in Superbike, first in Supersport. I'll get it out eventually. Second in Supersport is going to be Jonathan Hughes. Now, who was running third was Ian de Boer, who just crashed out of that. So too did Sam Delaney. So that doesn't actually leave any other 600 competitors, does it?
Well, we've got a cross entry with Matthew Long and Marcus Delaney. So they'll take third in Open and also first in 600. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going to happen there.
Doesn't look to me like there's any third place 600.
Yeah, okay.
So very disappointing for those teams. Put in an absolutely fantastic effort. You see Sam Delaney just re-entering the pits absolutely fine. So it must have been a very, very harmless little crash. But as we say, that's what happens in this race. It's a very tough event, hard on riders, machines and tyres, and it's amazing what this second hour can produce. You think it's pretty well done and dusted, but I tell you what, doesn't it throw up some surprises?
Yeah, it certainly does. We've seen this race over the years ebb and flow with all types of conditions and incidents. Unfortunately, they do happen. Yeah, so anyway, it's come down to what it has, and great win for the Brett Simmons Damien Fools entry.
Yeah, I guess in hindsight,
it would have been great to see the strategy play out towards the end.
Well, it would have,
but unfortunately, that's racing.
I guess in hindsight, you have to wonder about a red flag for a rider who managed to remount and return to the pits. But again, that's not our call. It's up to the very difficult job of race control, and that's the way the cookies crumbled. So that's it, as you say, Rod. The race has been called. So that concludes our racing for the day. I've certainly enjoyed it again. Another great weekend. Seen some outstanding racing. I think highlights for me would have to be probably that high 53-second lap from Jason Spencer.
Yeah, and the sprint races yesterday, that was great to see with seeing the 1000cc bikes coming down that back straight there with the wheel coming up through the gears as they do at 230, 40 kilometres an hour is always a great spectacle.
I think probably rider of the weekend for me would just about be Brodie Curtis. I've never seen him ride as well, I don't think.
He certainly was on it. He had a great weekend. Had a little incident, but he rode very, very well. Tom Turner also rode really well in the juniors and also in the lights. And Matty Long in the 600 sprint races yesterday. Fantastic. So.
Yes. Anyway, so that concludes racing for the day. We'll sign off. I think, Rod, we'll get some presentations to take care of. So thanks for your company today. I've certainly enjoyed it. Big shout out again to our sponsors, Motorworks Motorcycles and Michelin Tyres. So once again, if you're in the market for some bikes, some service repairs or tyres, remember our sponsors and try and support them. Thanks for coming out. We've certainly enjoyed commentating. Hope you've enjoyed the day. So from us, look forward to resuming racing next year, Rod.
Yep, no worries. Cheers, Chris. See everybody.